a movie to Netflix trying to shame us. They took the money while I put truth before everything. The worst thing you can say about me is interesting. I tasted both cold and cosmos, both north and south. Saw the sun circle while excuses ran out. Always honest and sometimes right. What a yeah, I watch them drone gate, no shoe print, lies got the glow cool worth 3 Bitcoins ride. I'm a truth who went on a trip, the facts, but it wasn't what the truth is. Wanting to lay attack from space scams, from I take it when you put a rip of this out. Saw the sun circle while excuses ran out. Always honest and sometimes right. Interesting. About clout or the loudest claim. It's the fire that burns when they forget your name. It's the glimmer in the static, the pulse in the void, the looking in places you're told to avoid. It's the sound before thunder, the hush before proof. We almost stumble cause that's the path to the truth. It's a lighthouse begging from a coastline, and maybe a distress signal, but only the truth can save me. Welcome to interesting. 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 Welcome to interesting. 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 Oh, so interesting. That's so interesting. Interesting. This is interesting. Welcome to interesting. 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 Oh, so interesting. That's so interesting. Interesting.
All right, welcome everybody to, I guess we're calling it the final experiment debate, if you will, or something like that. There are still people left in this world, believe it or not, that haven't realized yet that the trip was very real. So we're going to have a conversation today. We've got Sam from Flat Earth Reconnaissance here. We've got Dave McKeegan here. We've got myself. And we're going to do, hopefully without a moderator. Sorry, I'm putting on my headphones here. Hopefully without a moderator, it should be fine. We're going to have a little time section and we should be well behaved, I think. And basically, Dave and I will be taking the position. Obviously, we were both on the trip. We know exactly what happened. And let me bring them on right now. Let's see if we get them over here. I'm getting intermittent sound in my headphones. I don't know why. There we go. There we go. So first, let's say hi to Sam. Sam.
Hi.
Can you tell everybody who you are, where your channel is, all that fun stuff, while I fix my headphones?
I'm not really anybody. I'm just a simple guy. I have a Flat Earth channel called Flat Earth Reconnaissance, and I understood that the Earth is flat, but a couple of years ago, and I invested myself into like understanding more, and how come we are being lied about it, and why, like, and who, who's behind it. So it's very interesting. So I've been dedicating myself into like understanding all these things. I made a few videos, and here I am with you talking about TFE and maybe other things also. But
okay. And we also have joining us Dave McKeegan. Dave, thanks for joining us. Hello, how are you? Tell everybody who you are. I'm sure they know.
Well, thanks. Yeah.
Oops. You are very quiet to us.
I was with you in that really cold.
Hold on, we don't hear you well. Let me see what's going on. You're like volume, you're using the wrong mic maybe? Is that possible?
Oh, yeah, that better?
Is he quiet to you, Sam?
yes, also yes.
Yeah, it's like really quiet. We can hear it a little bit.
Is that better, Jim?
No. Let me see if I can.
The wrong mic.
Sounds like you're like on a different mic.
That one.
Yep, there you go. Well, we thought we heard you for a second.
Yeah, you did.
There you go.
For some reason, I don't know why, my computer just
They like to do
jumps
that.
between.
All right, now they can hear you.
Audio's going to be. Oh.
Now tell them who you are.
So yes, my name is Dave McKeegan. You may remember me in Jeranism. I was in that really cold place with you about 10 months ago.
I do remember. Yeah, so thank you for being here. So I don't know. I know Sam had emailed you, right, and said that he wanted to have a discussion with you. And so we just figured we'd kill two birds with one stone. So we're here, Sam. And I guess if you want to go ahead with like a 4-minute intro to kind of give a overview of your position. And then Dave and I will split time however we need to either give our side, or we'll give our opening. And then from there, we'll just kind of have a back and forth. You can say the things that you think or that you found, and we will give you our opinion. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, go ahead, and I'll start your clock whenever you start.
Okay, so let's start about that TFE trip. In my opinion, I wish I could believe that it happened, but I have no other choice than to understand that it could not happen. So of course now we have a problem, because you're saying that you went in that cold place there, but actually there are so many anomalies in your footage, in your behaviors, that it's impossible to believe that you were actually there. So even David Weiss is saying, like, that the sky was faked and the sun was fake and everything was fake, the snow was fake, but you were there. And later on, I'll explain why it's so important for him to insist on that point, and why it's so important for you also to insist on that point that, you were actually there. So the thing is that I've talked to McToon about some of these anomalies, and all the time he was telling me that it was because of technical problems related to the 360 degrees camera. So I checked, and I couldn't find on the internet any footage of a 360 camera that had the same glitches, or that had like as many glitches and anomalies as in the TFE footage. So I don't think it's true. I believe also that the glitches you have and the anomalies, some of the anomalies we have in that footage views, can be found and can be seen in the displays, LCD screen displays that we see in the sphere. I made a small video just to compare it. So that the only type of anomalies I saw in the footage are the ones I saw also in that sphere. I don't say that you were there, but that actually maybe those glitches are not produced by the the camera you had there, but simply by the screens that we believe were there. Because the point is that we believe that you're in a studio somewhere, some sort of a studio. We don't know where yet, but we believe it was totally fake. And of course, that's going to be a wide subject of discussion. But the thing is that, if I claim it was fake, I also have to understand why it was faked, and what was the point in faking it, and all that, and what was the objective behind this. And we've been working hard, and I believe we understood what are the objectives behind the TFE operation, which was not, to my mind, to prove that the Earth is flat, because it's obvious that all these mistakes were made. Some of them, let's say, were made on purpose, because you're not that stupid. You're not, even I, who don't know nothing about how to to take pictures of films of 360-degree movies. I wouldn't have made so many mistakes. So it's kind of suspicious that there is so many gross mistakes being made about this footage. So we'll talk about it later on. But again, my position is that you could not be there, and that you were someplace else, not that cool. So that's my first statement. You can go ahead. You can take my time, no problem.
Okay, thank you for that. Dave, you can go ahead and start us out if you want. Go for as long as you need to, and I'll kind of piggyback on you.
Well, I mean, I don't really need to put a statement out in terms of position. I think our position's pretty self-explanatory. I would be curious to know as to which glitches you are referring to that you say can't be replicated. Mistakes on purpose. Again, I'd be very interested to know what mistakes you think we've made and what ones we would have done on purpose. And given you've gone with the position of you have to believe that it's fake, I would like you to say what evidence we could present to you that would convince you that it was not faked. Because we went into TFE knowing we were dealing with conspiracy theorists who were going to be going over every single piece of information, and one video wasn't going to be enough. We shot multiple different videos, and so yeah, we were going in with the intention of expecting pushback. So I would be curious as to what position, where your line in the sand is, if you like, that would convince you that we are, or are you just going to automatically dismiss everything because it goes against flat Earth? Also, I would ask, where is your position in terms of what you think we actually did? Because we were in Chile, we were live streaming while we were in Chile, in a fairly recognizable spot that you can go to Google Earth and verify we were actually in Punta Arenas. And then I've recorded, and so has Critical Think and MC Toon, the flight to Antarctica from that airport to Union Glacier. So do you acknowledge we at least went to Antarctica, or are you in the position that you think we were never there in the first place? That's the only thing I would like to know. That's half the time, Jaren. So do you want to take the remaining half?
Sure. Sam, so when you and I talked offline, I just want to make sure that you would repeat this again. I asked you, or I was telling you about what I saw in the south and the north, and then I said, so the South Pole exists. And what did you say about if the South Pole exists, then it means that the Earth cannot be flat, correct?
Of course.
Okay.
Normal.
Well,
Makes
right.
sense.
So, I mean, so the thing about this is that people can go there and do every year, right? I mean, upwards of thousands. I mean, I'm not sure the exact number, but thousands of people go there every year as tourists. They all see what we saw. So you have a lot of people that would be lying. I think I showed you, and I can show again, the Antarctic Marathon, which happens every single December. And you can go to their website, which is just in search, type in Antarctic Marathon, and you'll see that there's videos from every single year, not 2020 because of COVID, but every other year all the way back to like 2000, maybe 15 or 2005 or something like that. Anyway, you can see videos of all those people running that marathon. Now, we landed our plane in Union Glacier and picked up those people. Those people got onto the plane and they went home. And so we did get to see some of them. I know Austin and some other people were interviewed, some of them. It's just kind of funny that those people are there every year. You can go look at that and see that they're also there. So there's enough evidence now at this point that I think people should start to realize and move forward with the fact that the South Pole exists. You can get to the South Pole from where we were in South America in about 4.5 hours, or maybe 5.5 hours. You can get there from South Africa in about 6 hours, and you can get there from Australia in like 7 hours. That is impossible unless we have a converging lines of longitude. And so once you realize we do have converging lines of longitude, they have to be converging towards a bottom of something, which would be a sphere. So I piggyback off what Dave said too. I want to know specifics of what you think couldn't have happened, because we were there and it happened. So that's about it for me. Go ahead and you can respond to that as you need to, Sam.
Okay, no problem. So just to answer what you just said about the people in Antarctica, it's true. There's a lot of people in Antarctica, lots of footage, and not only just, from recent times. For like 80 years, we have footages of people working there, going there. But the thing is that I don't think that TFE was made to prove that you could run in Antarctica. It was made to prove that there was a 24-hour sun. And where the problem is with what you're saying is that despite all these people that go there for so long, there's no video of the 24-hour sun for like 80 years. Now, there is a couple of videos that were made by Anthony Powell that were proven totally fake and easily proven fake. Well, so the point is that since there is people, and there are people in Antarctica that are going there, no problem. But how come, we have to go now in 2024 to try to prove that there is 24 hours in Antarctica, when it's so easy? It would be so easy to just call somebody, say, hey, I give you like $500, $1,000, just, film the 24-hour sun. Why made such an expedition there? You understand? So that's already suspicious before it starts. You understand? It doesn't make sense because, I tell you something. Truth has to make sense. When you have too much to prove, when you have too much to justify, you understand? So it proves by itself that it is false, because truth can be proven very easily. For example, the Earth is flat, waters, don't bend, the Earth is stationary, and then, we can apply that theory, on the field, because, we can justify that, what we're saying is true because we can see it. Now, what you are doing with all your calculations, which are perfect, I have nothing to say about everything that you demonstrate all the time. And I'm not actually an expert in that. I'm not. You got the wrong guy because I don't understand all these things. But I know one thing. I know that all those calculations that you make that appear to be perfect and right do not apply to reality. Those are just demonstrations that show us how your imaginary world is working. I give you an example. You see a car. You know what a car is. You've been, you probably drove cars already, and we know that those cars exist. So now if I had to create a car, I need science, like physics, chemistry, etc. So now if I do like you do, demonstrate how a car works, the difference between you and I is that my demonstration is applicable to reality, because then I can show you here, this is a car, we can drive it. Now what you're doing is that you're demonstrating that something is working theoretically, but actually doesn't apply to reality. So that's the problem I have with that. Now, again, to say that you were never there when it looks like you were there, also I'm gonna have to explain, what was the possible reason, let's say, behind all this. But we'll talk, later on about this. I don't know, unless you want to talk now about it, but I don't want to.
Well, just to make, so you're saying that Dave and I are blatant liars, and that we actually are working against humanity by lying about the shape of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
Well, actually, if you never were there and you say you were there, yes, of course you are lying. But I don't believe you are lying just like that for personal reasons. I believe you're part of something much bigger. So that means it's a professional lying. It's not just like an opinion. It's like you understand. So of course this is what I believe, and then we can try to understand.
So do we also work with YouTube to allow them to allow us to put up things that are so-called live streams and they're not? Do we YouTube's in on it?
I have no idea about how YouTube works, but I know that I don't trust them too much because they're part of the establishment. They're part of the the mediatic establishment. So, but I don't know what to believe about this because I never really studied the case. But of course,
Okay, let me just show you. I'm just going to show you something real quick. This over here is my YouTube channel. It's been up the entire time. It's never been changed. And you'll notice that starting here, we had a conversation before. It says Antarctica bound. Then you'll notice here, live from Punta Arenas. So we went live on the first day we got there, which was the 11th. Okay, this is the second day. We went live on the 12th. This is from Punta Arenas. This is the third day on the 13th. We went live from Punta Arenas. This is the 14th, the day that I arrived in Antarctica. This is the 15th, the day after. This is the 16th, the day after that. This is the 17th. So every single day, I live streamed from the ice, making it prohibitively impossible that it could be faked, because I was talking to people in the chat. Also, if you go to my chest cam footage, you'll see, which came out after in here somewhere. The chest cam would be under videos, not live. So under videos, just wanted to find this real quick. That chest cam footage shows me talking to Lisbeth in the airport, and I give the scores to the football game that happened the night before. It's a Thursday night football game between the Niners and the Rams, and I tell you the score of that game that was the day before. So it couldn't have been that we were there years earlier, or whatever you want to say. So good. I just wanted to point that out, that there is evidence that people act like we didn't chronicle this trip, which is crazy. The other thing is, let me just bring this real quick, and if I bring up see what you guys see here. Okay, so this is my Jeranism, and I told everybody ahead of time, this is not news. I said I will be chronicling the trip at t.me/Jeranism. So if you go through this, and you have to scroll back to find the date, because this is date, I forgot where it said the date. Anyway, you can get it to come up here. But you'll see that every time that we did anything, here's me talking. I don't even know what I'm saying here. Here's me on the airplane going to LA, I believe. But you'll see that I chronicled my whole trip. Here's us flying down there. Then I get to the point where I'm here at the airport in Buenos Aires talking to Lisbeth and Austin. This is where I first met them. And then here's us driving. Oh, so this is us in Chile. So we've arrived. We've been picked up by this van. You can actually look at where we're at. This is Chile. You can go look on Google Earth and find where we're driving here. And you can see we're here. We have all our luggage and gear. Punta Arenas. We will go live this evening. I will be adding Austin and Lisbeth as posters on this channel, so please share it wide. So we did chronicle the whole trip. You can go through this. Here's me in Punta Arenas. Watch. You'll see that I turn and I show where we are exactly in Chile. And there's Lisbeth, and there's my phone. I turn it around. There's Austin talking with Duffy. There's Jonathan Morandi on the right. So there is no question about whether or not we were in. There's the hotel that we stayed in behind us. Like, are you at a point that you think that this is CGI, that people are making AI videos with people and walking them like this? Like those people, those people. So my question is that it's embarrassing that people that call themselves researchers don't even know that this exists. They're like, oh, we researched TFE and Jaren doesn't have any footage and Jaren never has any proof that he was where he says he was. When I told everybody, hey, it's going to be here on t.me/Jerance, and I chronicled the whole trip. So you can go through here. Here's us eating dinner on the first night that we got there. There's Dave sitting down there, Austin, there's Duffy, Critical Think, Tune at the very end of the table. We are having a little conversation. I said, it's like Thanksgiving dinner lasted about 10 minutes before the argument broke out. This is as fun as shitting your pants on a date. So, that's what it was. So then we went live here. Then we just keep going. So this whole trip was chronicled. And then let's see here. This is me talking about us having to get ready to go on the plane the next day. And see, that's still in Punta Arenas. Oh, this is a video. Let me just listen to this.
We're here. We're ready to go.
Ready to go, y'all. Send me that picture.
Here's Saturday, December 14th.
Saturday, December 14th.
How do we know that? The 49ers lost to the Rams on Thursday, 12-6. And I wouldn't be able to know that unless it was after that date. So we are ready to board, as you can see. Antarctica. Here we come. Or here we go. Oh, shoot. I don't have to get my boarding pass out.
Okay. So just showing, there's us in the Punta Arenas airport. Here's us boarding the 757 jet. You can see all of us here. Critical Think. Here we go. Duffy, Mark. There's all of us. Like, these things cannot be faked. Like, this is not the moon landing where you're like, oh, there's one video footage and that's it. And all of us are filming each other. It's like kind of prohibitively impossible. Here's us getting on the plane. There's the empty plane. We take off. There's the beautiful ice as we fly in there. Here's us landing. Oh, that's us on the what do they call it? The scenic route. Here's us at there's a nice video of the camp. Oops, not what I need to watch that one. And then we've got us arriving. Here's us flying out. So anyway, there's this screenshot from my time lapse. There's the Wi-Fi code, so now you have it, so you can steal your Wi-Fi if you want. Anyway, the fact is that this trip did happen, and there's plenty of evidence that anybody should be able to look at and say, okay, the trip happened, they were there. And then from there, you can come up with whatever ideas you want about why the sun was there. You can be like Dave Weiss and pretend that we can plasma blast of laser suns in the sky. And when it's supposed to be dark there, remember? I mean, that would be the flat Earth position. It got dark, but we didn't. So anyway, I just want to know, are you saying then that this footage that I've taken is all fake? Or is this not the ice? I mean, where do you see this anywhere else besides? I've never seen it in my life, and I've flown a lot of places. Never seen sea ice like that. We were definitely going south. We had our compasses out. It was going dead south. Somebody else made a comment about that saying, oh, you couldn't be going south because the South Magnetic Pole isn't where the South Pole is. Yeah, but if you go look at a map, when you're flying from South America to Union Glacier, the South Pole is behind Union Glacier. It's in the water south of Australia, but it is in a south direction. So if your compass says you're going south, that is correct. Okay, we weren't trying to fly towards the South Pole. That's not where Union Glacier is. Here's some beautiful mountains here. Looking out the window, again, you would have to assume then that this is fake. I didn't go there, according to you. So this is a sphere in Las Vegas, I guess. out the window somehow. So anyway, you can just go through this if you want, and that's still available. t.me/Durance. It's up there. It's now been changed over to me ranting a lot, but this is all still here. Here's us at the camp. Here's us when we got there, back on the plane. So anyway, that's just what I wanted to show, because I don't really get any more. I can understand when we first got back, people had questions. I get that. But then after that, once there's all this evidence starts coming out and you can see that we were there clearly, you've got Duffy, who has a 24-hour video. I mean, you guys act like we didn't do anything there, or that nothing was impressive when we live streamed there. Find another person live streaming from Antarctica. I live streamed every day when I was there in Antarctica. So go find me one person that does that. So we did do a lot, and I do think it was important that we went there. You said, why did you go there? You could have just called somebody. You guys don't even believe us when we went there. So do you think you'd believe us if we said, hey, we called down there and some guy filmed it for us? You would never believe that. So here's the problem with conspiracy theorists, in my opinion now, is that you've already got the decision in your mind. You already think you know the truth. And so any bit of evidence to you is evidence to use however you want. You can just twist it to mean whatever. So at that point, you should just recognize that you will forever be a flat earther, because how could something happen that would change your mind? It can't, because you would just assume it's fake. If you already think it can't be, there can't be a South Pole, then anything else would be the same thing, right? Any proof that would prove the globe, you're going to deny and just say is fake or is fabricated, right? Go ahead. I used that full time. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No problem. Okay, check it out. First of all, there are lots of glitches in your reasoning as well. And
Am I reasoning?
Which ones? Yeah, in the fact that you're using speed, using quantity, and you can probably convince people, that don't have the time to hear everything you say and to check everything you show. But when we take the time, to reason, because you have to know something, that flat earthers are not stupid. Don't make that mistake, because flat earthers are acute people. They are straight people. I'm talking about like true flat earthers, right? Not fake ones, of course. So at my experience, they are smart people, intelligent people, acute people, thinkers, investigators, and fair. They know how to be fair. They know how to recognize when they're wrong. And I've done that experience already with them. So the thing is that, in what you just said, there are a few problems. First of all, because you can show us, films like footage that look genuine, that look real. I don't have nothing to say about this footage. But then you jump into the conclusion, because this footage look real, then we saw 24 hours in Antarctica, and that was stupid to, even think that you were never there. But wait a second. You're jumping too fast. You prove the point. This footage is okay. Now I can show you other footage of the TFE, trip that are proving, very clearly that it couldn't happen. Because if you believe that in Antarctica there are straight lines in the skies with right angles, that mountains tremble, so yes, of course, then you can believe you were there. But did you see any mountains tremble? Did you see all these anomalies? Did you see the, the videos we made about all the anomalies, compilation? So the thing is that
no, but why would we watch those? Why would we watch those videos if we were there?
No problem. No problem. Because of course, in our position, we believe that you're not saying the truth for whatever reason, and we'd be, and again, I can say that openly. I might be wrong. It's always have to say that you might be wrong. But with what we have, I don't believe I am. So the thing is that I have a question for you. What is for you a lie? How can you define a lie?
Untruth, something that's said that's not true.
Not a synonym, but how can you define it? Like what is a lie?
The opposite of the truth.
Yes, but how? Okay, let's see. How do you create a lie? How do you make a lie?
Tell something different than reality. Tell something different than the truth.
Well, not exactly.
Okay, then you just tell me, because you keep asking me and I'm not getting the right answer. So.
I'll tell you. A lie is the distortion of the truth. If you take something that's true and you just change a little bit of that truth, this whole thing becomes a lie. So now I'm going to tell you something. In order for us to believe, that you were there, we need just much more than just like a few footages of you in wherever to believe that the entire thing was real. We need all the footage to be genuine. You understand? Not just like a part of them. Then there are other problems. I think that the community already picked that up, that you didn't show no tickets or very few tickets or very few, like, proofs of you traveling to one place. Okay, that's one ticket. Or you were that's okay.
Yeah, but then if I showed one, you're going to say that's 2 tickets, and if that's 3.
No, I have no problem.
Okay.
Look, you knew. You just said that you knew that you were going to deal with conspiracy terrorists, right? If I had to deal with them, I would have made sure that I had every proof possible that I was there. Like every time I drink a coffee, I'll bring the receipt. Every time I travel, I'll bring everything, like videos and receipts all over the place. But there are very, very few of them.
We have plenty.
So
like,
that's
for instance,
not the proof in itself. That's
right.
not the proof in itself. I admit it.
Okay.
It's just like another clue that something like is not normal. Now, I finish with this now. The big problem that you have, Jaren, the big problem that you have
I don't have
is
any
that, for us, the big problem that we have with you, let's say like this, is that for like about 10 years, I believe, it was before I came to Flat Earth, but for many years, you've been not just, exposing your opinion about Flat Earth, but demonstrating that Flat Earth is valid, that the Earth is flat. You've been proving it for 10 years.
I don't know about, I never proved it.
Okay, let's we can discuss about that later. And then now, you're changing your mind, and you're saying, no, the Earth is not flat, and I prove it now that it's a globe. So you're trying to debunk what's been proved already, which is impossible, theoretically. What's been proven cannot be debunked.
I'll just say, anyway, time's up. Let me go, and then I'm going to give it to Dave.
Let me just finish that point. So that now the thing is that you discredited yourself, because it's not just that you changed opinion, you did it as a part of TFE.
Yeah.
Which is widely, recognized as fake. So that means that now everything you're going to say, people are not going to believe it.
Oh, sure.
Because you already discredited. You understand? Not because we Flat Earthers. No, I'm open to more if you.
But what if it really happened, Sam? What if it really happened? What if what I'm saying actually happened? Then do you understand my position?
If it really happened, yes, but the thing is that it's not possible.
Okay. According to you, yeah, I get that. But
yes,
here's what you forget. So people keep saying, Jaren, you proved Flat Earth all these times over and over again. And I said, no, I never even claimed to prove it. I would say that there's strong evidence for it. And then they're like, yeah, so what are you going to do? Give up all these 100 evidences? And the answer is yes. If you show up at a murder scene and there's multiple pairs of shoes there, it's all evidence. It all is gathered as evidence and looked at. Some of them are going to give you the wrong answer, and one of the pairs of shoes might give you the right answer. So there's a lot of things that you can say about the Earth that make you think that it could be flat. We see too far. It looks flat. Water finds its level. Okay, those things are fine. Once you realize that the Earth is a ball, and then you're like, oh, okay. Then you go back and look at that evidence, and it makes sense that it was evidence, but it led you in the wrong direction, right? The Earth looks flat because it's so big that everywhere you are is flat. Water finds its level because the Earth is so big, and that's how water works. It finds its level wherever you're at. So anyway, I'll let Dave talk. Go ahead, Dave. Oops, I didn't start the clock.
So there's quite a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
I think, Sam, with regards to your argument about Jaren and the fact that he changed his mind, that is not a big conspiracy when you realize that the beliefs that you had are built on misunderstandings. But that requires you having the open-mindedness to accept that you might be wrong. Like I am like, I'm not claiming I'm right about everything. Far from it. I have my understandings about things, but if someone gives me an opposing view to something, I'll consider it. But you look at the evidence as a whole. That's science. You build a conclusion based off the result, the answer, the one answer that fits everything the best. Now, a few things you brought up with regards to the anomalies, and so far I did ask you about the anomalies. You've not really given me much back from that, and you've not really answered as to whether you think we were in Antarctica or not. But let's test your thing here of, like, can you be? You say you're honest, you say you're smart, and so you say there's nowhere in reality do you have straight lines in the sky. And I'm assuming you're referring to, in the YouTube video, there's that stitch line, isn't there, that looks like a corner in the sky, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you say that's an anomaly that points towards TFE being faked, yeah?
Yes, one of them, of course.
Okay. Jaren, can I share my screen, please?
Go ahead. It should come up over here.
That one. Okay, you seeing that?
I wonder why it went on its own window here. Let me see if I can move it over here. Okay, go ahead. I'll put it on the screen. Let's go to this one here. Okay, my picture's not going to be on there, but you'll be fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. But Sam, you can see that, yeah?
Yeah, the picture is
okay,
very
so
small,
that is... Yeah, so that is stating that the way that YouTube projects a 360 video, because a video's not actually 300, it isn't like a sphere. It's a equirectangular video that's stretched to see all 360 degrees, and the way that YouTube projects it is it projects it onto a cube map. So it takes that equirectangular video and then it lays it out on a cube map. So the videos that you watch on YouTube are being projected as a cube, not because reality is a cube, not because Antarctica is a cube, but because that is how YouTube projects the videos. Now, here is that original time lapse in Insta Studio, the original file that came off of the 360 camera that I shot it with. That is the actual video being projected in Insta Studio, not as a cube. And I've pulled this up before on live streams. I went on to Flatzoid's live stream because he brought up this same argument, and I showed him that video, and I let them take the time to zoom into it all and have a look around it. There is no stitch lines within there. So the stitch line that you've brought up as an anomaly is not an anomaly for TFE. It's a function of YouTube that you've seemingly just taken at face value, and rather than look into it and go in depth and say, is there another possible answer to this? You've ran with it as that's a sign that TFE is fake, which is what I said to you in the email that you sent to me in the first place, bringing up Dearth and the fact that Dearth seemed suspicious to you, the fact that Dave, that he's arguing in favor of us. And I told you, if it wasn't for the fact that two of his friends were on that trip, he'd have just gone blanket, they're liars, it's all fake. The fact that he had two of his friends on there meant that he couldn't do that. He had to try and find something. So he was almost forced to do what science is supposed to do in the first place, which is look at something and think, that's not what I was expecting, but what are the possible answers for it? Not, that doesn't fit what I was expecting, but I can say that's fake, so I'll just go with that. So, now my answer to you would be, since you've been talking about your sort of being open and honest, would you now say that the stitch line is actually still an anomaly to TFE, or does it fit more that it's a problem of YouTube and that you got it wrong?
Okay. So, before to answer to that, I'm just asking you a question. What do you think about the flat earth people? Do you think they're either stupid or crazy to believe, because you single them that we believe, actually we understand, but let's say that they believe that the earth is flat and that they cannot see the evidence that the earth is a globe. So how do you see us? Honestly, because we're talking honest, right? Like, you have to see us as, I see you as liars. That's no problem. I'm talking with you now. So of course you have to see us as stupid or crazy. Is that true?
No, I mean, it depends on the individual. I'm not going to blanket. I'm not going to tarnish
everybody
in
general,
with the same brush.
In general.
I'm not going to say everyone. I don't just automatic. No, I don't just go into it and go, you believe this that I don't believe, therefore I think you're a moron. There's various different reasons. It depends on the individual. There are certain individuals who I don't believe genuinely think the earth is flat and are just doing it as a grift. There are people who I think do genuinely believe the earth is flat. Some of them do have fairly low intelligence to understand these things. I'm not saying all flat earthers are stupid, but by the same token, I know plenty of people who are complete fucking idiots who think the Earth's a globe. So I'm not going to tarnish everybody with the same brush and say you're an idiot because you're a flat earther, therefore you're an idiot. It's. I think some of it falls down to you fall into a rabbit hole of you look at something and then wind up jumping to the wrong conclusion too quickly, and the further you go down that rabbit hole, the further it is to pull yourself back. And it's not because you're stupid, it's because you just, humans by nature, we sort of deviate to that answer that we prefer. And so no, I don't think it's because you're an idiot.
It's good that you told me that, because by showing me the demonstration that what we saw in your footage, when we zoomed on it, we saw that line, that straight line. I can play it if you want. That you're trying to convince me or us that it is because of some technical, issues or ways that YouTube works with, like, that it happened. So I'm telling you, like, straight, come on, Dave. Do you really think we can believe that? If you think we can believe that, of course you think we're stupid. How can we believe what we see in your footage is comes from YouTube? Come on.
Yes, Sam. So let me just make sure I'm understanding you right here, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So you look at the footage that's on YouTube and you see lines on there that look like a cube. And you go, it's fake. I pull up the original file that doesn't have lines on it, and you've managed to come to the conclusion that because the original file doesn't have lines on it, but the one that's gone through YouTube does, you're still going to believe the one that's already been through processing through YouTube, and the fact that I've shown you that YouTube puts lines into 360 videos.
The fact that YouTube might do that, it cannot justify what we see in your footage. You understand? First of all, it's different. And second of all, it's obvious that we have to zoom in to see it. And it doesn't look like what you showed us anyways. So if it was the case, we will be able to see that straight line all over the videos that you put on YouTube. But we don't see that. We see that just at one point. You understand? So that's also a problem in what you say. It doesn't fit, again, reality. And again, which is, this is our fault, our problem. We're going to have to tend to also refute everything you say, not just because we flat earthers, it's because at one point when we believe that someone is lying, so of course we don't trust him anymore. So we're very suspicious in everything you can say. But in this case, I believe it doesn't apply to, if it's all that you found to justify this, it's kind of weak a little bit. So the thing is that, again, this alone wouldn't be for me a proof that the trip was fake. But this combined with another, like some, I believe, 70 or 80 anomalies in your footage.
Oh boy!
Bring us to that conclusion. Now,
great. Name three.
Yeah.
Okay. Which the three best one or just three?
Pick three. You say you've got 70 or 80. We've been streaming now for half an hour. You've named one.
No problem, but it's been on YouTube for a few months already. It's called the TFE Mistakes Compilations. There are 2 movies.
Three.
There's thousands of views, so I don't know. It's not something that I'm just saying now.
Name three.
So I'm gonna name one of them that takes 2 examples. When you see the sun between Maktoon's face and the camera, and when you see that other guy, I don't know his name, who puts his hand like this, and you see the sun in front of his hand, covering entire his hand. So how do you explain that? It's a 360 camera effect?
No.
You want me to show it to you? I have it.
No. I know exactly what you're talking about. What you are talking about.
Yes.
There's a lens guard on the front of the 360 camera. Mm-hmm. So you shine a bright light, and do you know what? I will even do this for you. You carry on talking your anomalies, and I will set this up for you, and I can see if I can repeat it right here.
And I think that I have it on my video somewhere here. I think when I was going to talk to you that first time. Do you remember the date we talked? Was that about a month ago?
Yeah, approximately. Yeah.
I'm just trying to find an exact time. So September 22nd, so around here probably. Okay, I'm just going to find this video. So what I did is I went outside to the front yard. There's a light pole. Go ahead, Dave, show them.
That's all right. I'm going to see if I can get this to...
What are you showing me here?
So I've got
lights,
my 360
to film,
camera here, and I'm going to see if I can make it with a bright light there. What are you saying you were getting? So I've spun that round. There's a lens guard on the front of these, right? So I've seen the footage that you've showed where you get that shadow line.
That you showed. I just exposed it. This is your footage, not mine. But anyway.
No, you said Toon's footage, not my footage.
Oh, it's McToon's footage of Antarctica.
Okay.
Not mine. Okay.
Right.
And,
so you're saying when Toon goes in front...
Okay.
When Toon goes in front of the camera, you see a black line appear, don't you? Like a dark
No.
line.
He's talking about the bright light, the sun.
Let me show you.
Yeah, show it. Do a share screen because then I'll show you.
I'm gonna share the screen. Wait a second. Just give me 1 second.
Sam, where this bothers me is that when you go around saying that flat earthers are smart and that they're good researchers, and then this is as simple as you going outside your house with a camera. That's how simple it is to prove this wrong. You haven't done that yet. I know for a fact you haven't done it, or else you wouldn't be here repeating garbage. So I'm just telling you.
Well, this is your opinion,
That's not my opinion. It's a fact. I'll show you.
I'm hearing you.
It's a fact that if you go out in your front yard with a camera and go look at the sun pass behind a telephone pole, that you'll see that. So it's not my opinion. That if you can go see it, then that's not my opinion.
Okay.
Okay. Are you sharing? You're not sharing.
Here, I'm gonna share. Wait a second. Here we go. Actually, I'm gonna just show you I made a little parody video.
It was terrible.
For
the trailer.
Yes.
It's awful.
Yes, I knew you were going to say that.
Okay, can I show you something or?
Oh wait a second. So I just share it to you. Wait a second. How do I share it?
At the bottom it should say share screen, and then you click that, and then you pick the screen.
Yes. Share screen. Here we go. Share screen button. Documents, screens. Okay.
I still don't see it yet.
I got it.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what you're sharing.
You're gonna see it.
Okay, is that plane? Okay, I got you. Let me get it on this screen. Oops. Sorry, browse. Okay, we see it.
You see?
Yep.
So the thing is that, I also thought it might be something technical because, I'm not an expert in these things.
Wait, hold on. Where was the one that you're showing us with Toon? I thought you were showing Toon's footage.
It's just in the beginning. You see, here it is. Wait a second.
So you think there that his head is blocking the sun?
No, the sun is blocking his head, which is much more difficult.
No, I mean, the strange thing here is that I'm asking you, play it as a video again so we can see him walk in front of it. I mean, he's not even blocking it. That's what I'm saying.
Go ahead. Let me just...
Okay. So let me just show you, because his head is significantly lower there. But let me show you here. This is some footage. I'm trying not to get my house exposed here. Let's go like this. Okay, so this is footage I did in my front yard. Look at that. Let me go back here and press play up. There we go. So as you see here, watch this pole. Watch the sun. Watch the sun. Okay, so are you surprised that the sun is in front of that light pole? Is this shocking to you?
At first, yes.
Okay, so you need to go outside with a frickin' camera, Sam, and go observe the fucking world.
Finish that video. Just don't stop in the middle.
Okay.
Oh, what happened there?
Yeah, because it was blocked.
What happened?
It was blocked.
Oh, I understand that.
Okay, so hold on. Show it, Jonathan.
The sun can appear in the beginning.
Show it, Jonathan. Show Jonathan. Show Jonathan right now on your screen there. He doesn't ever block the sun.
I don't talk about this. I talk about that video. You just stopped it where the sun, of course, with a big light, is going to start, hiding.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're showing. Hold on. You're showing the one part. Okay. You're showing the one part where Toon walks in front of it like that. You guys are pausing it and showing that it's in front of him.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
Sam. Okay.
Go ahead, Dave.
Let's change tact here then. Okay, so you're saying that that's fake. That's proof it's fake.
I
That it's
don't say
not the sun.
The footage says it, yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's the sun or the fake sun, but something is fake. You see, a normal picture, we've seen normal movies and pictures, the sun doesn't stay in front of you. I don't know, how can you believe that? How can you explain that? So the sun is going to act exactly like in Jaren's picture here. It's going to first, like, blind you, but then it's going to disappear behind the object.
I can
Not
give
totally,
you the answer.
but,
Listen.
I'll give you the answer. Because the sun is not behind Toon's head, it's above Toon's head, and there is a hell of a lot of glare. His head is going across the glare, not across the sun. That is why when you shoot, it's the same reason that when you see a sunset, it looks like the sun is getting smaller. It's not, it's the glare's getting reduced. It's why I used a solar filter to photograph the sun, not just point a camera straight at it. The sun itself, if you take a view of the sun and then put a solar filter in front of the camera, the sun itself is actually a tiny dot in the sky, but the glare makes it look huge. Jeren has just shown you the exact same thing. If you get the actual sun behind the pole, it gets blocked. But if it's just to the side of the pole, you get glare across it, and therefore it looks like the sun is in front of the pole, even though it's actually not. Exactly the same thing with Toon. So again, this is not an anomaly of the footage. This is you not understanding optics, but rather than investigating it and seeing, can you replicate this in real life, you've just jumped straight to, well, therefore it's fake.
And in this Jonathan footage here, he never blocks the sun. So I don't understand your position. So in that video of mine,
let me show it to you.
Okay.
You see, here it goes.
Yeah, he's not blocking the sun. Just like the pole wasn't blocking the sun. The pole was
This is a different anomaly.
Oh.
The anomaly here is that his hand disappears totally behind the sun.
So does the pole.
Again,
so does the pole I just showed you.
The glare doesn't explain that. Show me different glares and different footage all over the internet. Do you see that?
Look at this. I'm showing you this. So is it surprising to you that this pole is behind the sun?
At that point, it doesn't stop here. You have to finish the video.
But the pole blocks it. The pole blocks it, and Jonathan never did. Do you see the difference?
Exactly.
Okay, well, now you're just not making sense. I mean, I thought you had some sort of decent position here. You don't have any position here.
Wait a second. You're saying because that pole is blocking the sun?
Right here.
So the sun blocking that hand there, it's okay. You don't have any...
What are you talking about? So here's the pole.
Can I just, can I share?
Yeah, please. Oh, wait, sorry. Can you stop sharing, Sam?
Oh, okay.
Please.
Just one really quick question for Sam. Okay, dead easy. I'm just going to show you a picture I've found on the internet, not mine. I've found randomly on the internet. One quick question for you, Sam. Okay, can you see this?
Hold on, let me get over there. I'm not there yet. Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's a glare. That's what you see. It's a glare.
Okay, great. So is the rear view mirror of that car in front of or behind the sun?
Yeah, but this is a picture. You can stop the glare wherever you want. Just have it.
A video is a sequence of pictures. It's exactly the same. Is the mirror of this car in front of or behind the sun?
At that point, it's not yet behind. It's not yet above.
Yeah.
Because you stopped the picture. But here's a video I'm showing you, not a picture. You have to show me a video. If you want to convince me, show me a video.
But didn't he just tell you that videos are just a sequence of pictures?
Hang on. So a video would convince you. You're saying that less than 2 minutes after Jeren has just shown you a video of this that you rejected.
But his video is true. Is okay with the poll. But again, it goes against the video I showed you of TFE. The TFE video is fake, not Jeren's video of the poll. Why?
Right. So
because you see clearly that the hand cannot go behind the sun, and the sun cannot go in front of a face.
Right.
The video doesn't show that. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Now you seem to be lying here, Sam, because you've just said to me, show me a video. We've already shown you a video, but then you're saying, yeah, but I'm not accepting that video because it's not a TFE video. But if we show you a TFE video of it happening, you'll say it's fake because it's TFE.
That's not what I said. I'm saying that the video that Jeren showed me of the sun acting normally, like it's like big glare, and then at one point he goes behind the object, which is normal. Well, it doesn't show in the TFE video. It's the opposite. In the
No,
TFE
it's the same.
video, you see that the object between the camera and the sun goes behind the sun.
Okay, so look at here.
No,
What-
because
how
it
to
doesn't go
understand? I don't
behind the
understand.
sun.
Understand?
Look at the
Yes,
screen.
It
You can
doesn't go
see.
behind the sun.
Ah, okay. It doesn't. Well, in North Korea, you can explain that, but here it's going to be difficult for you to make us believe that.
Sam,
Come
so
on, Dave. Come on.
do you see the screen
man.
here? Oh, wait,
Yes.
you do. Okay, so you see the light is blocking the house.
Again, it's a picture.
No,
problem.
it's not
At some
a. It's
point,
not
you
a
can put
picture.
the
It's a
sun
fucking
wherever you
video,
want.
dude. It's a video. I just paused it. Can I not
Yeah,
pause it?
Yeah.
It doesn't become
And
a
then
picture.
what happened?
What
And
do you
then
mean?
what happened?
So isn't this enough to realize that if that was Toon's head, that Toon's head would be behind the sun?
No. It will be enough if you keep on filming and the entire sun was blocking the entire house. This would
What?
be enough.
The
But it's
entire
not
so
enough.
the entire sun blocks his entire body. Show me
Well,
that video.
Well, can't you see that Toon's
No,
face
here's
is
what I have a problem
slowly
with.
disappearing?
You just got done telling us. Hold on, Sam. You just got done telling us in your intro that flat earthers admit when they're wrong. Okay, that's what you said.
Exactly.
So you're wrong about
Exactly.
this, and you're just not
No,
going to
I'm
admit
not.
it. What do you mean you're not wrong?
How can I'm wrong?
So
You showed me something that
every
is
single
not-
person in the chat will say that you're wrong.
Okay,
Every single
so-
person.
so-
All right,
thi-
Jared.
Yeah, go ahead.
No problem. No
All
problem.
right.
So this is good anyways because you can,
Well,
it can show people.
I expected you
how
to
we
be-
think and how we do things.
No, it's not how we think. I expected you to be more truthful, kind of like the conversation that we had. Not, I don't know what you're doing now. You're just denying everything. Go ahead, Dave. If you want to show.
Then I
something.
what? Then
Okay,
I,
right.
We just showed you examples of what you're looking for. By the way, that is a
No,
porta potty next to my house because
not
the people
true.
are
Okay,
remodeling.
show me
Sam,
examples.
Sam.
Different examples.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm
Right. So you'd like to see that same behavior from a video in Antarctica, yes?
I'd like to show you to show me another. not
Okay,
comment-
great.
not-
So
not-
here's the
not in your
folder
footage,
of
because
all.
no-
Here's the
Okay, go ahead.
folder of all the videos that I took, and here is one that I took of.
I
While
don't.
Oh,
hear
you cut out for a second. Started a little bit 5 seconds ago.
It's got connections problems.
Oh, Dave, we don't hear your sound now. My connection's fine. Where did you say the connection was
Hang
bad?
on.
Oh, there we go. Now we hear you. Go ahead. You just for about
my
5
back
seconds
now.
cut out your volume.
oh, sorry, I've just had a notice. My internet's gone unstable.
No problem. Go ahead. We have
okay.
time. No problem. No pressure. Yes, go ahead.
So, yes. So this is my solar camera in Antarctica. There is the sun. Okay,
Yes.
right.
Go ahead.
And I moved. Oh look, there's the camera. There's the sun. Well, that's completely disappeared, and it doesn't actually disappear
Go ahead.
until I
Keep on
get the
filming.
sun
Keep on
itself.
filming. Yes. Oh,
Yeah, there.
What happened there?
Wait, but that never
Disappeared.
happens in
The
your footage.
sun went behind the camera,
Yeah,
not the
normal.
glare.
Normal. But here in the TFE footage of McToon, it goes all the way.
Show us.
Disappears
Show us.
as it goes. I
Sam,
just showed you.
Sam, you're not.
I don't know. I just showed you. I don't know what else to do. I'm going to show you again.
Try thinking. It helps a lot.
Try.
Toon, look how
Look at what's
far,
happening.
Look how far the camera has to get
it's not
over
enough.
the sun.
It's not enough
Look.
because in your footage is the entire face that always disappears totally. Here at one point your camera appears in front of the sun, but in your footage, your fake video footage of TFE, you can see that the sun stays.
What?
Never disappears behind
Okay.
McToon's face. I don't know. I don't understand what. I can say it in Hebrew if you want. I can say it in French.
But
I'm going to show it again.
Okay.
Maybe you didn't see. I get it. Let me just show it. Just one more.
show
time
us
so
again
you
because
can-
I want to see Toon's head has to completely
Yes.
cover the sun and the sun not go
Yes,
out. That's what I want to see.
No problem. Here it is. That was actually a
Which
big
is a
subject of,
physical
of-
impossibility, but and that's the best footage you have is that little clip from the beginning of that trailer. I think I could probably find it on Edward Hendry's. That was an Edward Hendry thing. You guys should stop paying attention to that guy too. He's out of his mind.
I don't even know who he is.
He's been on your
I
guys'
just
show a
was-
couple times.
So you see the problem that I have is that while the McToon is moving, it disappears.
Wait, you didn't show
all
us.
the
You
way
weren't sharing
behind
your
the
screen.
sun.
You weren't sharing your screen. We didn't see anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mistake. See, I hate those machines. Wait a second. Share screen. Here we go. Here comes the pain.
We're ready.
Go ahead.
Hold on, let me get this on the screen for everybody. Browser's low. Okay, it's a plane right now. Go ahead. Okay, so with your mouse, can you point to me where the center of the sun is? Thanks, Dave. Sam, can you
Yes, go
point?
ahead.
Can you point where the center of the sun is when Toon's walking by it? Rewind
Oh,
to.
you're saying now it's a question of center. You're saying it's a question of glare. Now it's a question of center.
What do you mean? That's
The sun is in the middle of the glare.
the sun's not that big.
Oh, I see. So the fact that it disappears totally, that means that you're saying that it's on the edge of
Yes,
the sun, and
that's
that
what we're
it is
saying.
normal that it disappears. Okay, even though it goes all the way across.
No, he doesn't go all the way across. We
That's
asked
why
you to
he's
show
saying
us that.
bring it up.
Show us that.
I show it again.
Show it
Just
again.
You tell me. I don't have to tell you.
Everybody
Look
in
at
the
video.
chat will be able to see that the center of the sun is nowhere near Toon's head.
Okay. I don't know how many times I have to show it for them to see, but
Well,
here
no,
we
they
go
already
again.
they don't need to see it any more times. You do.
Okay, check it out. I don't. I made videos of that. Okay, here we go.
Okay. So where's the
Okay.
center of the sun?
Here, you see?
Oh, I don't
This
see
is
your mouse.
Maktoon's face. Here goes his face. So that means
I
it's
would say-
exactly at the center of the sun.
Here?
Yes, here we go. The R, the P and the R of presence is still,
Here?
to the his face. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I don't think that's
The S is in the middle of the glare.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is. You see, the glare is here.
Where?
So you can see it in the middle. And anyways, it should not.
Okay,
Even if it was lower, it should not be covered by the sun. all
we
the
just
way.
showed
But
you.
anyways,
We
it's
just
a
showed
question
you
of-
multiple videos of that, dude. You're not even paying. You're just. You're
We can
refuting your
watch.
own self.
Check it out. We made our point, so there's no sense to keep on talking about it because the
Well, there
people
might be
will
no
judge
more
by
sense in
themselves.
talking about anything if you
who's
can't.
making sense, who doesn't make sense. It's okay. We can.
Okay, give us another one.
there's
You
no
gave us
sense to
one.
like-
You gave us one. Give us another one. So we'll see if it's just as bad. Then we just have to stop.
Oh,
You have to have something better. You have to have something. This is something
better
anybody
than
can
this?
see.
No, that's the best, man.
That's your best evidence that
That
we.
is the best
first.
you've got.
That's the best evidence that we
First
faked.
on YouTube. It's like unpublished on YouTube yet.
That's the.
Wait a second.
That's your best evidence that we faked the entire trip.
No.
Oh.
This is the best evidence that your footage is faked.
That's wow.
That
Okay,
you faked the
okay,
trip. There
so-
are much more than that. But
Great. So can we get to the root
Yes.
of this then? Because I'm really interested to hear.
Oh, okay. I thought you did. You
Right,
did hear
because
already.
I asked you in the opening statement about a couple of questions, and you haven't answered any of them in terms of it's all well and good just saying the footage is fake, but I've questioned you as to what you think what we actually did, and Jaren's asked you the same thing. So 360 footage in the 24-hour sun aside, did Jeren and I go to Antarctica, yes or no?
Of course not.
We didn't go to Antarctica. Did
Not
we go
possible.
to Chile?
I don't know.
What?
I don't.
Hang on,
I
look,
don't really
it's
care.
not
I
possible
don't-
that
I
we
don't-
went to Antarctica.
I don't know. I didn't check that. I just checked the fact that you were not in Antarctica. I don't want to to investigate another time, another skill to investigate every
Right.
single move you said you did. But
So-
for me, it's enough, that to say that you were not in Antarctica.
So, okay,
I might be wrong again. I say it openly.
I can guarantee
I-
you
I-
are.
I might-
No
I might be wrong.
hesitation there. You're
but at
definitely
that
wrong.
point, there is no possibility of this. But I'm open because it's hard to to
Evidently,
judge
you're
things.
not though, because
you're
every
not.
single explanation we've given you, you've shut down on
Well,
based
uh,
on nothing other than your no
Okay,
knowledge of
check it out.
cameras
This is
at all.
this is recorded. People will be able to judge by themselves because this is the point. To judge, the way I reason, the way you reason, what I say,
Okay.
what you say. So
Well,
this is for the record.
okay.
There's no problem.
Let me tell you something though, Sam.
Great.
Just so you can get an example. That guy Steve Falconer put out a video called Scam-Arctica, and every single comment is flat earthers praising it and how great it is, and it is a complete and total disaster of a documentary. He actually proves that the Earth's a globe several ways, including he's going through all the times of the 24-hour sun in the south at all these different places. So it's just funny to me because what you're saying is that, oh, well, people will be able to look at this and they'll be able to decide. But if you're talking about going to your flat earth friends, Vika Dravis and all these guys, they're going to just agree with you because they also have already determined that this is fake. They've already come to that conclusion.
Okay.
So
Don't try to put your own face on us because the question of believers believing and being a cult is actually on the globe side. We are
Oh, really?
breaking free from a cult because we are thinking, we are reasoning. We're not like we want to believe so much that we need to lie to ourselves. This is
that's what
exactly
you're
you
doing.
guys
That is what you're
yourself.
doing.
According to my
Okay.
to my opinion again. I'm
Yeah.
just talking about
Okay,
myself.
so
But anyways,
let's put this to the test then. You say you're not in a cult, that you're free thinking, logical, but you say that all of TFE was fake. Now, rather than let's just, so far all we've had is you just saying it's fake or reasons you think it's fake, how would it be faked?
like, what do you mean how? Like technically how? Like you went
You
someplace
have-
else?
You
Yes.
have 24 hours non-stop 360-degree footage, right? I have the 360 time lapse still on this camera that I have already shown you as well, right? And all the video footage that we've shot that you are saying it's fake, right? But we're all actually there. We were doing live streams at that time. I did a 3-hour live stream. Jeren was constantly streaming. So we had to have been somewhere at that time, right? I did a
have no
live
problem.
stream 9 o'clock at night. Will did a live stream from the same place with the sun at midnight. How would that be faked?
So I tell you, there are many ways into how it can be faked. Now
Right,
the
get on
thing
with
about the signal, you're saying that you were live. I didn't study that much, but I know that other flat earthers did, and that actually demonstrate that you were not live. It was pre-recorded.
Nobody's
And the
demonstrated
other
that.
thing is that I tell you something. The other thing is that there's a pattern with you guys, is that you always come up to prove things by saying, "Oh, I saw it on TV. Oh, look at the footage. It's true because
No, we were
see it
there.
here." But wait a second. We're disputing that point. The thing is that besides your footage that you can defend, like you can try to explain all these anomalies. Besides that, there are other anomalies that are not in the footage. You understand?
Are there anomalies not in the footage?
Exactly, anomalies about you not showing the receipts.
We did show the receipts.
No, sure, a couple of receipts. I said that's no big deal.
Oh.
But to show all the receipts, and because you should have known
Yeah,
that conspiracies,
sure. But when we got back, you guys were all saying all these things, so I didn't bring it up. Like I can show you my Uber account that shows you all my driving around in Punta Arenas.
No problem.
Oh, so
Then
that's the
there
thing.
is
You're not willing
also-
to look at anything. You're not willing to change your mind no matter what we present.
Sam,
No.
How?
Listen, to-
how did we fake it? I've asked you a question. You're
Yeah.
rambling off on a
problem.
tangent, which to me says you can't explain how it would be faked, but you want to insist it was faked. So how would that be all faked?
I tell you what. First of all, at that point, it's not even important how to did it, who did it, why. It's not important. The fact is,
Wow.
it is fake. But the fact that we can see all these anomalies in your footage that can be seen in anomalies that we see on LCD screens elsewhere, with and that line there, that line is like the killer for you. It's a TFE killer. That proves by itself that you were into some sort of a closed environment in a studio. The snow also, the snow that you can see the print over there. So David Weiss tried to debunk it, but we debunked his debunking because it's not possible. So the thing is that everything points to that direction, that you must have been someplace else. You must have been in some kind of a studio. Now the fact that we don't know where you were and how you did it exactly doesn't prove it wasn't fake. You understand? So give us some time. We'll have some intelligence, report. And actually, I
We've
have
given you
Had
10 months.
10 months.
no, not enough. We don't have the means that you had for that, because apparently you had the money to do that. Somebody paid. Somebody helped you with authorizations, with flights, so it was organized somehow. I don't believe
That's
that
what
you did that
ALE
on
does.
your own.
That's what ALE does every year, every day. Not every day. They
Yeah.
don't do it during the winter, but I'm saying during their summer, they take people down there. You can call them and book a trip. You don't even need to go there. You can go to the tip of South America for $1,500. Film the sun going to the left when it needs to go to the right if the Earth is flat. Watch the sun travel the horizon and then rise the next morning, and you realize, oh, if I fly that way and the sun rises up, I would get to a spot that it never sets. That's what we saw.
And with all that, we don't have a 24-hour sun video for like 80 years.
Right. It's not very. It's
Do you
not
know
easy.
why? Do you,
We know why. Of course, we do know why. Because there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
No, the real reason is because
That's-
people
Okay,
have known
well-
that the Earth is a ball for years, thousands of years, so they didn't ever thought about like, oh, we need to make
Wait.
sure we show this.
Thousands of years?
I said
No.
thousands of years.
No. This is what you believe. This is going to believe, the globe believe. It's not true.
What's not true?
It's about, I tell you when, it's about 600 years old.
So when I show you, can I show you books from the year 90 to one? You know,
you can show me.
what about
I'll tell
Ptolemy?
you something.
These guys believed in a globe Earth.
Wait a second. Who tells you that? The Catholic Church that that invented the globe?
So okay, so then if we can't count any of history now. You're saying that no history counts because you
No,
believe
no,
the history
no.
from 600 years, but not before that.
No, not this.
Well, what history do you believe?
I just choose again reasoning, intelligence.
No, that's not
basic
intelligence.
reasoning. Let me prove it to you.
Okay,
The thing is that in 1440,
right.
a German Catholic bishop called Nicholas of Cusa, wrote a book that's called Learned Ignorance. And in his book, he's starting to talk about the Earth not being alone in the universe, not being stationary. So my question is this: if the entire world was believing this for like so long, how come you had to start, to write a book about it? It's like me saying today, oh, you know what? The Earth is a globe, and I'm going to write a book about it. This is ridiculous. The Catholic Church did start inventing science when they started inventing the globe thing. This is, there are videos about it. There are, many evidence of it, and we also know why they did it, and what was the objective. One of the main objectives, let's say, about it. So it's not for like thousands of years. And again, in our books, that I'm Jewish Sephardic, so I read ancient books. The word globe doesn't even exist there, and everything says that it's flat, but that's something else that you can say. I don't believe in the Bible.
No, I didn't say that.
No problem with this.
No, I believe that people who wrote the Bible believed that the Earth was flat. Clearly, they didn't believe in a globe.
Not believe, understood. It's not like
it is. You're telling me that people back 2,000 years ago knew about the shape of the Earth? How did they know that?
5,000 years ago.
Okay, 5,000 years ago. How did they know the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, I tell you how. The thing is that
they thought that just their area existed.
This is in your books, not in ours. You see, for example, I give you a sample. I don't want to talk now about the spiritual, Jewish mysticism. But the thing is that you see, there is a non-story in the Bible of Adam, and God gives him an order. He says, fructify and multiply, and what is translated as dominate the earth, or fill up the earth, or fulfill the earth.
Okay.
And this is understandable by the fact that he said actually to Adam to know the earth, because you cannot dominate the earth, you cannot just control it if you don't know its limits, if you don't know its shape, if you don't know where you're going. So one of the first orders to God, from God to Adam, was to know the place he was living in. Now, when it comes to the flood, I made a video.
But Adam knew the shape of the earth. Adam went all over the earth.
Of course.
Oh,
of course.
Okay.
It's not a guy in the jungle. Just forget about it.
How long did it take him to walk around the earth?
To walk around?
Well, how did he get around? He flew?
Well, I tell you something.
How
do you think Moses saw the entire earth when God showed him the entire earth?
In his mental vision, I would bet. I don't think anybody thinks he walked around it.
Of course you don't think so. And this is the point.
Okay.
Because, behind the globe belief, there is a spiritual war. We know that. We understand that.
Well,
it's
you say you know that.
To bring people to believe that the earth, was created itself, that it is insignificant, insignificant, in the world, and that actually God did not create the earth.
Yeah, but you've now equated, the globe Earth with inconsequential, but that's your own equation. You've put that on it, right? The Earth could still be created by God and be a sphere. Is that not possible?
No, it cannot.
That's your problem. That's your problem. Your problem is that it is a problem because if you've got a fundamental belief, your worldview is that God exists, and you're saying a globe is antithesis to God, then therefore you'll never believe in a globe. So what are we doing here?
Oh. No, just a second. It's just another point to confirm the globe lie and to explain why the globe lie. Because it's a
Hold on, did you just say that God cannot create a sphere Earth?
He can create whatever he wants, but he did not create the Earth as a globe. You understand?
No, I don't understand.
I didn't write this book. I didn't wrote these things. It is what's written. But anyways, again, I wouldn't put that as an argument since you don't maybe believe in what I believe. But the thing is that believing that for like thousands of years people believe that the Earth is a globe is a total absurd lies. There is no such reference in no civilization that the Earth was a globe.
Wait, what is that? I'm talking about.
It
What
was a
about
fact
Ptolemy?
in all
Ptolemy.
civilization.
Ptolemy in the year 50 or 60 or 70 AD.
Oh, you know what? Let's say it's not a lie. Let's say it's true that Ptolemy believed it. Okay, how about all the other hundreds of nations and civilizations that existed? What about them?
Yeah,
Nothing. Just Ptolemy.
No, they believed the Earth was flat
Kind of
until
weird, huh?
they believed the Earth was flat back in the day. Yes.
Come on, Jeran. Come on. Be straight with us. Be honest with us. You have to be logic. You prove that you have logic, that you can think.
So what is your question?
Now suddenly you're playing stupid about this. It makes sense. It makes sense that
You're not
if it
making any
was
sense.
true, there will be like so much evidence in all civilizations that the Earth was a globe, and there is none.
But how would
So
they
you can say,
know?
oh,
How would
were
they know?
stupid
Do you
at the time.
realize how difficult it is even to us to convince you? So how would the people back 1,000 years ago know the shape of the Earth?
Okay, wait a second. I'll explain you.
Okay.
I'll explain you. You know, according to the Jewish tradition, our civilization, our how do you call that? Our time starts. Our cycle of time, starts about 5,700 years ago.
Okay.
But this is not about the creation of the Earth. The Earth has like billions of years, and we know that in Judaism, the 5,700 years ago started our new cycle of time. Before that, there was another civilization on Earth that was destroyed, that you can understand through all the different destructions of civilizations mentioned in the Torah, like the destruction of Sodom, the flood, etc. So at that point, you have to understand that there were people before us, that had knowledge, that had machines, that were very well evolved. And the proof is that today, with all our evolution, we don't even know how to understand what the pyramids of Giza are for. We cannot even make them, reproduce them. Even the statues, they're so perfect that even with lasers and mechanical
Okay, we're getting off
assistance,
point here.
we cannot do it.
Let's stick to. You think we faked?
The point is like you think, how can they? Of course they could, because they come from a civilization that knew things, and lots of facts in the Torah tells us that they.
But
knew
we're able
much
to
more
determine
than
things today, right? We're further along. We've got more equipment, better along philosophy.
It's not true. Why do we know that it's not true? It looks like it. Yes, we have much more toys, but look at the pyramids. It's a checkmate. With all the technology that we have, we cannot even reproduce it.
Okay. Did they have airplanes? Did they land on the ice in Antarctica?
Well, wait a second. Wait, that's another thing. Let's talk about this after. But let's finish this. How come with all that technology that we have, all that knowledge, we don't even know what the pyramids are for, and we can't even reproduce them? Even forget about the pyramids. The statues, they're so perfect.
Okay, that has nothing to do with us
We
going
cannot
on this
make it
trip or
even
not.
with
I
those
can't.
lasers.
Dave and I were not in Egypt when they built the pyramids. I hate to tell you, but we were in Antarctica.
You don't
Right.
have to. You don't have to. This is just logic to tell you that don't believe that we are progressing in knowledge. We are actually falling down, collapsing. But anyways, that's another. I'm not here to talk
Can
about
we?
this.
Yeah, Can we bring this back to TFE because there's now 3 or 4 times I've counted that you've used the words about you've used the phrases of using intelligence and logic with all of this. But you've also argued on more than one occasion that the fact that nobody else has recorded the 24-hour sun, and why does nobody record the 24-hour sun? So just very quickly, leading question, because I don't know whereabouts in the world you are. Could you just name me one place that you've visited or been on holiday or gone to in the world? Anywhere? Scotland, great. Could you show me a video of the sun circling of the sun for 24 hours, or could you just show me a 24-hour long video of Scotland so that I can believe that you've actually been to Scotland?
No, I cannot, because I don't have any, and my point is not to prove it to you, but it is your point to prove that you were there. But
Right. So now, no, we're getting somewhere here. So let's just hold on to that logic for 1 second when I bring up your previous question as to why nobody else or why so few people have recorded the 24-hour sun. It's because very few people in the global population give a rat's ass about the 24-hour sun. Most people who pay the money to go to Antarctica are going there for scientific exploration, or they're going to view the penguins there, or they're going visiting people. Nobody is going there with the mindset of going, I want to go and prove the 24-hour sun. The only reason we were going is because conspiracy theorists. If you are really of the mindset of thinking, I want to see a 24-hour sun, it's a hell of a lot easier and cheaper to go to the north. So your argument of very few people have recorded the 24-hour sun isn't actually an argument for TFE being fake, because what you're basically saying is, well, very few people have gone and done this. Oh, the ones that did, yeah, but that's all fake. Well, so we're going to go and do it, and then we do it, and then you go, but it's fake because nobody else has done it before. You've got circular reasoning going on here.
So can I answer you for this a little bit? There's a problem with what you're saying, because on one side you're saying something that is true, that people don't go there to film the 24-hour sun. I have no problem with this. However, the flat earth theory is being out there for a while now. So even though a majority of people on Earth don't care about the shape of the Earth, there are few of them that do care. So now let's say that nobody thought about it before, but when you started thinking about going there to film the 24-hour sun, why don't you think just to use people that were already there? Just why spend all that money and all these efforts? Just you can call somebody there. Just to
I already answered this question.
Him, so he's already on the over there, so he can just
great
prove it.
I can answer your question right now.
Okay.
Who would you phone?
There are. You're saying now that there are many people going there, visiting there, working there.
You admitted at the opening statement many people go to Antarctica. So who would you phone? Why do I need to phone somebody? I'm not questioning the 24-hour sun. You're the one that's questioning it. So why haven't you phoned somebody in Antarctica?
We know that there is no 24-hour sun and there is no pole, south pole. So I don't have to prove anything. Now you're the one that wanted to go and to prove it, which is honorable. I have no problem with this. The question doesn't make sense that you didn't think about a much cheaper way, a better way, and much before that to prove it. You understand?
No. I know perfectly why, but here's the thing. See, and you are highlighting exactly why that wouldn't work. Because if I say I'm on the phone to somebody here who's in Antarctica, and it's December, and the sun's up for 24 hours, right? What's your response to that going to be? Exactly the same as what it is when I'm here going, I personally went to Antarctica in December and saw the sun didn't set, and you'll go, well, they're a liar because I don't believe it.
The only no, it cannot be because that person doesn't have any reason to lie, just like you do. You understand? So this person's already working there, it's already there.
Yeah, but those people are there. Those people are there.
And
the staff who are there, working there, have no reason to lie. When asked outright, in fact, I think it might be on Mark Herman's 360 camera, Jonathan asked, when does the sun set, as a joke, and they were just like, it doesn't.
They said February.
I thought it was a joke. Okay. I think it was.
So you have now people in Antarctica on video at ALE answering the question of a 24-hour sun. You won't accept it now, though, because you'll just say they're lying.
But check it out. Even without trying to prove that there is a 24-hour sun, there are lots of videos in the North Pole about the 24-hour sun, without trying to prove anything, just because it's beautiful. And actually, the colors and the footage are totally different of the one that you brought back.
It's totally different. There's a lot less atmosphere. The North has.
Yeah, it's also a much lower elevation.
Lower elevation, right?
I understand. So the thing is that people just film what's nice, what's beautiful, without having to prove anything. So again, there are like
but they don't film it for 24 hours.
Thousands of people.
They don't forget to sleep and film something for 24 hours. You can't find somebody filming something for 3 hours.
So in 80 years, out of the few million people that were there, nobody thought about like filming the sun.
Do you think that 40 years ago that they could have filmed the 24-hour sun? How would they have done that?
Yeah, two people went and filmed 24-hour sun.
There are footage from the 1800s. What are they talking about?
Not 1800s.
Right.
Hang on.
You're arguing your own point here, Sam.
Yes,
You've just loads of people go to Antarctica. Why have none filmed the 24-hour sun? Right?
Yes.
Thousands of people go to Antarctica. Multiple times more go beyond the northern polar circle to where there's 24-hour sun. Only a fraction of those people actually record the sun. Right?
Yes,
so
I
very few people record the 24-hour sun, and most of those will be going because I want to film a 24-hour sun. They've gone with that specific intention. Most people going to Antarctica are not going all that way, thousands of miles, to one of the most hostile places in the world with the mindset of thinking, I need to prove there's something that the whole world already knows exists.
But the people that in the north, they don't have to prove nothing either. They just film for filming it because it's beautiful. So I don't expect the entire, 100% of people just filming. Just like in the north, like you said.
How many videos are there in the north?
Very small fraction of people could film, but
what most people do is, if they want to prove there's a 24-hour sun, the one time from anywhere in the world that you would expect to find a 24-hour sun is right in the middle of the night, halfway between sunrise and sunset in the early hours of the morning. And what most people do is just record a little video of themselves going, look, it's 1 a.m., it's 2 a.m., I'm in Antarctica, oh look, there's the sun. If the sun hasn't set by 1 o'clock in the morning, it's not going to set.
So the thing is, what you're saying. Okay, let's go with you for a little while. You're saying then that you went there, you saw 24-hour sun. Okay, let's play stupid and say I believe it. Now check it out. If you did that, so actually it will be something like historic because nobody did that before. You'll be the first one to do that. Mm-hmm. It should be a historic event. Wouldn't it be? It should be something like mentioned all over the place.
Let me tell you something else that you guys forget.
No media wants to mention it.
So you guys all say no media wanted to. Hold on, let me just tell you something. I'll show you. I'll show you emails.
Sorry, Jaron. Just to butt in there. So just let me just make sure I've got this right. The intelligent, logical thinking. I do all my own research. Hasn't actually bothered to Google news outlets for the final experiment, because there are loads of news outlets that have all plastered it over. And newsflash, all the headlines are going, flat earthers go to Antarctica to try and prove the Earth's flat, prove themselves wrong.
What he's talking about, though, is he's talking about ALE.
There are lots of
and there's a reason why ALE didn't use us, and it's because we sent a letter, myself, Lisbeth, and Austin all sent a letter to ALE 3 days before we left on the trip that said, we are not authorizing your use of our face or our likeness for any reason. Then when we get back, all you guys said, oh, look at ALE's not even mentioning it, so they must not really be there. But if we wouldn't have said that to them, shut up. If we wouldn't have mentioned that to them, then what would have happened? Then we would have been plastered everywhere and you guys would have had to complain about that. So it doesn't matter what we did. You would complain about it because you already came to your conclusion.
Of course, because you force us to these conclusions. We don't invent these conclusions.
No, you've invented the conclusion.
We see what you're doing.
You've just invented it.
You just invented that conclusion.
So let me explain it to you. According to what you did, it should have been something extremely...
it was to us. Viral. It was to us. Because you guys have shit on it doesn't mean that it's not.
Wait a second. Then after we'll talk about, people's shit. But check it out. The thing is that, again, something, such an event will be considered as an historical event because it never been proven, and it would have put an end to flat Earth totally, and it would have been picked up by all the mainstream channels.
Well, unless people from the flat Earth didn't want to accept it, right?
It should have went viral.
Let me show you this, Sam. Sam, let me see how honest you are, Sam. You said that you would trust. Hold on, you said you would trust somebody. Sam, you said you would trust somebody that we called down there. So what you need to do is go to this Antarctic Ice Marathon. Okay, go to any date that you want. Go to competitors. Go to all these dates, 2005 to 2025. Let's go to 2015, for example. Go there, pick the date. It's going to list for you all of the competitors and the winners and what place they're from. So we just need to find somebody from the United States. Here we go. So let's go Paul Webb. Find a name that seems to be, look at this guy's last name, Hohenthaler. Not a good, I bet you if you look this guy up, you can find him. Get a hold of him and ask him if the sun set when he was there. And when they tell you no, you need to shut the fuck up. Because you said that's what it would take. Well, that's what you said it would take. We don't know these people. Look how many people are on this list. Do you think that they've all been contacted and told when Sam calls to tell them a lie? Or do you think that this is a good way to verify if it actually sets in Antarctica in December?
So how come the mass media don't want to talk about it? Why are they scared about it?
Okay,
Sam. How? Yeah, explain to me. Just give me a good reason.
Okay.
Let's check it out.
Okay, entertain me for a minute. Okay, mass media talk about what exactly?
They should talk about your historic discovery and the proof that flat Earth. They talk so much about.
What historic discovery that a group of people go to a place that thousands of people go to every year and see something that 99% of the global population already know exists?
Oh, okay.
That
the
is
thing
somehow newsworthy.
So I tell you, the mass media are making fun and are talking about flat Earth for so long and so much that suddenly an argument like yours, like a video like yours, that will put definitely an end to flat Earth because it will prove that the Earth is a globe, that there is a South Pole. Suddenly they don't talk about this.
So if the news talked
They
about
talk
it,
a
then
lot
you
about
would be
flat, but they
done.
don't talk about
So if the
this.
news talked about it, you'd be done.
That's
You'd be like,
logic.
it's definitely a curved Earth. That's all you needed was the news.
Again, sorry, I didn't
If
hear
the
you.
news
Sorry.
picked it up and every news station, and we were on ABC and I was on Good Morning America and Dave was on CNN, then you would know that the flat Earth was wrong and you'd step down away from it.
If they had picked it up,
Yeah.
I would have considered again my
Wow.
position,
I
of
mean,
course, because
you're the complete opposite of conspiracy theorists that say that if it's on the news, it's fake. So you see what I'm saying? That we can't win.
Not everything. Not everything. Don't confuse everything.
Nothing's confused.
There's no such thing that that everything they say is fake. Or
That's
that
what people
everything
say.
You say is fake.
That's
Not
what people say.
everything in TFE is fake. You
Okay.
don't have to prove that everything in TFE is fake to prove that it's fake.
Yes, you do.
You just have to prove that some things are fake.
What do you mean? If
Some
you
things
found
don't
one,
make
if you
sense
found one
to show
video
that it's
footage
fake.
that's fake, does that mean that the whole trip is fake? I don't get it.
No, if you have again between 70 to 80 gross anomalies.
No, you keep saying that.
about
You've
your
given us
footage.
2, and they're not, and we've just proved them easily.
I gave you already 80 because it's on my channel for so long, and I know that you go into my channel, so it's it's already exposed. You want me to take about an hour to show you a video? I have no problem.
No, we can watch it. It's a
I
terrible
am not
video.
saying
Sam,
that
you
this-
could just name them.
Yeah.
You don't need to go through them all and find them. You say there's 70 to 80 anomalies.
Right,
I asked
okay.
you to name 3.
Okay, so
Okay, go ahead.
what-
Give us the
what
next
do you
one.
need? Another 2. That's what we have. The sun, in the face. We have all those glitches, in the video. Always like that come back. You have that truck that disappears in the mountain. And don't tell me it's like a point that is normal.
Wow,
It's not a point.
we
It's
discussed
big
this,
when it
Sam.
disappears.
You're now being
It's big and then
dishonest.
disappears.
You're being dishonest.
Oh, okay.
Straight up
Alright,
dishonest.
go
You're a
ahead.
liar. We talked about
No.
this. Then you lied to me the
No.
last time we talked. You lied to me in private. You understood.
How did
I
lie to you?
showed you when we went up in the
Yes.
drone that we could see that truck just drove downhill and it looks like it goes into a mountain. You actually believe a truck went into a mountain.
What you showed me, it was believable.
Okay, well,
And it doesn't match. So that's
but
why
you
I
just brought it
listened
up
to
as an anomaly. You just brought it up as one of your proofs.
No, wait a second. What you showed me, that is what you do all the time. You show me things that are not either complete or not really match what we're talking about, and they said, "Shit, that's a proof." It's not a proof.
Okay, but you
That's
showed me a
proof of
truck
what-
driving into a mountain. So how am I supposed to show you something that's like that unless I show you that if you get up higher, you can see that the mountain is just going downhill?
I have no problem, but theories.
Oh,
Your
boy.
theories are just. I have no problem, but the footage is still fake
Okay.
because well, it makes sense. I've seen like hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of movies in my life. I know what a movie looks like. I know what a truck
No, you
disappearing
don't.
should look like.
You're talking to
So-
Dave and
so
I.
that's-
We know that what you're saying is false.
Okay, so I know that you're pretending that what I say is false.
No, we know
So
that we were
stay in
there.
our position.
So we know that everything that you're saying about saying that you're so smart that you can tell the difference between real footage and
Oh,
you can't.
I don't have to be smart. That's the whole point. You don't have to be smart for that. Even somebody stupid, retarded, can understand it's fake. That's the whole point. This is
Okay.
what's great about it.
Okay,
And that,
well,
that brings me to
let's.
that.
I'd like to put this to the test then. So,
No problem.
So, again, circling back to this idea, because in some way we have all this footage. It's not one camera. We've not gone to Antarctica with one camera and just filmed the 360. I had my time-lapse camera. Will had his 2 videos that you can run all at the same time and see they all match up with each other, right? So that whole area that we were in and we were getting in a truck and driving off, right? That is us physically somewhere, okay? Now, we say we were in Antarctica. You say what? We were in some enclosed studio with LED walls?
Of course, I have no choice than to believe that. It's not an
Okay,
opinion.
right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, right. So, halfway point is the area with the hut and the cameras. But you also saw us in the main Union Glacier camp with all of the tents as well. So is that in a studio?
Again, sorry.
So you saw us at halfway point where there's the blue hut and we had all the cameras set up and there's nothing surrounding us at all. You're saying that is a studio with LED walls, yes?
Of course. What
Okay.
else can it be?
The other camp well, it could be, you know, like a place in the middle of Antarctica, but that's a story for another day. The other camp, the one with all of the main Union Glacier camp with all of the tents where all the staff are, we were also there. Is that a studio, or were we actually at that camp?
I tell you something. Everything again points to the direction that you were never there. It doesn't mean that you cannot take footage
Sam,
of those
I
camps.
couldn't give a shit what your opinion, what diversions you want to go on. It's a simple question, right?
Yes, go ahead.
Union Glacier Camp, the ALE advertise on their website and show all the pictures of. We have video footage of us in that camp. Jeran live streamed in that camp, and we're walking around and climbing in and out of all these different of all the tents and going in, and you can see the staff members are all there. Mark Herman's got his video up where he's walking around with a 360 camera. That is somewhere that we are, right? We're all there in the video, breathing. Are we in a physical camp, or are we in a studio?
What you say is true, you know, besides the fact that you were live streaming. I cannot verify that because it's so easy to fake a signal. But besides that, what you're saying here, I have no problem that, you know, you look, that footage looks real. I have no problem about this. But in order to know if you were there, all footage have to be real, not just a part of them. You understand? That's a problem.
Right, you're not answering the question, and I know why you're not answering the question, because you know I'll string your ass up on a hook when you give me the answer, right?
Don't get nervous. It's all right.
We're walking around the camp. Jeran has all the body cam footage where we're riding bikes, and I've got the footage. I've got all sorts of footage. We'll set a 360 time lapse up on the edge of that camp as well, right? That's the camp that ALE advertise. That's the camp that ALE take everybody to. Right, I'm just asking you outright. That place that we were, where that footage is that the actual camp? Did we actually go to Antarctica to at least that camp, or are you saying that all of that is a studio as well, and we replicated it in a studio?
Your question is not valid because
getting
what you're
answered.
Saying is that, because you're saying that place that we were in, that place you were never there. Okay, that's one. So if you want to tell me if that place that, you know, ALE is showing and that camp do exist, of course they do. Of course that place is real. Now the fact that you were there is not real. And how do I come to the conclusion? Even though it looks real, it's a good job. Hey, you did good. But the thing is that, again, all the footage you present have to be real. You cannot just show like one footage that has no glitches on it and then, like, you know, another, you know, footage that is totally, you know, fake and say we were there. You understand? It's not, you know,
no. Sam, you're misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding me here. Okay, at this point, right? I'm now not in the thing of going down the notion of trying to convince you that we were in Antarctica, right? I want to know what your explanation is as to where we were faking this footage, so that I can pull up this piece of footage that I'm waiting to pull up, right? So I need to know from you. You've said we were in a studio at halfway point. Were we also in a studio at the main camp? Are you saying that we just created this big camp, fake camp, inside the studio as well?
No, what I'm saying again is that you could not be in Antarctica if there are so many anomalies and so many glitches in your footage. Even though there are footages like that look good, I have no problem about this. I have nothing to say about this footage. But it doesn't mean that because I don't know where you were, that you were there.
I'm not asking you to name the. Okay. I'm not asking you to give me a street address to go for where you think we were, right? Are you saying that we were in some sort of a studio? Because we have the footage of us walking around a camp with all of these tents, and we're going into these tents. And there's snow and ice on the ground, and you can hear it crunching. So either that is a real place in the open air, or it is somehow fake. And I would like you to clarify: are you saying that we were in at least some place outdoors, or were we in some place that it was fake?
So again, you were in a place that wasn't fake. You were in a studio. Studio is not fake. Now,
Okay.
the fact that you're saying I was in Antarctica, we were there because look at us, it looks good, is not enough. Because again, you know, in order to know if you were there, we have to see the entire pictures, the entire footage.
The very
of
first person I
TFT.
looked
Then
up,
we can know.
this guy here, Eric Euclid, just looked him up, found his Facebook. Now I'm back in time. I'm all the way back to November of 2015. Look at him at Union Glacier. Here's him at the race.
That'll be early hours of the morning if the sun's over Rossman.
Yep, this would be about 1 a.m., 2 a.m. ish. But here's him with a picture with an ALE cap on. So it's incredible to me to see this stuff. Now, I did just send him a message. We'll see if he gets back to me. But I just said, hello, Eric, can I talk to you for a second? I was at Union Glacier in December 2024. You were there in 2015, right? Because if he comes back, I'll just say, hey, did you see the sunset? And he'll laugh at me. That's what the quality of that argument is in real life, Sam. If I ask that to somebody who's actually been to Antarctica, they will laugh at me because it's that big of a joke. It should be understood. We can't have thousands of people going to Antarctica every year, experiencing the 24-hour sun, and them all be liars. That's what we have to believe you. But they're all liars.
Be liars? Why, they all talk about 24-hour sun? Like all
No, they don't talk about it, but if you bring it up to them, of course they didn't. Dude, if they went there and there was nighttime and they had to sleep and it was dark, what do you think? They didn't tell anybody? That wasn't surprising to them that it went opposite of what we're told would happen?
You should have asked them if they saw trembling mountains and straight lines in the sky.
Well, that's called video footage, and you don't think video footage has a little anomalies? Wow, that's weird.
No problem.
Jaron, I've got my screen.
Oh, sure. Let me
share,
see over there.
if that's okay. So I'm just going to present a couple of clips here, Sam.
Go ahead.
So if you could just sort of refrain from butting in for a moment while I lay this out for you. So I'm just going to take your argument that you think we were in some sort of a studio, right, and highlight to you how that doesn't work, right? So let's take your notion for a second that we were in, that halfway point was in fact a 360 studio, and just the scenery and the landscape and the sky were all just projected onto the studio, which is what you're claiming. I mean, for starters, that wouldn't work anyway, because having a 360 studio all the way around you would completely remove shadows, which we have, but let's just ignore that little problem. So this is a comparison where I took the 24-hour video footage from Will's camera and the time lapse from my camera. Okay, so you can see Will's two cameras are here, and my camera is here. So in your mind, this is some sort of a studio, right? The studio wall is somewhere around about here, and the scenery around us is being projected. Okay, but if I play this through, you will notice the sun distorts on one camera, and I know you flat earthers love bringing up the sun distortions, but it's not distorting in the other camera, and the glare's different on each one as well. Now, if this was projected on a screen, the sun would look the same in both cameras, but it doesn't, right? And this is the entire 24 hours right the way around. Sky behaviors are completely different between the two cameras, which goes completely against the idea that this is a 360 projector. But I'm going to go one better because I'm going to go one better than that, because this is on the 15th, the 14th and the 15th, the first 24 hours we were there. When we then finished, Toon set up one of the 360 cameras at this location to film a full 24-hour video, and Will went back to Union Glacier Camp, which is over here towards Mount Rossman, and set his camera back up to do a 360 time-lapse. And I've put both of theirs together in the same way and done a comparison, and you can see all the clouds are exactly the same formations and same everything, which sure you could argue, okay, but this is all still a projector, except for the fact that when the clouds then start rolling in here, if this was a projector, both would be seeing the exact same projections at the exact same time. But when the sun gets covered up in Will's camera and the camp goes into shadow, it's not blocked from Toon's camera because it's several miles away, and there's still all the shadows there. It takes another couple of minutes for the shadow to reach as far as him, which again doesn't really fit with it being all in a studio. Yeah, now maybe you could argue that okay, we had it all shot in one 360 camera in one 360 studio, and then we switched all the studio around and shot it in a different 360 studio. So I've also put together this little video. Well, I say little video; it's about 42 minutes long, but I've got it uploaded to YouTube. I can link it to you if you want. This is Toon recording with his GoPro, and he's in the main camp now, walking around, and he's just explaining that he's going up to halfway point because he needs to change the battery on his camera. So he sets the camera up while he changes his clothes, and then he walks over to the ALE staff here and into one of the tents. So again, this is a hell of a big studio that you think we must be in here. That he's in this tent, and then he's over to Scott here. And oh, there was that a bit of breath I saw from Scott there. Yeah, that was some breath there. So it's a bloody cold studio that must be. So anyway, he's on his snowmobile now. Bearing in mind, up here in the top corner, I've also got the 24-hour real time from his camera that's up at halfway point. So he's on this snowmobile, and he's going to get on this snowmobile, and Scott's going to drive him out of the camp, up the road, and then at this point here, I swapped the footage over. You can see I've paired them up so you know I've not changed the video randomly. But here we go. So this is now just switching over. And then here, I'll pull the footage in now. Here comes Mr. Toon on his snowmobile as he pulls up to the camp. And then he gets over and he comes over and he changes the battery. The whole time his GoPro's still running on the snowmobile. And then he walks back over. Oh, just to clarify as well, so he'd stopped the camera for a second there and then started it back up again, just in case you're wondering. But the whole time his GoPro was still running as well at that point. And then he gets back onto the snowmobile and he goes off the other direction, the other way out the loop, all the way back around. Oh, past some random skier, not quite sure what they're doing in the middle of a studio. All the way back around to the back end of the camp, back to where they started. Now, I'm going to give you one of two options. Either that is Antarctica, or that is about the single biggest fucking studio building you could ever imagine.
So you're saying that because it looks big, so it has to be a big studio. So when Superman is flying, it has to be a hell of a huge studio.
You missed the whole point.
Like flying in the sky, like miles.
I was skimming over that. That's 42 minutes. 42 minutes, right?
It's okay.
He starts on the snowmobile at where are we at there? He's exiting the camp at 15 minutes, and he gets up to halfway point at 22. 7 minutes driving on a snowmobile.
And
how big of a studio?
That's a good point. You know why? Because it's very hard for you to prove the time. You said 7 minutes. You said it comes out at the same time. This is the two footage of the same time. You say it. I have to.
You don't have to believe it. All the cameras are there.
I don't say it. I show it.
Okay, so you know what? Let's make it. On the other way. Do you believe that the footage you showed me could be faked? I'm not saying by you, and I'm saying like in a movie studio and in Hollywood, can it be like a movie production company that can actually make that footage
in post
over there? Is it possible?
What is it possible to CGI that much footage?
Not just CGI. I don't have to just CGI. There are so many other methods than CGI.
Are you talking about in real time, like live streaming? Like were we there when Duffy did his midnight stream? Like
no.
No. You couldn't fake without.
No, I don't think so.
Just complete artificial rendering, both of those together. Because like I showed you, that is one continuous unbroken video, or two unbroken videos from two completely different locations where they're driving together with no cut and then driving off again as well.
So there's no way it could be fake. In no way it could be fake. There are no technologies today. I don't know. I'm asking you. There are no technologies today, no people, no organizations that could fake that.
If you're talking about making it way over time, sure. If somebody can make anything in 6 months,
Exactly.
Okay, so then we just
That's
don't
what-
believe anything then. So if anything
No,
goes
no, no,
against
no,
our
no,
worldview,
no.
no, this is what
No.
you're saying. You are saying if anything goes
No,
against your
no.
worldview, that you can just discount it as saying it's fake.
No. we
No
don't say
footage
that.
would
It's not-
ever
it's not-
suffice because it can be faked.
It's not enough to jump to the conclusions. You always jump to conclusions out of fake arguments.
What do you
have
mean?
to just go slowly, just build your conclusion.
No, you didn't build your conclusion. Your conclusion's already been decided.
I show you only what's logic. But you know what? Just
No,
let's-
it's not
let's
logic.
be-
It's not logic when we showed you the light going, the sun going in front of the pole,
Okay.
and you didn't admit that that's not a problem.
Right,
you told me
I'm going to step back in here, right? Because I know, Jaren, you said you think it's fake, or it could be fake with enough time, right? Let's just run through everything here that you think must be fake and for it to put together.
Right,
Okay.
okay.
So, 2 continuous 360 cameras, 24 hours of video from both, a time lapse from a slightly different location that I've just showed you, doesn't have matching video, sun shape changes and everything else, right? So those are different. Plus another 24-hour video, full 24-hour video, all of these 360, bear in mind, plus another time lapse from a different location. Again, those match as well. Then several terabytes of random video clips here, there, and everywhere for Toon, me, Jaren's body camera, all of those. Now, could every single one individually be faked? Yes, with enough time. Live streams, everything, the live streams that we were doing, the fact that we were interacting with the chat, however, big point there. Yeah, we had the chat going the whole time. We had people messaging in. I mean, Jesus, I remember MC Toon's one. Wolfie6020 messaged him, and everyone was messaging in because he'd forgot to put his sunglasses back down. And it wound up somebody phoning Critical Think, because they tried phoning me, but I couldn't answer because I had gloves on. They phoned Critical Think, who came out and told Toon, put your sunglasses on. So we had people phoning us from in Antarctica about the chat that's going on the live stream from people on the internet. All of that as well. Now, let's take the fact that we can take all of those individual pieces and put them all together. I have just shown you that I've taken 2 video clips from different locations and pieced them all together, right? And sync them up, and they sync perfectly fine. I can take both 24-hour videos from Will's and my time lapse and sync them together to see everything all happening at the same time. When Toon phoned Nathan Oakley in the middle of one of his live streams and had an argument with him on the phone. Bear that in mind, right? You were arguing, why didn't you just phone somebody in Antarctica? We did, but we were the ones in Antarctica at the time. Toon called into Nathan Oakley's live stream to argue the toss with him because he was going over the 24-hour, the midnight live stream, right?
Why do you talk to Nathan Oakley? What does he have? What's connection?
Because
connection
he doesn't have any connection whatsoever. Exactly that reason. He hates every single one of us. He's a flat earther who was live streaming at the time. I happened to catch, because we had Starlink in Antarctica, and I caught Nathan Oakley was live.
Yeah, I saw him.
And
a
this
few
was
times.
after.
I saw him with Patricia.
This was after the
Steer and
midnight
everything.
live stream, right? So this was after Will had done his midnight live stream. I can't remember. It was about 2 or 3. Well, he live streams at about 2 p.m. UK time, but I can't remember when he was live streaming. So he was live on YouTube, right, looking over our midnight live stream footage, the whole green screen saga, all of them arguing the toss, trying to claim it's fake. I saw they were live, and I'd already said pre-TFE, the way to prove that we are in Antarctica isn't to necessarily film being in Antarctica, it's to film us interacting with a flat earther's live stream, because a flat earther can't then argue that it was all pre-planned and pre-recorded. So having seen that he was live, Oakley of all people who despises us, I said to Toon, you should join his live stream. And he did. He joined his live stream. I filmed the entire interaction, which you can find on Conspiracy Toon's channel. From the moment he joined the thing Nathan saw him. Soon as he brought up the fact that we'd been in Antarctica, the sun hadn't set, whole argument starts up, right? I wind up walking outside to show the video, to show the fact that we're in Antarctica. Toon walks outside with me, and there is about a 5-minute heated exchange of them yelling at each other whilst they are walking around the cameras. You know this point of the video because it's the one that Dubé brought up as the shadow length changing. That is Toon walking around Antarctica, yelling at a flat earther on the phone. You can see it in Will's video. In fact, I probably have it. I do. I'm gonna share this for you just so you can see. So this is from Will's 360 camera. Is this showing up?
I'm doing it right now. Go ahead. You're on.
Okay, so this is the real time video, and you can see I'm coming out the hut there. So this is us on the phone in Antarctica. So by your own admission here of you wanting somebody on the phone in Antarctica, Nathan Oakley was on the phone to somebody in Antarctica. It's all on video.
That's the proof.
But I can take every single one of these videos. I don't know if you noticed in that 360, I was also filming it. So I recorded that exchange on my camera here. So this is him joining Flat Earth Debate on Nathan Oakley's channel. And then he joins and he has the conversation. And then he goes outside. So this is now this shot from another camera. And you can take every single one of these cameras, piece them all together, everything matches perfectly.
There's a guy who did that too. He drew angles.
He should have called me and not Nathan Oakley. Why Nathan Oakley? I don't understand why.
Because him and Toon have a thing. That's why.
Okay, all right, I understand.
Okay. Him and Toon have had a heated thing before. Nathan has been on record in the past and said you can't go to Antarctica, and if you try, you'll get turned away at gunpoint. Right? No. Me and Nathan have had spats in the past as well. Right? Nathan is so fundamentally toxic towards Globers that it's a case of you can't turn around and say Nathan was in on it because Nathan absolutely
I'm not saying
despises.
this. I just want to know the connection. You know why? Why
So no. So that's the thing. So it's a case of there's been exchanges in the past between them where there's allegations that have been made about of incidents that have gone on in the past.
I tell you why I'm asking that, because I don't know Nathan Oakley. I don't know him at all. You know, I just made like a video not long ago where I see him with Patricia Steer, which is clearly identified as a total chill in the flat earth community. So that's why, you know, I tend to associate him with that woman. But again, I don't know nothing. I cannot say nothing. So that's why I wanted to know what was the link between you and Mark Toon and this. So check it out. Let's put it this way. Okay, let's play it more human. Like if I was talking to you as a brother, you know, here in Israel, and I will tell you something like that. I will tell you, would you be able to swear on your life of your children, on the Bible, on whatever that's most important for you, that you were there? It's important for me to know. I
don't do swearing on Bibles and swearing on lives and stuff, but I will bet my life I was in Antarctica.
Bet your life? How come you bet your life? You bet when you don't know. You bet when it's like gambling, like it's like when it's
you asked him to do.
My daughter, right? My daughter has a snow globe with pictures of me in Antarctica, right? If it was all a lie, I wouldn't let her have that in her room.
I know your arguments. My question is that would you swear it? Would you swear? Can you swear now that you were there? I just want.
I swear I was there.
You say that.
Yeah, I was there.
So say it.
I swear I was in Antarctica, December 14th through 17th.
Why don't you say it? Can you say it? You swore that you were in Antarctica or not?
Right.
What's the problem?
No. There's no problem. There's no problem here, Sam. But let me just put it this way, okay? I have no problems with doing it I'm curious as to why you want me to do it.
In order to see, first of all, your reaction, to see how you do it, how you say it.
Okay.
Because
Okay,
one of my point as an investigator is also to judge people behavior, to see, you know, when they're lying, when they tell the truth, when it's not true, when it's like there's something wrong with their body language, whatever. So this is why I'm talking like a humanly. Say, you know, would you swear it? Would you swear it? That's all.
That's fine, Sam. But I also sort of look at people's body language and I look at how they react to things. And throughout this entire exchange, when I've been bringing up questions and bringing up arguments, you immediately try and deflect towards it, which to me is not the sign of somebody who is intellectually honest and trying to find the truth. It's someone who's got a preconceived notion and they're trying to bend things and twist things to suit. Your behavior is completely polar opposite to what I experienced with Jeran. When I had these same conversations with Jeran in Chile, his reaction was completely different. I would give him a point, I would give him an argument, and he wouldn't try and run away from the argument. He would try and work out he would try and figure out how something would be possible. He wouldn't just go, oh, it's not for me to try and figure out, it's up for you to prove it, which is everything that you've been doing during this, which to me, so far, you've not given me any reason to believe that you are being intellectually honest. And I only bring this up because I've already had people say, oh, would you sign an affidavit? Would you do this? Would you do that? I've said I've got no problem with doing any of it. I have nothing to hide. I have all the receipts. I have all the footage. I have everything from Antarctica here. I have already shown you. And you have absolutely so far shown no hint of wanting to find the truth. It seems you want to find anything to besmirch us. So I'm only asking because, so if you want a question from me and on the record, I want a question from you first, right? If I turn around and say, yeah, I swear that I was there in Antarctica, are you going to go, okay, I accept you're in Antarctica?
Well, no. So in other words, after your long answer, you still cannot swear that you were in Antarctica. You
can't answer my question. If I can swear that I was in Antarctica, I've said I will swear. You want me to do it. So I want you to go, if you want me to go on record and say, I swear I was in Antarctica, I want you to go on record and say, if I swear that I was in Antarctica, will you then turn around and say, okay, you swore that you're in Antarctica, therefore I'll accept you were in Antarctica? Or are you going to go, ha, look, he swore on his life that he was in Antarctica, he's a liar, he's a shill.
Right. Because we've already proven
it. That means
no, it matters a lot.
No, it doesn't matter.
You expect this from me, I expect it from you.
You cannot say something according to what I can react to it. That means there is something. You see, that behavior is not normal. It's not straightforward. If I want you,
no, this is the behavior of somebody This is the behavior of somebody who has spent enough time seeing the behaviors of conspiracy theorists.
Okay, you cannot swear.
And your response to this speaks volumes. That you have no interest at all in finding the truth. You want a soundbite of me going, oh, he swore he was in Antarctica when I could prove he's not because there's a line in the sky because I don't understand how 360 videos work.
The thing is, you just showed me before that with all that communication, demonstration that, you were there. And I do not understand in communication and signals and everything. I'm not an expert in that. The thing is that now that you have something on me, I'd like you to, to confirm as a human being. Like I would say, you can ask me to swear on anything. I'll say right away. I don't have to just see, oh, why you want me to swear? Are you gonna? I swear. That's normal. When I believe something, when I know about something, I swear within a second. But you don't want to swear.
I'm not saying I don't want to swear. You want me to swear that I was in Antarctica. I want you to swear that if I swear I was in Antarctica, you will swear. You swear to accept that I am telling the truth, that I was in Antarctica.
This is not enough for me to believe that you were in Antarctica if you swear it, but that is not enough for me to say that you believe in it, or you actually try to pretend you believe in it anyways.
What?
But that's because we have all this other thing. But the thing
right.
is that it's
so,
interesting to say.
You are proving the point.
Yeah, you're proving.
You've asked us swear you're in Antarctica for no reason because it's not going to change your opinion.
Of course, I don't know. I don't know the way now you say it. It doesn't change my opinion because I see that you're scared of swearing that you.
I'm not scared. No.
You're saying it.
We
You're
just
going to
know
turn
he knows
things
how
around.
you guys work.
Oh, if you
We've
swear,
said
I
it.
swear. What is this?
Jaren's just swore. You've just heard Jaren swear. Jaren said, "I swear." You've acknowledged that Jaren swore.
Okay, so I'm
So-
waiting for you. I'm
make a
waiting
difference,
for
then.
you. Did I
I
say
know,
that? It's
but
not
I
true?
also know the game
didn't
that
say
you're
nothing.
trying to play, and I know the game
What
that you're
game?
trying to play.
Which one?
And I'm playing your game.
What do you
You
think's the
want
game?
me to swear? I've already said I will swear. I've already said I was in Antarctica. I've
Sam-
shown you everything.
Sam,
I
the
was in
fear. Here's the fear,
Antarctica.
Sam. That it's a because you've already said that you already know the conclusion that we couldn't have been there. It can't possibly be real. That it doesn't matter if Dave says he swears. You're going to use that actually as evidence for him not going.
But we are here for the record. We are here to discuss it.
Yeah, but you're missing the
We are
point.
here to
Is that
show
you've already
people,
shown that
what
it doesn't
you think,
matter
what I
what we.
think.
You've already shown that it doesn't matter what we say, that you're going to believe what you're going to believe. You're not going to take anything that we say and go, oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay, that you're right. Maybe that is that. You haven't said that one time.
And that should keep you from swearing?
Yeah, because
something that you say
because
is
it
true?
means that you're just going to use it against him.
Or it doesn't. Let's say it doesn't matter. Let's say I'm wrong. You think that I'm wrong from the beginning. So what do you care about if I say that?
I didn't
you're
care.
Still wrong,
I
you're still
said it.
lying.
I didn't care.
So yeah, of course. But I see that you associate here. Just like as a
Well, and I'm telling you, I understand his point, because if this entire time you have not conceded one thing, then it means that him saying that isn't going to make a difference to you. So therefore, you're going to use it against him by saying, look, we know for a fact, we've already determined that it was fake, and he swore, so therefore he's a liar. And so why would he play into that?
You said you swore. I didn't say
Yeah,
you
because
were.
I don't give a shit, because you guys have already trashed my name. My channel's gone. I don't give a shit.
I didn't trash your name. You trashed it yourself. You did
Not
that
really,
to
by telling the
yourself,
truth.
Jared.
Yeah, I told the
Okay,
truth
So,
and got trashed. Yeah.
Sam,
It's okay.
so
It's
you
okay.
just-
Don't forget about it. No problem. No big
I want to show you
deal.
this real quick. This is my
I just have something.
this is my Uber history. Can you see where it says Punta Arenas? This is my Uber history. You can see all the Punta Arenas dates and flights. You can see December. I guess you can't really see that very good.
And can you?
I'll take a
can you
screenshot.
produce all your tickets and itinerary? Like can you produce all this? Like all of them?
Well, you saw my
yeah,
my
I've
boarding
got the
pass.
flight ticket.
Okay,
Right
that's one for
there.
a ticket. Okay, what else you got?
I burned my flight ticket with a magnifying glass.
Okay.
I could go get you.
Why not?
I could go
Why
get
you
you
do
my
that?
passport with the stamp from Antarctica that they had at Union Glacier.
But I
Or
thought
the-
there was
the-
no. There's no need for passport for stamps or for visa because
So I've
it's a
got
part
the
of
stamps.
Argentina. Part of-
So
yeah,
I've got
of
I've
Chile,
got
I
the
know.
stamps from Santiago to say
Yeah.
I entered Chile on 12th, no, 11th or 12th, can't remember off the top of my head, and that I flew out then on the 20 whatever it was. So I've got the passport stamps in my passport from passport control in Santiago Airport that says I entered Chile and when I exited Chile and nowhere in between. Right? I've
That's
got
all-
that. I can go and get it. I've already shown it before on a live stream.
Okay,
The
so that
stamp
could
you
prove-
don't need a passport. I'll clarify this before I go and get it. You don't need a passport to go from Chile to Union Glacier because Union Glacier still falls under Chilean territory, so it's essentially deemed as a domestic flight. You don't need a passport. However, at the camp they had a passport stamp bit that they said you can go and stamp your passport if you want with one of their ALE passport stamps,
But it's a
to
novelty
say that
thing.
you've been there.
Yeah.
But it's not like they don't have an official border control.
okay,
that
so
you have
just
to
like
go through.
just a stamp as a souvenir, like
Correct.
you were there and
Yeah,
just-
so they've got a souvenir one to say that for Antarctica, but I've got
I
the
see.
dated ones for going into Chile and out of Chile, which I think Jaren's also just shown.
Yeah, but I
on
don't
screen
know.
for you there
Do
as
we
well.
have a stamp coming out? I don't know where I don't see that. It just looks like to me I see.
I'm sure I've got a stamp on the way
Yeah.
out as well. They stamp you leaving and coming in and going.
You,
I'm
you
sure
were
I
in
did.
I understood that you were in Chile for some time, like for 2 or 3 days before to fly to Antarctica. Is that right?
We were in for 2 or 3 days beforehand because ALE say they need to do preparations to make sure that that you've got all your gear, everything that you need, and also because of the weather situations, the times
Yeah.
can often change for the flight. So they say you need to
Makes
be
sense.
there a day or two beforehand in case we need to move your flight, and then also 2 or 3 days afterwards, again, just in case there's any delays. So yeah, we had to have a buffer either side of being in Antarctica,
Which is
but we
required.
were in Chile.
Which is
No,
required.
Yeah,
Did you,
they've got
Sam?
passport
Sam, did you
stamps
give the link
from
out to somebody?
Santiago that says we were in Chile at that time.
There's somebody in the back room on Zoom. Did you give the link out to somebody?
Yeah, because you told me I could bring in anybody. So there's a guy that a friend of mine. He wants say something. So I gave him the link, yeah, to come in. But it's okay. You just.
Well, I can let him in, but you didn't tell me before, so he's not going to really fit in the screen.
Oh no,
but he's not.
No
okay, go ahead. I didn't know that. So I have this.
So my question is this: if you were in Antarctica, in Chile for like 3 days or 2.5 days or 3 days, did you eat there?
Yes.
Did you drink there?
Yes.
Did you bought some souvenirs? Did you do something that you can, provide us with, the proof of it, like tickets, besides videos?
So you don't think that my passport, having stamped from Chile from 11th December 2024, is enough?
I'm investigating, so I have to know. I have to, to tie up all the loose ends. You understand? So I know. I want to know if for 3 days. Did you eat sandwiches that you brought with you from your house?
No, we ate there.
Eat, like in restaurants?
In fact, we ate at the same restaurant like
breakfast?
2 or 3 times.
Do you have the receipts of these restaurants? I would have kept them because I knew. I don't know. Boleta
So that is...
Okay, this is for the record. We don't check that. No problem. What is it?
GetNet. So I bought something in Punta Arenas. It was a... Oh, I know what it was. It was a power bank charger. I bought an extra power bank from a shop in Punta Arenas. And
that's good.
There's the receipt for it.
Can you show it clearly on the screen so we can just after that just check it out and no, it's open it. Take it by the corner, like you see on TV.
There you go. Punta Arenas dated.
I have no problem. It looks no problem. Can you just open it so we can see the entire? Just open. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
For the record, that's all. People are gonna ask me, why didn't you ask me to do that?
Yeah. So
just show it to us, so that can close that file. Okay, that's enough. I think it's
there you
enough. go. And besides that, that's all you got. You have anything else? Or that's all.
I had all my receipts somewhere because all.
But you understand. I'm sorry to have to ask you for this, but you understand my concern. That means that it is something that you should have thought of. Knowing that you're dealing with.
I'm sure that Will has a lot of that because Will paid for dinner a couple times, so I'm sure he has. In fact, I think I bought Dave lunch.
Will's got receipts. Because Will was paying for all of my stuff as well. He was covering my expenses, but I paid for everything.
Will is retired now. I heard he's retired. What's the deal?
I've not spoken to him. I don't know.
Well, he just says that he's not doing any more TFE stuff.
Okay. Can you make that friend of mine come in because he wants to say something? Sure. There is Vlad also. If you want, I don't know. He told me that I could bring in people, but if you can just, I know that they're trying to come in.
I have them. Everyone's going to get screwed up on the screen for now, so just deal with that for a second.
Don't say that.
Well, it's all screwed up. Look at the screen. Everybody's all screwed up.
I'm kidding with you, Jeremy. I'm kidding.
I could. I was going to hide you. Or Vladimir, what's up? Oh, who's this?
This is I don't know. Yeah, there's two people. There is Vladimir.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here now.
Oh,
you guys hear me?
This is Vlad.
Yes.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm not even going to get into. First off, thanks for having me on. I'm not going to get all the way knee deep into this whole Antarctica thing. Jaren, we just want to see your tickets. We just want to see your tickets from. I think you flew from California to.
You saw me burn it.
Hold on. If you could produce tickets, all right. I'm not going to go talk about all of this anomaly and stuff. I just want to see your tickets to Antarctica, not Punta Arenas, not anywhere in between, not McDonald's, no Uber or nothing like that. No, McKeegan. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jaren. We saw whatever it is you produced. You had no problem. And here's the thing. The reason we're coming across this sticking point right now, and I'd like for you to understand this, is because you can't do the small things. If we're sitting here denying the fact that, or the claim that you guys make that you went to Antarctica, all you needed to do from day one was just present to us the tickets. That would make a lot of things more difficult.
So dumb.
I'm serious. Okay, hey, listen, McKeegan.
You don't think that's easier to fake than all the fucking video footage?
No.
Give me a break.
You
I
think
have
no.
one
You
question,
think
Vlad.
it's easy to fake some tickets? Then go ahead, produce me some fake tickets, please.
Okay.
And make sure it's
No.
serialized as well. And at the same time,
Vlad.
please produce.
There's no
hold on,
plane
McKeegan.
tickets.
McKeegan, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Jaren.
Yeah, we did.
McKeegan, not you. McKeegan, I said Jaren.
But what do you expect us
can
to have? So you
produce
think
all
we have
day.
a plane
We're
ticket?
asking about Jaren.
I'm asking you a question.
Jaren, we're asking about
I'm asking you a question. Do you think we should have a plane ticket from Punta Arenas to Antarctica? You think they handed us plane tickets? That's how we got on the plane? Is that how you think it
Do you
works?
not have an itinerary, Jaren?
Yeah, we have an itinerary. I'm
Can
asking
we see
you.
it, Jaren?
Sure. I'll bring it up for you.
Okay, Vlad, just while Jaren's pulling that up, I have one quick question for you here, okay?
Sure.
One quick question. So you're saying the only thing that we needed to prove all of this was real was plane tickets?
No,
Am
I
understanding
didn't
you?
say that.
The
That's
first
not
thing,
what I'm-
the first
no,
thing.
No, that's not. Hold on. McKeegan, is that the end of your question right there?
No. I am just wanting to make sure I understand your argument before
Yes.
I ask you the question. So
Right. No,
only thing
that's
Okay, so
No.
let's forget the whole right. So assuming then the video footage and everything else is a given, not that we're just going to buy a plane ticket and yeah, that's it. But your argument is the one thing that we needed to prove that we were going to Antarctica, along with everything else, we need a plane ticket.
to help
We
make
should've-
this easier for you guys.
We
be
should
to
have thought
produce
about
it.
this before. Yeah,
Would
you're
be
saying we
to
should have thought about this before, as everyone should have kept their plane tickets as a clear-cut way to validate for all flat earthers that we were going to Antarctica.
Makes sense.
Absolutely.
Okay,
I think that
so,
along with hold on because I want to be truthful with you, Dave. Okay. That along with your itinerary. Okay. Because here's the thing. All right. Anytime you fly anywhere, anytime you're boarding yourself anywhere on a boat, on a plane, on a goat, it don't matter. Right. You're part of a manifest. You're part of a list. You are serialized. That's one of the easiest things that you should be able to produce, right?
Okay.
And then it's a receipt, kind of like you just presented a receipt of purchase and travel or whatever it is you did. You showed that, hey, I went. Now listen, Dave, I'm not asking for your stuff. I'm asking for Jaren's stuff. The
Vlad,
same way
I'm not offering you my stuff. I haven't answered.
No,
I haven't
you
answered.
just-
I
you
haven't.
just
You
showed-
haven't answered
no,
the question.
saying-
Yeah, I haven't
I'm
answered the
saying
question
McKeegan.
yet.
McKeegan, I'm saying you showed your stuff already.
Is this not
I'm
good
asking
enough?
about
Here, look at this.
Jaren's.
Hi, Jaren. Please find all purchase details below. The next few days, we will send you all the information you need to travel. Here's your travel itinerary. December 10th, I left San Jose, just like my fucking ticket says when I burn it with the microscope. Here's LA. Went to Santiago, Chile. Went to Punta Arenas. Came from Punta Arenas on the 20th.
Wait. Let me see. Punta Arenas. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Then I went
This
from
is,
the
not,
rest
this,
of
this
it?
is not your itinerary. This is what you find before you buy a ticket. This is the itinerary.
No, it's not,
of the flight,
dipshit.
of
It
the
says
ticket.
right here, this is your trip to Punta Arenas. It's ready. You're done. Here's your order
Okay,
number.
so
Here's your
where's-
reservation
no,
code.
so-
Shut up,
okay,
Sam.
So
But
where's your
it
ticket
doesn't mean
to
you went
the-
there. You
Where's
can
the
buy it
rest
and just
of the
not
leg
go.
of the trip?
So I'm telling
Where's the
you,
rest of the
that's why
leg
I
of the
asked
trip?
you. I said that when you get to Punta Arenas, then you're taken by ALE. You're part of ALE when you go to Antarctica. It's not like a normal, we don't have any passport things we have to do. They didn't check my luggage. I took a fucking joint there. They didn't check my luggage.
So there's no way that you can produce other than a T-shirt.
What do you mean? I have
Well, a
footage of me
t-shirt.
on the airplane, getting on the airplane, flying on the airplane,
And
landing
look,
in Antarctica.
Jaren, we need that receipt, bro. We need
Right.
that receipt.
Vlad.
And I'm gonna leave it at that. I
Wait, so hold on,
appreciate
let me
you
ask
guys having me,
let me
man.
ask
Thank you
Dave real
very
quick.
much.
Dave, do you remember
You
what
guys
were you
have a
given?
good day, man.
Hold on.
Appreciate
Let me
you.
ask Dave
Good
what we were
luck.
Vlad,
given.
And
Vlad,
you know what?
stop
Everything
running
that
off.
you asked for,
Stop
no.
running off.
Let me
Oh, he's
tell
gonna
you
run.
Stop
something,
running
Dave.
off. I asked for one
Nothing's
question.
ever good enough.
What's the
I've
question?
not even been
Go ahead,
able to,
go ahead.
and I've not even been allowed to ask you the
I
question.
apologize. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead, please.
Right. So, all this talk, this big sticking point, the ticket is the one thing, and by both of your own words, we should have thought about this before. So, my question is, why did neither of you, for the how many videos did Will put out beforehand, asking for suggestions from people as to how to make the experiment better and easier and more provable? Why did neither of you think to message Will or put a comment to any of the people you knew were going, saying, make sure you keep your plane tickets, make sure you show us your receipts, make sure you show us your passport
I'll be
stamps and
honest,
your itinerary?
Dave, I'll be honest with you. We thought, at least I thought, that this was going to be easy and honest, that you guys would go there and prove whatever you proved. I'm just
Right.
being honest, right? But when
Makes
you
sense.
came back Hey, listen, you asked me a question and I'm giving you an honest answer, okay? When you guys came back, I had the gumption, I had the thought in my mind to say, hey, just give us some tickets. That's it. I was like, hey, and here's the reason
They
why.
don't even issue plane tickets anymore.
Dave, listen, would you, Jaron, listen, please. All you needed to do at that point was give us the tickets. Then we can further the discussion that you faked this, you did that, because apparently you guys went somewhere, right? That's in my mind. Now, I'm not speaking for all flat earthers. I'm speaking for Vladimir over here, okay? And I'm being honest with you. I'm being sincere, okay? Here's my thing. I didn't come up thinking that you guys would fake or do any of this shit when you guys said that you were going to go there, okay? I didn't. Why would I think that? Because you guys paid a lot of money to do all kinds of stuff. I didn't think that it would get to this fucking point. I really didn't. I'm being honest with you. You've got this puzzled look on your face like, what's he talking about? I'm giving you the truth. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? So now we've gotten to the point to where you've had over 200 freaking days. Sure, you presented tickets a few times. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Witsit hasn't produced tickets. Jaron has produced tickets from California to Punta Arenas, and then from Punta Arenas, now it's a big question mark because there are people that can produce tickets from Punta Arenas going to Antarctica, Union Glacier specifically. We haven't seen any of that, and right there, I'm going to go ahead and land my plane. Please continue. Go ahead.
So I've got messages from, remember Katie? What was her name? Katie? Yeah. So I've got all the WhatsApp messages from her, but weren't we sent our boarding pass to Antarctica somehow on our phones or something? I don't remember.
I can't remember. I know I kept mine because again, this is the thing.
So what do you have?
So
you have something saying.
Vlad, let me take your logic here and just you're going with the notion of you thought we were going to go and just film all of this and we were going to go to Antarctica. So you didn't think to question beforehand and suggest to us that we should keep all of this other stuff as souvenirs to prove everything.
Listen, McKee, is that the end of your question? And you want me to answer?
No, that is not the end of my question. You butted in before I could finish.
Okay,
I'm just reaffirming
go ahead.
what your logic is so that you can now appreciate the reverse of that, which is we were there. We went to Antarctica. We saw it all. So, and then most people just discarded most of the things we got given.
Why is my question? Is why? That's because it's you know why I'm asking is why? It's because it's Antarctica. Not everybody could go to these places. I'm just being I'm just being honest with you. That's why I wouldn't have thought that you guys would have thrown it away, because to me that's a keepsake. To me, that's something that you brag to everybody. Hey, by the way, look at this. Hey, listen, I went to damn Oregon, right? You know what? I kept the fucking ticket so I could be like, hey guys, this is where I was. And on top of that, even if I didn't have a paper ticket, I have a digital one. But still, the first time I went to freaking Japan, got a ticket. The first time I went to Thailand, guess what? Kept the ticket. First time I went to where you at? I'm assuming you're in the UK. Guess what I did? I kept the motherfucking ticket. And this was back in 1997.
Where they were still handing out paper tickets.
If you go into one of the most remote places in the world, Antarctica, okay? I'm assuming, and it's my fault for assuming, I will admit that, okay? I assumed that you guys would keep the paper tickets. Apparently you have.
Sam.
And I'm asking Jaron for the ticket. I'm just being honest with you. Go ahead.
Great. Sam, do you have your ticket from when you went to Scotland?
My ticket? At the time, I was a private investigation on a mission against a company, a Scottish company.
Oh, okay. Do you have the tickets for any other countries that you visited?
Today? No, after like 20, 25 years.
Why didn't you keep them? Why didn't you think that I might ask for one day for you to prove?
My man, it's 25 years and he's not under scrutiny. That's why.
And I didn't have to prove to anybody that I was there, only to my employer. That's all.
If you're listen, McKeegan, let me just explain it nice and clear, okay? You guys went for the final experiment, okay? Correct? You went for the final experiment, or that's the name of it. You guys went to conduct business, okay? When I was in the Navy, there is something called maintenance that you conduct. Now, maintenance is written in blood. You have a big old recipe card, basically, on how to conduct that maintenance, okay? When you're in the middle of conducting the maintenance, every once in a while, an inspector will come and observe you performing this maintenance. You following so far? While you're performing this maintenance, they're going to ask you, I need to see the instruction booklet that you're using. I need to see if it's up to date. And if there are any smaller parts, for example, gaskets, if you're using O-rings, rubber O-rings, and if you're using a specific lubrication just to keep this O-ring lubricated so it can adhere to whatever the object is, they're going to ask to not only see the O-ring, they're also going to ask to see the packaging from which the O-ring came from. If you cannot present to them the packaging, guess what happens to your maintenance? It doesn't happen. And then a whole bunch of other things tend to follow. So my thing is, what you basically you guys did was maintenance, a form of that same thing I just mentioned. And I just mentioned. And on top of that, those receipts, they serve as something called qualitative evidence, objective qualitative evidence. This isn't Vlad being a crazy conspiracy theorist. This is you conducting business. And while you're conducting business, you maintain and retain these receipts to present to anyone in case you're under some kind of scrutiny.
Right. I have 5.5 hours of video footage.
We're also asking, we also asked, what's his name? Witsit. We also asked him for the same thing. Witsit got scared than a motherfucker, couldn't present nothing. So all Jaren right now could produce is the tickets from California to Santiago, Punta Arenas, and all this other stuff.
It's not a ticket.
Listen,
it's not a ticket.
It is a ticket. It had a confirmation number, dipshit.
No, dipshit. I tell you, dipshit. It's not a ticket, dipshit.
That's what it is.
Because what it is, it's what I did many times. You can buy a ticket with your credit card, no problem, with your name on it and everything.
Sure.
And then they're going to send you the itinerary. It doesn't prove that you went there.
Okay, so the ticket does?
The actual ticket.
The paper ticket. Do you know that they don't use paper tickets anymore? Have you been on a plane in the last 10 years?
Yeah, but so where's the ticket that you went there?
You get a boarding pass.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, where's the boarding pass?
I'm finding it. So far, I got to find the WhatsApp group.
Present the boarding pass and just give it to the guys. Sam, you know, these guys are going to do what they do.
I'm going to have to just cut it short also because it's getting late now. I cannot talk too loud. People are sleeping around.
I apologize. I'm sorry for
No. It's okay. You don't have to apologize. The thing I have something I wanted to tell you, because we have to cut the shit. And, you know that I created like, some kind of a small, very small, tiny organization called Alliance of the Dome. It's nothing much really, just barely an internet site at that point. However, we have some people into that, starting, organization that are very competent and in analyzing stuff. And I told them to translate to me a report they made to me, like we can say an intelligence report if I want to play it, like with big. About TFE, and there is something about you that they are coming up with something about you, Jaren, that I believe that you should hear, you should be aware of.
No, I don't care. You know the amount of lies that have been told about me the last year?
No. It's just,
I don't have to listen to any of that.
It's not a lie. It's not about you having done something. Okay. It's about your position today. So if you want, I can really. It's going to take like a minute if you want me, but I think it's very, very interesting.
Go ahead.
So mission number, we don't care. Objective explanation. Okay, this is all we did. Okay. Deeper analysis. We call that okay, we don't have to. Okay, we're going to go straight to the end. Okay, to the conclusion. Check it out.
Okay.
Because we have to have a reason why you're lying. There is a reason why for us,
or I'm not lying. Could be that.
I understand that. What
could be that.
The thing is that,
man, Sam, you be easy, family. I'm gonna let you ride, fam.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Check it out. Since we believe that you're lying and we believe that you could not do this TFE thing on your own.
Right. I'm like the worst person in the world, basically.
No,
I think the worst person in the world would be somebody that would lie to the entire human race about the shape of the earth for no reason, even if they threaten my family. What a dirtbag. So I'm just, it's nice of what you think of me. 10 years of putting in all this work, and you guys all believe me. Everybody trusts me. Everybody loves my videos till I tell you the truth about what I saw, and then you all turned on me. So go ahead.
Yeah, but the problem is that you're saying the truth into something that's fake.
That's what you think. I was there. Go fly down there. Go find out. Go look.
No problem. Did
Do
find
you
your
realize
receipt
the
yet?
lines of longitude, the degree of longitude at 53 degrees south would have to be 4 times the size on a flat Earth? 4 times the
Check it
size.
out. While I read that to you, you can maybe look for your receipt there.
Go ahead.
Check it out. Hypothesis. Check it out. So
Wait.
number 5, because it's a list of things. The extensive, so it's a translation. I'm sorry, from Hebrew. I hope it's good. The extensive number of technical and behavioral irregularities concerning the entire TFE operation, along with their grossness, suggest that these irregularities may have been deliberately orchestrated.
What is this guy's degree in? Does he have a college degree in psychology or something?
No.
Oh.
It's just the first conclusion of a pretty
Oh, he's just somebody, just some nobody on the street. Okay, cool.
Okay. The behaviors of certain flat Earth prominent figures like David Weiss and Mark Sargent defending TFE through various deceptive methods, as exposed in the Weiss file report, the video I made on David Weiss, can also be considered as an artificial anomaly linked to TFE. Check it out. Artificial anomaly. I'm coming to that. Wait a second.
Waiting.
Therefore, it is plausible to deduce that the TFE operation's intention was never to validate the shape of the Earth, but to obscure various different objectives.
No, the point was to falsify the flat Earth map. That's what it was, and it did that.
No. What we are saying here is that there are so many anomalies in your footage.
That you're claiming they're anomalies, and we go and show you that they're not.
Of course.
Okay.
I cannot claim what you claim.
Great.
I have to claim what I claim. So the thing is that there are so many anomalies, according to what I claim, that some of them or most of them had to be done on purpose.
Okay.
Now it doesn't make sense. You can say, okay, but wait a second, I'm going to explain
Sure.
to you about that analysis.
Hopefully you're going to give us an example of one of those.
Yes.
Okay.
As mentioned in the Weiss file report, the Weiss file video I just made, mass media, sponsored social media, and fraudulent, like fake flat earthers, appear to share a common goal of discrediting and attacking the flat earth community while pretending to undermine the flat earth concept, cleverly promoting it by simply making it more visible, by publicizing it. Therefore, we believe that the flat earth community, rather than the flat earth concept, is the true target of these entities and individuals, and that TFE is part of a much broader scheme. Scheme, you say? Okay. Now check it out. It's almost done. It is understood now. It's a hypothesis, in the report. It is understood that the transformation of the world is currently in progress, commonly referred to as the New World Order, which will witness the evolution of the United Nations into the first world government, as extensively proclaimed by numerous state leaders and discussed in recent history. We assert that this New World Order will be founded on the We assert that this New World Order will be founded on the acknowledgement of the true shape of the Earth, as suggested by the flat Earth model depicted on the UN flag and by the symbolic cracked globe sculpture located in front of the UN headquarters in New York. All this is in the Weiss file video. Nevertheless, we contend that the flat Earth model they will endorse will have to be altered to align with the fundamental ideology of this new society. Consequently, the notion of Earth existing within a closed system covered by a dome will need to be modified to sustain the illusion of space travel, and the presence of extraterrestrialization. I'm almost done. This is going to come to you now. We believe that TFE is part of the agenda. We believe that TFE is part of this agenda. We believe that TFE has two objectives that are nearing fulfillment at this point. We maintain that by continuing to identify as a flat earther while acknowledging the possibility of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica within the flat Earth model, Austin Whitsett represents the initial phase of a lengthy process of developing a new flat Earth model essential for that new world order. We assert that this is one of the primary reasons why David Weiss insists on defending the notion that TFE indeed occurred in Antarctica, despite his admission that the sun, the sky, and the entire TFE operation were fabricated. So what I'm trying to say here is that Whitsett, TFE, okay, let me finish. We believe that by switching alliances and openly betraying the flat Earth community, Gerard Campanella represents the first step towards the criminalization of the flat Earth community. So I'll explain you how. Check it out. There is something here.
You can go to Antarctica. You can go there.
We believe. Check it out. What I'm saying here. This is what the people here in Israel have analyzed.
I don't care about the people in Israel.
Believing that you work for some kind of
don't care what they think.
Entity, organization, whatever.
Don't care.
We believe that there is a strong possibility. Check it out.
Stop saying that.
We believe that there is a strong possibility that Gerard Campanella could face assassination alongside his family as a false flag operation aimed at illegalizing the flat Earth community by depicting it as a dangerous movement capable of murdering those considered traitors.
You are dangerous and probably capable of that.
We believe that the best option for Jeren will be to admit publicly everything he knows about the TFE operation as soon as possible.
And I have done that.
This is a report of the people that believe.
So I've reported everything about TFE.
And that you are working for,
I'm telling you, Sam, that I swear that the trip was 100% above board, 100% legit. 100% legit.
Because in that case, it is logical to think that if admitting that you work for some organization, I don't know, CIA, Jesuits, I don't know, we don't know, that TFE is a part of something much bigger and much darker.
It's not. It's a pastor out of Colorado.
TFE was not made for David Wise.
No, it was not made for David Wise.
It was made for you, Jeren, and for Austin.
That makes no sense.
One guy comes back as a Grover.
I asked Austin to go.
And the other one comes back as a flat Earth. I believe that there is a 24-hour sun on flat Earth.
There is.
And
that I don't believe.
These two objectives can be attained. You understand? So there is a
Whatever.
logic behind this. And again, I wish I'm wrong, but this is what I wanted to tell you. Because when I saw that, I said, we have to tell the guy. We have to.
Okay, so I have zero respect for people that are going to sit and call me a liar like you're doing. Zero respect. I thought that we had a 3-hour conversation recently, in which you had kind of seen that I had all this footage, that I had all my chronicled trip, that I've got 5 hours of chest cam footage, that I've got tons of pictures and photos.
Well, it was barely a conversation. It's like for 4 hours, not 3 hours, and you spoke about like 85% of the time. So I was listening to everything you said.
Okay.
And
I recorded it.
All the demonstrations.
Remember, I recorded it. So I'll bring it up and show that 85% is a joke. You're just lying. You're just a liar.
Okay, show it up.
You're a liar.
No problem.
All right.
Well,
Sam.
you were talking most of the time, like.
Okay, well, now 85% of the time, so stop lying.
Yes,
please.
Yes.
This stream's been going on for more than 2.5 hours.
Okay.
2.5 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, I asked you a question that you haven't answered.
Okay,
what evidence would convince you there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
If I went there and if I saw it by myself, but I will never be there because we know that there is no South Pole in Antarctica. It's like me saying, okay, I'm going to go on the moon to see if it's real. It's ridiculous. It's already fake before it starts.
Okay, no. So, only evidence that you're going to accept then is your own eyes. So, for starters, why are you here asking us all of this? Because the only evidence you were going to accept is your own eyes. And two, why, if you were really honest and going for the truth, are you not trying to do the same thing? Because you yourself already said before, people can go to Antarctica, people go there all the time. Those were your words when Jeren brought up thousands of people go to Antarctica. You accepted they do. So why have you not tried to do the same trip that we did?
To start with your first question, I lost my train of thought because you said at first, why? What do I do here? Because I'm never going to believe you. So the thing is, one of the main reasons I'm here is to expose the way I think, the way you think, what you have to say, and what I have to say. This is not only for us, but also for the people watching us. You understand? So they can judge better. This is one. Now the second thing is again, remind me what you just said. I'm sorry, I just forgot.
So I've just asked you what evidence would convince you. You said see it with your own eyes. So why aren't you trying to go and see it with your own eyes?
Simply because I don't have to. I know that there is no South Pole in Antarctica. I know that there cannot be a 24-hour sun.
No. Okay, so right there, and thank you, because as you've just highlighted, this is being recorded for the entire world to see. Okay, You have just plain as day acknowledged you don't give a flying fuck about the truth, because
No.
you
Yeah, that's
just
true.
said the way for the evidence for you to know whether there is a 24-hour sun or in Antarctica or not, go and see it with your own eyes. Well, go and see it with
Exactly.
your own eyes. I don't have to. So you don't
Exactly.
care about the truth of
But,
is there a 24-hour sun or not. You're sticking with the belief of, I think there's a 24. I don't think there's a 24-hour sun because it doesn't fit my belief, and I'm not prepared to admit I was wrong.
But my answer fits your question, because when you say, what will it take? So I tell you, in the absolute, to know if something is true, you have to go there and see it. Now the problem with, in this particular case, to go there and to see, to prove that there is 24-hour sun, I have to accept already the possibility of a South Pole and the possibility of a 24-hour sun, which, according to our research, is not possible.
Okay,
It's
so
like
what
saying,
you are basically saying.
I would go to Mars to prove that space travel is real and that there is like a Tesla Roadster in space. Let's go and drive it to see if it's real. You understand?
Right. Let's just be clear here, okay? So you're saying you wouldn't be prepared to go to Antarctica because you're not prepared to accept the possibility of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which means
No.
you are not prepared to accept that you might be wrong.
Correct.
It's going to be very hard to prove that I'm wrong, because so far what you did is that you proved that you're wrong yourself. You understand?
so-
I'm not trying to. Of course.
No.
Okay,
This is
No.
anybody who is intellectually honest and truly open-minded of questioning things is somebody who is prepared to say, I think I'm right about this. The evidence so far is saying I think I'm right about this, but I am prepared to accept there is the possibility that I am wrong.
Okay.
And right now you've just gone, this thing here will tell me if I'm right or wrong. I'm not going to go and look. That's not skeptical. That's not open-minded.
So, yes,
that's cult.
It is the truth, because I have to be truthful with myself. I cannot, on one side, have the proofs.
Okay, but you're not being
that
truthful if you're not.
that there is no South Pole, and then say, you know what, I'm going to go to the South Pole to see if it's true.
Okay, but what if you saw the South? Let me ask you this: if you saw the South
mind-blowing thing.
Celestial Pole? What does that tell you? What is below the South Celestial Pole, Sam?
Again,
What is below the South Celestial Pole?
I have no idea.
Okay, what's below the North Celestial Pole?
I have no idea.
You don't know what's below Polaris?
No.
So you're just dumb as a bag of shit. Then we're done.
Okay, right.
We're done.
I'm not dumb. I don't give a
Okay.
shit.
You know. Yeah, well, then
Okay,
why are you
fine.
here?
I don't need to give
Okay.
a shit to know that you're
Right.
that you're lying.
Oh,
I don't need that.
Sam,
Why are you here? I don't get it.
let's not even go with going to Antarctica then, all right? Am I correct in understanding here that your perception of a flat Earth is based on the AE map at least? There or thereabouts?
No, not really. No.
So-
it's
so-
not that convinced me.
Okay, so what map of flat Earth are you going with?
I don't usually get involved into mapping, and I'm not that smart. I'm a very simple person. And when I
Okay.
came to flat Earth, the first thing I did when I investigated that is, first of all, not to prove that the Earth was flat, but to prove that NASA was lying, because it was for me like something impossible. So when I passed that step there, that I proved to myself at least that NASA was lying from day one, then I had a problem. I had to understand why do they lie and why do they spend so much money. So we passed that stage. Then the
So-
next step was, yes, go ahead.
If it's not AE map and you don't have a map, so you then therefore can't plot out what the sun is actually doing, how can you be so confident that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
I tell you, I don't need like 1,000 proofs, to know something. I just need one, maybe sometimes two evidence, two proofs. Okay, so the thing for me that first of all convinced me that NASA was lying is the moon landing, of course. And the only thing, because there are many things, the only thing that convinced me is that I saw that there is no crater under the moon landing and no dust whatsoever on the moon landing pads there. So that was for me a checkmate for NASA, and I just moved on, even though there are many more proofs that I put in my investigation, but it was enough for me. Now the second thing I did was to see how the media were reacting, to that flat Earth theory, and I saw also that it was clear that there was a big campaign of disinformation orchestrated against flat earth all over the place, and that was not natural. That was, like kind of engineered, kind of fashioned. So the thing is that I understood that there was a big interest for the media to discredit flat earth, and that was also for me suspectful, but not enough yet to prove that the earth was flat. Then I checked the Vatican, and I realized that actually something that I didn't know, that all modern science, including the idea of the globe, were actually invented by the Vatican Church. So that's one thing. Again, we can come back on that. But that was not enough for me to to believe that the earth was flat at that point. What finished to convince me, is the books I believe in. Since I'm Jewish, I believe in the Torah. So I checked, say, okay, let's see what the Torah says. Let's see what the Bible says. And I'm reading it in its original language, in Hebrew, not in English, not in fake translations, in the original scriptures. So the thing is that over there also I saw that never ever once the globe was mentioned, and everything went towards the direction that the earth is clearly flat all over the place. So that was enough for me to become a flat earther at that point. That's all.
That lovely story, but that wasn't actually the question I asked. The question I asked was, how do you know there can't be a 24-hour sun on a flat earth if you don't have a model layout for a flat earth? I could give you a model layout for a flat earth that would work with a 24-hour sun. You do an azimuth or equidistant projection, but you base it on the South Pole.
Well, the thing is that as long as the earth is flat, if it's a shape, I know the flat earth map, like the AI, I think.
Okay, right. So this is what I'm getting at. I don't need a specific map. So
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
going with this rough idea of a circle, North Pole in the middle, sun circle around it, basically lat.
There is a famous sentence, verse written about this by Solomon, and he says that the sun actually rotates around the north and goes along the south. It doesn't say that it rotates along the south. It's very precise over there. So it's a very hermetic language, very high language. So that means that here it tells you clearly, that's not a proof yet, because it's just an indication, but that the sun actually just rotates around the sun while going around the south. So this is one example of things that did confirm to me that that
they're wrong.
The plate model was real, and also it's on the UN flag that it's not maybe exactly
Or
the same.
the United Nations wants to show all the nations on one flag, and the only way to do that is to put it like the AE map, because you can't use a globe because you have to show both sides.
That's a theory, but there is another
Not a theory. That's the reason why.
So,
you think that? Hold on, I just want to get it. Do you think that they put it on the flag in order to tell us where we live and then lie to us about where we live?
No.
Yeah.
I said that that flag was created like 80 years ago, and that the intention for creating that flag and the United States was always to create at one point a new world order, and that new world order will be based on the recognition of flat Earth, always. And this is what's happening today. That means that they don't care if people believe in flat Earth or not, as long as they remain their slaves. You understand?
Okay, I agree
What
with
they're
that.
scared of is the flat Earth community.
No, they're not
And
scared of the flat Earth
that's why
community. You guys get 5,000 views per video. That's like a tenth of a percent of the United States. You're not reaching anybody. Let's be honest.
So let's talk about your views. You have like 160,000, subscribers, and you have like 300 view videos.
Yeah,
I have
because
300 view videos, but I have 700 subscribers. So let's talk about
all my
views.
audience left. What are you talking about, dipshit?
So how come dipshit? Your subscribers.
No,
stay?
you don't get to call me that when I'm making sense and you're not making any sense. You're actually saying, "Oh, look at your channel doesn't get views." I'm the one saying that. I don't get any more views.
Exactly, but you have 160,000.
Yeah, and anybody who's on YouTube knows that subscribers means nothing. Everybody knows that.
Okay, all right, I understand.
Well, everybody knows that except for you, I guess.
Right.
Okay.
So hold on, I just want to point this out. So this is me. I just showed you my itinerary to Punta Arenas, and then here's me in Punta Arenas getting on the airplane and then flying on the airplane and then landing in Antarctica. There's nowhere else I could have gone. Anybody who denies that is retarded.
Okay, that's for the record. It's okay. You said what you had to say.
Yeah.
So it's on the record, and people will be able to
Yeah, it's
judge,
on the record that I got on an airplane and flew to Antarctica.
Sam, not exact, but you said something roughly like the UN map is your answer for flat Earth.
The
Okay,
flat Earth map,
and
it
the
makes
sun
sense,
circle.
yeah. This is
Great.
the only one that makes sense for now.
Okay, so And here's the thing, right? And this is an easy way I can give to you right now that you yourself, with your own eyes, can go and see that is wrong. And now the onus is going to be on you as to whether you are intellectually honest enough to go and have a look, or whether you're just going to bury your head up your own arse and go, no, this doesn't matter. You look at roughly your map, okay, and where the sun is going to circle around it. Any location south of the tropics won't have the sun rising and setting further south than their location. Won't work on a flat Earth.
I don't know that, but I believe you when you say that. I don't believe you will be lying about this. So I tell you something. We don't know what the sun is. In the Torah, it is called Mar'ah or Mar'ot.
Do we know what the sun does? Hold on. Do we know what the sun does?
Wait a second.
No, you said we don't know what the sun is. Who cares? It could be anything.
No. It's important to know.
No,
what
it's
the sun
not.
is.
It's what it does.
Okay.
No.
Sam, fine. Okay. I know where your argument's going to go here. You're going to go, you don't know what the sun is or what it does, so it's some magical, mystical thing.
No.
Here's the thing.
Mar'ot are in Hebrew. In Hebrew, Mar'ot is Mar'ot, that means mirrors. You know that?
Okay.
You know that. So now, I don't know, because it's not enough information to think with.
No, we already determined that it's not a reflection.
There's a notion of reflection.
It's impossible. We've already tested that.
I don't know.
Yeah, but we've tested it. Just because you don't know doesn't mean anything.
Well, I'm not going to say you're right because I don't know.
All right, good. I'll be quiet.
Jaron, Sam's just opened a can of worms here because I've got one question for him. So we're saying we don't know what the sun is. It's some magical, mystical thing. It can behave any way it wants.
Not magical. It's science. Pyramids are
okay,
science,
fine.
not magic.
Okay, fine. So you're saying that you don't know what the sun is. So because you don't know what the sun is, you can say, oh, well, just because it might be here, it might look like it's over there, and that's okay for your flat Earth?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why do you have a problem with Toon's head not showing behind the sun? Why isn't the sun... Why can the sun not behave magically differently in that way with the Earth being a globe? You can't pick and choose as to when the sun could behave magically or not.
Nobody said it was magic. You said it. I didn't say magic. You said it.
You've just said you don't know what the sun is.
I don't know what the sun is. And the thing is that if it does what you say it does, there might be other explanations. I'm just that the Earth was a globe.
Okay. But what if there is one explanation that answers all the questions? What if there is? Let me explain something real quick. It's very simple. When you're going to go travel somewhere in the world, you can see the world however you want to see it. I don't care. No problem to me. But if you're like me and you believe the Earth was flat, then you have a list of things that must take place for the Earth to be flat on your trip. And if you have another list of things that the globe says would take place on your trip, and then you go on the trip, and guess what? If the flat Earth comes up and it gets 0 right, and the globe comes up and gets every single thing right, every single thing to a T perfectly, there's a problem. Yeah, you say. It's just you don't want the truth. I wanted the truth. I found the truth.
I don't want to lie.
Well, I just told you that every single observation matches the globe. Every single one.
Absolutely not.
Okay, well then you're just lying. You're being a liar.
Something that I deny, so it doesn't.
So tell me, the globe says that the lines of longitude converge. We went down there, we measured it. They converge. They get smaller.
There is no curve. It cannot be a globe.
There is a curve. What are you talking about?
There is no curve.
Right,
okay,
Sam.
Thanks.
You're deflecting away from the argument. Jaron's just said on a flat Earth, lines of longitude would have to keep expanding further and further south. Go and measure it. We did. You will find once you go beyond the equator, the lines of longitude get closer together the further south you go.
Right.
So fits the globe, doesn't fit flat Earth. Now, back to the sun, because you say you don't know what the sun is. Exactly. We can argue you don't know what the sun is, but you can see the sun. You can get a solar filter and a camera like I did. You can view the sun. I did. I recorded it 24 straight hours, watching it non-stop, exactly what the sunspots were doing. Sunspots did not change orientation in Antarctica the entire time. Simultaneously, I had people... Oh, and the size of it didn't change at all either. But I also recorded it in Punta Uranus and in the UK, and the sun size was exactly the same in all 3 locations. And at the same time, I had people all around the world sending me photographs of the sun, and they were seeing the same sunspot patterns of the sun at the same time. But the orientations of all of theirs were different. Mm-hmm. Again, fits a globe, doesn't fit a flat Earth, or you need an explanation, and you don't
It's
have to go with "I don't believe all of that; it's a lie." Go and look.
You're doing with flat Earth exactly what you're doing with TFE. You say, "Oh, look, this little part here is real." Then everything is real.
No, he's not saying that. We're saying it nails every one of them. It hits every one.
I'm telling you what we did as a test, as one of the tests that shows these observations and these predictions fit the globe, they don't fit the flat Earth. I am now beyond telling you, I'm now beyond trying to convince you that our stuff was real. I'm saying, quit fannying about in your echo chambers of, oh, well, this is fake and this is fake and this is fake. You've already said the only evidence you're going to accept is your own eyes. So bugger off somewhere south of the tropics and go and look for yourself. And you won't, because you know you'll be wrong.
It's not that easy. Check it out.
Oh, no, it's exactly that easy.
So,
you will be wrong, and you know it. That's why you're too coward to go and do it. That's why all of you lot are too coward to go and do it.
Don't start with insult. It doesn't.
Well,
work.
I have on my website, jeranism.com/Antarctica, you can go there. There's a $50,000 challenge. All you have to do is to accept it, and we'll go down there this December, and we'll find out, and then you either owe me $50,000 or I owe you.
Sam,
so let's go.
Don't ask me to not insult you when you've spent 2.5 hours calling me a liar.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I'm not calling you a liar. I'm exposing you.
Did I go to Antarctica?
Oh, he's exposing you as a liar.
I'm saying I went to Antarctica and I've showed you all the videos. Am I lying about being in Antarctica?
Okay, so let me speak. Can I speak? Can I answer you? You just talked about, like proving that the Earth was a globe according to your calculations there. And you know what? Let's say I'm with you. So, wow, that guy finally proved that the Earth is a globe. So did you talk to this, about this, to people? Did you make a video about this? Did you explain that to the flat earthers or to the other guys? Like, how come we don't believe it?
About
because
what?
we're like crazy, we're close or something. But if you prove something, if you prove that the Earth is a globe, then automatically there is no more reason for people to believe that the Earth is flat.
No, but they believe that we're lying.
No. Yeah, you see, here's the problem. Okay, here's your problem, Sam, is you are missing two. You've gone two very big points here, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Give evidence, Earth is flat. Flat earthers accept evidence, very different things, right? We gave you all the evidence to say the Earth isn't flat. You won't accept any of the evidence, right? And the reason you won't accept it is because your egos can't accept that you were wrong.
That's your opinion, no problem.
Well,
it's quite simple, right?
So
like I said, we've given you the evidence and we've said, here's all the things that we've done. Now you think that we're liars. So the obvious thing to then would be go and prove we're wrong.
Right. Think how famous you'd be.
What I don't understand about you, there's one thing I don't understand. Is that how come you are fighting so hard to prove us wrong? If you believe that we are stupid and crazy and whatever.
Did I contact you, Sam, or did you contact me?
Leave us alone.
Sam,
leave us alone.
Sam, did you contact me or I contacted you? Did I reach out to you?
I'm not
I don't
I'm pretty sure.
emailing you first.
I'm pretty sure you emailed me.
I'm not talking about you and I. I'm talking in general. Globers and flat earthers. If you believe that we are, so stupid or so ignorant or so crazy,
let me answer that because it's dangerous. Because it's dangerous. It's dangerous. People lose family members. People. I've already predicted in 5 years. Anybody who's still a flat earther now, in 5 years, you will have less money, less friends, less family. You might be dead. Okay, you might be dead. That's the truth.
Sorry, Jaron. I was just going to remind Sam because he seems to have forgotten this because he specifically asked me, man to man, brother to brother, person to person, whatever. Before asked me, did I think all flat earthers were stupid? And I laid it out for him and I said, no, I don't think all flat earthers are stupid. There are people who believe the earth is flat who also are stupid, but there are people who are stupid who think the earth is also a globe. They're misguided and they misunderstand things. The reason I make these videos isn't because I have some deep-rooted desire to destroy flat earth or that it's some sort of a threat to me. It's because there's people out there who have these misconceptions about things and you are shaping your entire bleeding life around a misconception, but you don't realize it. Jaren did exactly the same thing. All I am doing is giving the information out there for people who are willing to listen and consider that they might be wrong. TFE was never going to destroy all flat earthers because some flat earthers will refuse to listen to anything that goes against their beliefs because they refuse to accept they might be wrong.
So in fact, it's beautiful what you said, because actually you care about us. You want us to understand, and you're willing to fight, to promote that truth that you have in order to save us from our wrong beliefs. Can I put it in so much words? Okay.
That's what I feel. I mean, especially because a lot of these people were my friends. All these guys are my friends. So to see them still locked into something that I now recognize as a total fabrication, that it's not the truth, then that's very difficult.
Check it out, guys. It's like 2 a.m.
Okay,
I
you
have
can
to
go.
because they're gonna stone me to death.
Sam.
But anyways, just know one thing. Despite everything I said, despite everything we discussed of, I personally, I still, even though I believe that you are lying totally, that's no problem. But the thing is that I still admire you for what you're doing. You have qualities to be able to, to fight for what you believe, or you have a lot of qualities, and I actually respect that. I don't respect.
You mean to fight for the lie?
But what that's what I want to tell you. I have no hatred against you. I have no animosity.
Just let me leave you with one quick thought before you go here, okay? I get you've come into this and you're convinced that we're lying and that we didn't go to Antarctica and that we didn't see the 24-hour sun. That's your opinion and you're entitled to your opinion, okay? Fine, okay? Just consider this, right? If it was all fake, one, why the hell would we still be here arguing about it? We'd have just dumped it and gone. Secondly, and to tie into this whole, like, I'm just giving you the information, right? I've just given you the experiments that you can do yourself. Don't need to go to Antarctica. Go south of the tropics and go and I've been there, seen it. I know what the answer is going to be. I'm telling you, go and do it yourself. I wouldn't be here giving you the answers, because if the Earth was flat, going south of the tropics would prove it wrong. Would prove me wrong. I'm telling you, go yourself or any one of your group, go south of the tropics, spend a day in Punta Arenas or Cape Town or anywhere south of the tropics and watch what the sun does in the southern summer. I know what it does. It doesn't prove it. It goes completely against flat Earth. If I was lying about Antarctica and being in Chile, I wouldn't be giving you that information now.
I have no problem with this, but by observing something that we cannot explain and assuming.
Wait. But what if we can explain it? What if it can be explained?
Yeah, you can explain everything.
No, you cannot explain everything. You cannot explain everything.
Santa Claus. When I was a kid, they explained me about Santa Claus.
Yeah, but now you know. Now you're smart enough to know that that's not an explanation, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
But at the time, I was believing it.
Well, sure. So you want us to believe you're a child, then? Is that what you're saying?
I can be sometimes. I can be.
Okay. Well, to me, there's very simple proofs that I've shown people 1,000 times. I don't know how flat Earth ever took off with the southern hemisphere anyway, because the sun goes the wrong way, Sam. Goes the wrong way, and it always will.
Oh.
Okay.
Sam, you should go and speak to Hey Dude, who's in the chat as well. Steve from England, you might know him because he at least accepted that we were in Antarctica and that we were live streaming, but he can't explain how we were live streaming like 4 times and the sun was in all different directions, but he seems to think I'm stuttering and lying.
I don't know. Is it a true flat earther or like a fake one? Or what?
He claims to be a true flat earther. He's in the chat right now. You should go and have a word with him because he seems to think that he believes we were in Antarctica. He accepts that and he tracked the flight and everything. So yeah, you should go and have a word with him.
Sam, if there's a lie out in the world, Sam, if there's a lie out in the world somewhere, wouldn't it be the fact that the truth would actually bring better things than the lie, right? Like it would improve on the lie. So what has flat Earth improved in the world? What is different now versus 10 years ago when flat Earth came out? What has changed? What has flat Earth helped out the world?
No.
No. I asked you a question.
Wait a second. Flat Earth did well. If you ask a question, don't slide in like things that are not true.
What's not true?
That flat Earth didn't start 10 years ago. The flat Earth community that we know today, that did actually start 10 years ago, is not the flat Earth community. It's the one that David Weiss and Mark Sargent.
Oh, you want to go back to Daniel Shenton?
Engineered. It's not the real one. It's full of chill.
So what's the real one? Show me a flat Earth. I want to know who was real in 1960.
Let me speak. You don't let me speak.
1960, 1970.
Let me speak. That flat Earth community that you see is the one that was engineered by these people.
That's your opinion. Go ahead.
It is full of fake flat earthers of fake flat Earth leaders.
That's what you think. I don't think
And
there's one. So go ahead.
Let me speak. And it is just a prototype. The real flat Earth community is coming out now.
Who are
Out of
they?
Their failure is going to come out.
Getting 5,000
Because
views?
All that TFE thing is also, it's not only exposing fake flat Earthers, but also the true ones. And now you can.
You have a little bit of an
the
inflated
real
ego
birth
there, my friend.
Of the flat Earth community. The real flat Earth community
Right.
is yet to come.
But it's you.
Believe
You're
me.
going to be the head of it.
Head no.
Oh, no.
I wish.
Oh.
Why not? But,
Yeah, why not you? You should be in
it's not. Why not?
Yeah,
it
it
should be
should
a
be.
nice adventure. But for now, that's not the objective. The objective is to
Okay.
make people go into attack mode and not to stay on defense mode all the time, like they are now.
Oh well, go and attack by go improving flat Earth by going south of the tropics, like I said. Or in fact, you don't even need to, because Flatzoid, he's a flat earther in
He's down there.
South Africa, so he's already there. Just phone him.
I
He'll
love-
tell you what the sun does.
And I love that flat earthers will just sit there and call you a liar. And then when you get mad, they're like, oh, and look you're all upset now. Look you're upset that, oh, you spent 3 hours calling me a liar, that I'm a disgrace to the human race. So yeah, that's what happens when you do that. You don't get people on your side.
I'm sorry.
Well, they're not
but,
right? That's what happens. So don't expect
I'm
something
very
different.
sorry. Okay, check it out.
We've
Yes,
we've
no friends talking.
we've
I have to
easily
go. I
responded to
cannot-
everything. You believe in something that has a paradox. Number one, the Earth cannot be flat because you have people seeing the same sunset at the same time, going in two different directions, which is impossible. They're both looking west. They see the sun go two different directions, and there's no answer for that until you bring in a sphere. Like, oh, what if we put people on a sphere? All of a sudden, they would see the sun going in opposite directions if they were in the north and the south. So there is an answer to all the questions that we have. There's an answer. The answer is called the globe. Period. So you can deny it all you want. I denied it for 10 years, but I believed that the South was a lie. So I went down there and tested myself and realized the South is what we're taught. And if the South is what we're taught, then the Earth's a globe, because that's where they get the South from. Sam, isn't the whole world mapped on a sphere? If you go to Google Earth, anybody that you call in the world, any friends that you have, any family, they all live somewhere on that sphere, right? Granted, it's a Google, it's just it's a computer program, but I get it, right? But on the Google Earth, everybody lives there, right? So everybody's observation matches the sky at that location on a globe model. So in order to prove the globe wrong, just find me one person that says that their observation where they live doesn't match the globe model. Just find one.
So how come you explain that the flat Earth community is growing and growing every day?
Because people are not, we weren't taught right about the Earth. I'm one of them. I was one of these people who's asking, oh, planes would have to nose down. That's just retardation. Oh, water finds its level. How does it work on a ball? That's retardation, because you don't understand that on an Earth as big as this one, that the water is level everywhere. The Earth is flat everywhere. It's only an 1/8 inch of a curve. That's a nickel lying down for every 660 feet. That's 2 football fields end to end. There's an 1/8 inch of curve. You'll never see that, dude. So keep looking for curve. You'll never see it. And you know what? You don't need to know it. It's not important in your life at all. None of us will ever use the curvature of Earth in our life at all. Period. We don't need it. We can pretend wherever we are is flat. We can build like it's flat. We build with a level. We build with water levels. We can build as high as we want because the Earth acts as if it's flat. And then if you want to know if that's proof, you can go find out, does the sun act like a sun on a flat Earth, or does it act like the sun on a globe Earth? And it acts exactly like the sun on a globe Earth. So for me,
crazy. Yeah, it's crazy to see that with all these, apparently, good arguments, you still cannot, convince all these people that.
no, because they're deluded in their head. I was there. You're
Okay,
missing the
that's-
path. A year
that's-
ago,
that's
I
what
was
I'm
in
saying.
your headspace. I didn't listen to anybody. I told Dave McKeegan he's a shill. I told Dave McKeegan he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's lying. So I
But
told him.
before that, you were also in the globe belief, and you switched. So you switched
Because I didn't know anything about the globe. I actually thought that we could. I remember my first video. I asked, why don't we just get up in a rocket and wait for the moon to come to us? That's how. I thought that the shadow on the moon, the phases were caused by the Earth. So I didn't have a clue. And here's me.
Check it out. I'm not worried about you, Jaren, because you already flipped twice. You can flip one more time. I'm not worried.
I can flip.
It's a
Sam,
Be happy to
of
flip.
time.
Sam,
Yes, my
question.
friend.
if I
No,
take a
I have to
measurement,
go. I have to go.
just
Yes.
one last little bit, okay?
Go
If I take a measurement, right, and then I add a random number amount to that measurement, okay, and I say that that's the answer. Is that answer that I give now accurate for the measurement, or is it wrong?
I believe it depends of many factors. But anyways, let's say.
Well, if I say I'm going to measure the width of that wall and I measure it to be 3 meters, and then I say, but I'm going to add another 6 centimeters onto it just for shits and giggles, is that wall now 3 meters 6 centimeters, or is it still 3 meters?
Still 3 meters, of course.
It's still 3 meters. Okay, so every survey that ever gets done, the surveyors will take a measurement and then add the curvature of the Earth into that. So that either means every single survey is wrong, in which case all you have to do is go and check the surveys and they won't match if you don't add the curvature of the Earth in, and yours will be right and the surveys will be wrong, or all the surveys are actually right and the Earth's a globe. But every single survey, every single map that you have is based and done with the Earth having curvature measured, added into it. And if you don't believe me, go and look at the user manuals for survey stations that they use, because they automatically now add the curvature in as well to every single height measurement that gets taken. So either every single height on the entire planet is wrong, or and yet everything is still magically all working, or you're wrong.
I thought there were documents already, exposing the fact that NASA was considering.
NASA don't do the surveys. NASA was formed in the 1950s, and surveys have been going around for decades.
Only to finish, that NASA actually, took in consideration the fact that the Earth was motionless and flat.
Yeah, I just said that. I just was talking, and I said that where we are at, you can treat as flat and motionless. So NASA says when you're going to build this plane or fly this thing, treat it like it's flat and motionless.
Hang on.
Hello.
NASA, in that exact same document, so let's make sure you're not just cherry picking here, in that exact same document where you say NASA say the Earth is flat and motionless, they also say the aircraft is completely rigid and has a constant mass. So could you please show me a plane that is completely rigid, that has absolutely no bend or flex to its body, and that doesn't change in mass as it's flying?
Well, you should ask NASA, not me, because I didn't write.
No. I'm asking you because you're the one that says NASA said this. I've read the document. I know the document that you're referring to.
That NASA is wrong? That's what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that NASA's document is saying, for simplicity here, we can ignore all these tiny little variables that make a fairly insignificant difference, because we're only talking about a basic model. When we did physics in high school, and we would do things like where we'd drop objects and measure how quickly how much time it took for them to fall to the ground, they could say, ignore air resistance. Was there no air in my school? Was I standing in a vacuum? No, because the air resistance was so minimal that it didn't really impact the final value. So they said, we can ignore it. So the document that you are referring to is one where, as a basic conceptual model for a plane, they can ignore the fact that the weight of the plane changes throughout the flight. They can ignore the fact that the bodywork is constantly changing and flexing as it's moving, and they can ignore the rotation of the Earth, which, FYI, since you want to talk about documents, I have a book here teaching pilots how to fly, how to correct for the rotation of the Earth that you think NASA doesn't account for. So, FYI, when you flew to Scotland, your plane was correcting for the rotation of the Earth, and yet amazingly, you still made it to Scotland. So unless you were trying to make it to Moscow and you inadvertently wound up in Glasgow, then the Earth's a globe.
Man, you have to make a video explain that to the whole world.
Sam,
I already have.
Yeah, I've done that. Sam, tell me this.
Not too much success.
Do you realize that the continents?
Not very successful then.
Do you realize that the continents have to be?
People.
Do you realize the continents have to be laid out this way? Or are you going to argue with that too?
I don't know, what is that? A flat Earth map?
It's not a flat Earth map. It's the way the continents must be laid out.
Okay.
So
I'm with you.
So from here in South America, it takes 6 hours to get to the South Pole. From here in South Africa, it takes 7 hours, and from here, it takes 8 hours. Explain to me where on this map each of those people could get in that amount of time when they have to fly over water and then ice. So they fly over water for a few hours, then ice for multiple hours. So tell me, where do these people end up? Where's the South Pole?
I don't know about your basic data. You're saying 6 hours, 7 hours. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway,
I'm saying to you, I'll say it again. It takes 6 hours to fly from here to the South Pole. It takes 7 hours to fly from here to the South Pole.
There's no South Pole. That's the problem.
So where are they flying? Where are those people going?
I have no problem to listen to you and to,
You do have a problem because you're not listening to me. No. What do you mean? Do you think people don't go to the South Pole? Everybody who's ever been there is a liar? Because we can call Lizzie. She went there.
I don't have enough information to think with. But the South Pole is one of the things I know that does not exist.
So okay, but hold on. Is there a place that they call the South Pole?
No.
No. People go to a place with flags there and the little Freemason symbol.
It cannot be a South Pole because there's no South Pole.
You're not paying attention. I said, is there a ceremonial pole? Is there a ceremonial pole where they take people?
It's in the outer rim, if we can say like this. You know that the sphere.
Okay, but do you understand that the sun has to do what the globe model calls for? So at the South Pole, the globe model calls for the sun to remain at the same height all day long, and there's only one place in the world, well, it's two places, North Pole, South Pole, that actually happens.
Do you know how the sphere?
You just don't even hear anything. You're just like, go on.
It calls it the exosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about. What?
The sphere, in Las Vegas, that big ball there.
Yes.
They call Antarctica, which they never recorded, that never displayed in their, in their ball there. They call it the exosphere.
Okay. They're talking about the outside of the ball, dude. It's called the exosphere, the outside of it.
Yeah, exactly. But they're called that Antarctica. They say Antarctica.
Sam,
the exosphere.
if there's no South Pole,
just a little point.
If there's no South Pole, there could be no South Celestial Pole with the rotation of the stars either. You can go and look at that one yourself as well.
For $1,500 bucks. You only have to go down to Punta Arenas.
And so just with your other point, I did put a video out. Go and look for it. I put it out October 8th. It's called Flat Earthers' Outlandish Claims About Aeroplanes. It's Nathan Oakley. He's claiming that they prove the Earth's flat. So there you go. That's global navigation for pilots. That is a actual certified shipped textbook given to pilots. Okay, I will let you pick. Okay, so here within the index, where are we? Earth. There we go. I'll let you pick. Which one would you like to look at? Earth's rotation or Earth's spherical shape? Because they've got them about both. So which one would you like to learn about?
To learn about?
How pilots are flying planes based on the Earth being a globe and not getting constantly lost.
How do they do emergency landing? Ask Banjo. He wrote a book about this.
And I already told you that all of those have been debunked. I told you and I showed you. You're being disingenuous. You're a lying prick.
No.
You're a liar.
I know Banjo made a video about it. Banjo doesn't look at Great Circle routes. Banjo looks at a Mercator map. Newsflash, I've also done another video which you might want to show Banjo as well. It's called New Flight Route Causes Problem for Flat Earthers. It's one that goes from Shanghai to Buenos Aires, Argentina via Auckland, New Zealand. I'd like to see Banjo address that one because I guarantee you he won't.
Jeren, I got what you said and I sent it to Banjo. I said, look, this is what Jeren says about what
he knows. We had a private meeting with him.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know. So I asked you the possibility to send it to him, and then I did. And I'm waiting. We're gonna discuss that soon. I believe that video.
There's no discussing. He draws the lines of flight on a 2D map. That's not what the globe claims. The entire book is a false flag. I mean, straw man.
No
but here's what you want me to do. So I just want to make sure before you leave. I just want to make sure I have this right. So you expect me? Hold on. You expect me to believe that you and Vika Dravis and Vlad and retarded Banjo and Liar Weiss and Nathan Oakley, you want me to believe that all you guys are smarter than every single physics professor in the world. And that is embarrassing. That's embarrassing. You guys are nowhere near. You're light years away. And it's embarrassing that you think that you are on the same level as those people. It's embarrassing.
I tell you even better. What I believe is that the Flat Earth community is a true scientific community rising up.
They're not true scientific. They've done no science. What are you talking about? We went and did science, and you guys deny it. That's not science.
Sam, step one of making the claim.
Jeez, you're not.
The fake.
You don't even have a map. You don't even have a model. You shouldn't be allowed in scientific discussions.
Sam,
we Jews
step one of science, and any scientist will tell you to do of this. Okay, is go and do it yourself. Paper comes out, a research paper comes out, and the first thing the science community try and do is do it themselves to try and disprove it. They don't just go, yeah, well, we think that's fake because there's some anomaly, so we're just going to dismiss it. They go and they go, there's some bits here that don't add up with what we think, so we're going to go and check it ourselves. So you want to call yourselves the new truth seekers and that you claim that you are true intellects, truth seekers or scientific or community. What? Fine. You want to claim yourself being scientific. You want to claim yourself as being honest and truly open-minded and willing to question things. Go and look yourself. Go and do those tests. That is what somebody honest, open-minded, and scientific will do. Somebody close-minded, non-scientific, cranium inserted up rectum in a cult will sit there and go, no, I know I'm right, so I'm not going to bother going looking no matter how much evidence you try and give me. I've just given you 2 pieces of evidence for every survey done based on the idea of the Earth being a globe, every pilot flying based on the idea of the Earth being a globe. Your only response was, yeah, but Banjo's looked at emergency landings. We've given you I've given you a flight. Go and give it to Banjo. You won't, or even if you do, Banjo won't dare look at it. That's my prediction. Do the scientific thing and put that prediction to the test.
So no problem. But just to tell you that, to finish is that about what you just said, that what we're supposed to do as scientists and everything. Well, I just want to tell you that you just took the words out of my mouth, because I can return you the same words. That's the position where we.
No, but he went. So he went and did those things.
We did and went and did it ourselves, and then you just
say words. You just say words. You're not even paying attention. No problem. Okay, so what science have you done, Sam? What science have you done?
It's all right, Jaron. You let him go. It's fine. He needs to go. I'll find a stamp so I can write in the list of what science he's done.
Okay.
Thanks a lot for your time, anyways.
Later.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Bye.
Peace. Let me bring myself up here. Views. Show self.
Get out of here.
I wish I don't know either. It's like when you rage. There we go. Remove. Bye. There we go. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want the truth. That's none of those guys do.
Shite.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. But thanks for being here. I do appreciate it. I mean, it's just pointless. You think you're getting through to somebody because, and again, I should know this. People have done this to me in the past, which you'll have a conversation with me on the side where I'm giving him all these explanations, and he's like, "Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh, that makes sense. Okay." So it's like, okay, well, can we have a debate on your channel? Like, okay, sure. And then he just comes in and everything is like I never told him anything. So they don't want the truth. He knows about this Antarctica.
There's basically a litmus test. There's a litmus test of how you can tell who's the genuine and who's the not, and you've kind of helped prove that as well. And that's why I knew from the very outset, from the start, when we started bringing the stuff up, ask them a question. Like if you, they'll come in and they just do the same thing every time, which is they just come in with all their proofs of why something's not the case, and you give them the answers to it. And then they go, oh, okay, but then let's talk about something else. When you start pushing back on them and getting them to try and put a line in the sand, so when you start quizzing them on something, going, how's this going to work on a flat Earth? Okay, well, go and do this and test it. Or here's something that doesn't fit that.
But they get away now with just saying that, like, oh, we don't know what the sun does. We don't know. It's just a cop out. It's basically saying we don't have to prove anything.
It's not even. Yeah, there's the cop out side of it, but also there was numerous times in there where I was sort of laying out the groundwork, and then I'd ask him a question, even just right at the start. What evidence would you accept? Yeah, okay. Well, let me answer that by talking about something completely different.
Yeah, I can actually
dare not put a line in the sand.
Yeah, that's what I used to do, and I can now see it, but you couldn't see it at the time, and that's why I feel bad for these guys, because I know there's a block in their brain that just is there. It's telling them that they are right, and that anybody saying something different works for the other side. I believed it. I believed that for a long time, and it wasn't until I saw for myself that I was wrong. So I don't know how to get that across to people. That's why I challenge go to Punta Arenas. I think that might have been enough for me when we saw the freaking sun setting right to left, completely different than I've ever seen it. It's an upside down view of what happens, 6 months earlier.
That's why Sov, before we went, said to Will on his channel, you don't even need to go to Antarctica. You only need to go to Chile and see what the sun does there.
Because if it's roping around to the left, then it's a globe.
Even though he spent how long on Flatzoid streams with him and never thought to ask Flatzoid, what does the sun do?
Right, does it go left or right?
South of the tropics.
Right.
And when I then brought it up, because they were on some discussion, some live stream, all of them discussing something, and I sent a super chat into the host and said, Sob's on record saying if we saw this in Chile, that proves the Earth's a globe. And they read it out to Sob, and he said, "Oh yeah, but then I realized afterwards there's all this other shit that doesn't work with the globe."
That's what they're all saying.
Yeah.
It's like Karen B. Karen B says the same thing. I mean, she even says 10 years ago that she was doing sky observations, and every single observation she made matched the globe, so she stopped doing those. That's what she says.
Yeah. That's the difference, you see. So when you look at the likes of Ranty, right?
Even Nathan Thompson from Melodome, who went out and observed the sun. This is what it takes. Yeah. It takes the predictions of each model, right? So if you can go and you find something that says this is what the flat Earth says will happen, this is what the globe Earth says will happen, and you go observe it, you have to be honest enough to say whatever the results show is most likely the truth. Now you might have to do a couple different ones till you get to the conclusion. But when I did that, I realized, the globe nails it every time. If I want to know which direction the sun's going to set, if I want to know what time it's going to set, the globe model will tell me. The flat Earth will not. And so how many of those do you need until you realize, people need to get in a plane like I did from the northern hemisphere and fly south and be watching the sun as you do, and then get down to Punta Arenas and be watching the sun, and you actually see it basically unfold in the sky till it's like this, and then it comes back. So when we were in Punta Arenas, you're like, oh man, if we fly there, the sun's going to raise up and then when we were there in Punta Arenas, when we were there in Union Glacier, I'm looking at it thinking, if I just head towards the lowest part of the sun and I keep going, every 69 miles, I'll gain 1 degree until the sun is level. And as soon as it's level, then I know that I'm at the South Pole. So then it all made sense. I was like, oh shit, this is how those guys found the South Pole. This is how they know when they're there.
You actually went there,
yeah, I know.
You saw it, but the whole time when we were in Chile and we were having those conversations, your reactions to those conversations was polar opposite to Austin's. There was thing I was having conversations with both of you, but every conversation I was having with you, I was giving you a counter argument, and I was giving you an observation, got brought. Do you remember when we were sat in that
for lunch
after we checked in with ALE, and then we went to that restaurant for lunch of Will Toon and CT,
and then we were walking back and we were looking at the posts and things and the benches and
before that, when we were sat in the restaurant and there was me and you and then Austin down the table, and Austin brought up Canigou, brought up the sunset at Canigou. And he's like, this is the sun clearly going behind it. And I was like, okay, but 3/4 of that mountain is below the it's not 3/4, it's less than half. I'm like, it's more than 0, which is flat Earth disproven right there. And then he started talking about sunsets, and he said the reason the sun sets is because the ambient light just gets less and less the further away it gets until it reaches a point where it's not enough ambient light to see anymore. That's why you can see the sun thousands of miles away, but you can't see the Eiffel Tower from thousands of miles away. There's just less ambient light. And then I said, okay, but you agree the moon is not as bright as the sun, don't you? He's like, yeah, obviously. I said, okay, so why do we see the moon and the sunset in the same places, not the sunset further away?
Good one.
And he said, oh, yeah, I see what you're getting at now. Let's put a pin in it and we'll come back to that later. And later never came. And that's the difference, is when I was having those conversations with you and I'm bringing up those points, you were actively trying to work out the answers and make an answer fit flat Earth. Austin could see where those arguments were heading and immediately knew to steer off onto something else. And that's exactly what Sam was doing with all those arguments there.
And so where do you end up there?
I brought up all those comparisons between, the different cameras. That's not...
Yeah.
I want to talk about NASA and the moon landings instead.
It's you can tell the difference because now Austin's position has to be, the Earth could be anything we want it to be. The Earth might be it's a imaginary place, or it's a celestial place, or whatever they need to say, because it's just they're not going to come out with the truth and say they could be wrong. I get it. It's been a nightmare of a time, and so I now get it. I see why people on the internet don't be honest, and that's a scary thought, because I see all these guys, Weiss and everybody else, and I'm like, man, I don't think that they have. There's more incentive for them to continue lying than there is to be honest, and that sometimes is all people go off of, is what the incentive is, because if people just, like you said, the converging lines of longitude is probably one of the simplest ones, because we can actually go measure and you can see where the globe calls for at 50 degrees south as far as a distance, and we can measure that. And then we can see what the flat Earth calls for, and it's 3.5 to 4 times larger, even at 50 degrees south, which is still where there's land. So that means that how would people not realize that? People would have to get in their car to drive 60 miles, tell their friend, hey, I'll be there in an hour, and then they get there in 3, and they don't realize, or 4, and nobody calls it out and be like, there might be a problem with our maps. I mean, I think people need to recognize this is a complete slap in the face of the people before us who have done the things so that we don't need to, like map the Earth, like map coastlines, like map islands, like map flight paths. And to think that there's this group of people thinking, and again, the hardest part for me is I was one of them. So I get it. I understand why they won't listen to me. But on the other hand, I'm like, for 10 years, they thought I was the greatest thing. And then now I'm a big liar and the whole thing's garbage. So it's like, okay, so you guys just pick and choose who you like based on what their beliefs is. So now I look at the flat Earth and I'm like, oh, that's why you all are just an echo chamber. You'll all build each other up and say everything that you do is great. And anything that a glober does is a lie. Well, how are you ever going to get out of flat Earth? You can't.
You won't. And that's the thing.
Yeah.
So do you remember, you were there, but when we were in Antarctica, Austin talking about the sunspots during all the setup period?
Yeah.
So he was adamant. He was asking me, like, he came up to me at one point, I think he was quizzing me about what the sunspots are going to do. What does the globe predict the sunspots are going to do?
Yeah.
And rotated sunspots for him was one of the big ones. And I heard him numerous times while he was on Discord, because by this point, obviously, I could see what the sunspots were doing through the camera to some extent, but I hadn't seen what the sunspots were for everyone else around the world. So I knew the sunspots were there and they weren't changing orientation, but Austin's on Discord going, the sunspots are going to be the big one. If it's rotated sunspots, then that's it. And then after we got back and I got all the photos and I started getting pictures sent over to me, and I came up to all you, Austin and Lisbeth.
I remember when you did, yeah.
When we were having that little get-together meeting that ALE put on for us, and I showed you the pictures that I'd got sent, and then one off my camera, and I was like, rotated sunspots from different latitudes. That was Austin's line in the sand right there that he'd been stating, this is it for global flat Earth. Oh shit, it matches a globe. Well, I'm just going to move the line then.
That's what everybody did. I mean, if you think, people are so embarrassing now to pretend. Like I heard Mark Sargent say, like, I can't. Nobody got into the flat Earth because of the sun. It's like, yes, we did. It is the reason. And the reason that I remained a flat earther is because I just said, well, the South is a lie, and when you do that, then any footage that comes from there, any report, you can just erase. So no, that's they're lying. So.
How many flat earthers, when asked, how did you get into flat Earth, give you the answer, I watched Eric Dubay's 200 proofs.
Right.
And numerous of those involved the sun.
But not now. Now he's backtracked and said that we faked it, and it doesn't matter
count anymore.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Let me read some of these super chats real quick, see if there's any that they want to ask you. We got JM Daniels, thank you very much, sent 10 super chats, 10 gift memberships. Icy Spin in the house says, Vlad is streaming on Starlink, but wants darn tickets. It's so bad. It's like, if you could show like, oh, this footage of yours looks totally fake, so we need to see the ticket that you went to Antarctica. Not like, oh, you went to Punta Arenas, and then that footage looks legit as it could be.
It's
like crazy.
So funny. Like, he were bringing up, like, you should have thought about this before, and why didn't you do it? And I'm like, you've not thought of this till afterwards. And this is the thing.
Hindsight's 20/20.
They bring up anything that's like not been done. They're just looking for that excuse of what have they not done so we can pull them up on it.
Correct. And eventually you'll find something.
Numerous times before TFE, Will was making all these videos, actively asking people. What was one of the ways he said people can participate? Make a suggestion.
Right.
That was it. Just make a suggestion for a way to make the experiment better. I put up videos saying, if anybody's got anything that you think we could do, anything that you want us to try and do, tell us now. They had 6 months pre-TFE to come up with anything that they wanted. Pre-TFE,
right? But they didn't come up with it until after, right?
Pre-TFE, there was no promise of a 24-hour live stream.
Never.
There
wasn't even a promise of live streaming.
Antarctica, we'll take the 360 cameras, we'll record 360. We're taking Starlink in the hope that we can try and do some live streams, but we don't know what the bandwidth's going to be like. And then we get there, we do 9 hours worth of live streams across numerous different channels.
Yeah.
And we started doing the live stream on Candace Owens. And then because that one conked out early hours of the morning,
That's what they all want now.
suddenly then their stance is, oh, well, you didn't show us the 24-hour live stream. If you'd have shown us a 24-hour live stream, we'd have believed it.
Yeah, it's so disingenuous.
Even though Sov said he was watching Candace Owens stream live through the middle of the night, he watched the sun pass over Mount Rossman live and then went to bed and then woke up and the stream was gone. So because he'd seen it with his own eyes, but it was no longer there, suddenly now that's not valid anymore.
Right. Which is just ridiculous. I mean, it's just sad to see because it's the people that are underneath them, the people that watch them, just believe everything they say. That's the worst part, is that they can just go around and keep saying it's fake, and then they have all these people believing that when it's just really easy to prove it's not.
Yeah.
Really
You
easy.
should have had the flight tickets. You should have done this. You should have had you should have kept all your receipts.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know
Do you
why.
know what the daft thing is? You know what the daft thing is? That the pile of receipts I still had sitting on my desk, all of the card receipts and everything from all the meals, I kept and I had until about 2 months ago. And then I got rid of them because I've just had it tidy up, and I was like, okay, well, these are all.
And you don't need that to
They've had
memorize that you were
6
there. It's like,
months.
oh, I
They've
have to
had
have this.
6 months of like all of this. Never asked. No suggestion at all.
Well, they'll
Was
say that
asking
they
for
did
plane
ask it because
tickets.
they think that we watch them. That's the problem, is that these guys lie about me every show, and then they're like, oh, why haven't you provided the tickets for Vlad yet? I'm like, I didn't even, who's Vlad? What are you talking about? So I had to go find out who this guy was and see what he's saying.
Come and ask, none of them have come and asked me for any of.
They sit on their little
receipts
streams and they
meal
talk to
receipts,
their
and it's
own
like,
echo chambers, and they think that we all care. They think that we're watching them. I don't watch Vlad. I don't watch Vika. Every show they do is about me. It's just, why would you listen to somebody lying about you? I don't need to hear that. I don't have time for that.
No, and the daft thing is, like I was in Sydney a couple of weeks back, right? So
Congratulations, by the way, on
like-
your wedding and stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Which
very
I thought
much.
you weren't. You
Well,
couldn't
yeah,
get any
you know,
women.
I was-
you can't
I
get any
was-
women or any children. You'll never get one of these. You'll never get.
I'm an unfuckable troll with a wife and 3 kids.
You'll never get one of these. You'll never get one of these. Oh man, it was too bad. It's so funny.
Jesus. It was too.
And then
funny.
when he tells us
Well,
that he gets hit
so-
on by women at the grocery store, I'm sure he does. Where's the footage of that? We had to demand footage of that.
I like the way he was like, oh yeah, women still talk to me, women still find me attractive. My wife still finds me attractive. I'm like, so what? Because your wife talks to you, that's suddenly now you're a male model.
You're not, Nate.
But
You're not.
yeah. So like, I went to Sydney. So like, people go on holiday all the time,
Right.
And you come home and you're like, how was your holiday? Great. Here's the photos. Here's the videos. Not, it was great. Here's my plane ticket and the meal receipts,
Right.
just in case you don't believe me.
And for some reason, I don't remember handing anything. We didn't. I mean, you watched the video. I walked on the plane. We didn't hand anybody anything. There was no ticket.
No, so they gave us those,
Let me see what
which
that is.
I think, if you remember rightly, they kind of they basically said they were sort of a souvenir thing because we didn't go. Punta Arenas Airport was obviously only tiny, but
Yeah.
we didn't go to the main check-in.
No, we
desks,
walked
did
out
we? We
and
went
they
to
took
the
us in a
ALE
van.
check-in. They had the ALE check-in desk at the side of,
Right.
of the regular ones,
Right.
and it was manned by the ALE staff anyway, who
Right.
checked us in the day before.
Right.
So they were like, that's basically a sort of
Okay.
commemorative thing.
I know what you're
that-
talking
that-
about. Upstairs. We went upstairs, and then it was right there at the. That's where we would have turned it in.
No. So you go in through the front door,
Okay.
and then before the steps, there's the normal check-in desks, but the very end.
Oh, the far
check-in
left.
desk,
Okay.
the far left check-in desk
Right.
was the one that we used, which wasn't an airlines one. That was a
Correct.
standalone one that had the.
And Katie
ALE
was standing
the
there.
guys.
Right. Katie was there, and the
Yeah.
guy. Yeah. Okay. I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, so the ALE staff were the ones that checked us in through there and then sent us up to up the stairs and through security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm
So
just wondering
yeah,
if I have
the
that
boarding pass bit was kind of a souvenir one that they gave us. But I was like, yeah, I'm going to keep hold of this. Obviously, you decided to ignite yours, which was understandable given that.
Well,
you
no,
were
I think mine
somewhat in
that
a-
says December 10th on it, so I'm pretty sure that ticket was my ticket from San Jose to.
yeah, unless you just trashed it, but that's the one that was
And that
Punta
says
to Union Glacier.
okay. Yeah, I gotta
and
find that.
dated December 14th.
It even has why does it have a seat number? That's funny.
Do you know, because they basically just said there's a check-in procedure. They've
Right,
got to
you
give
would
you
have
a
to
seat
follow,
number.
right.
They did say, Cassie did say, there's a seat number on it, but you can sit wherever you like because the plane's empty.
You know, we'll never
And
get to
be
fly in a
fair,
plane
it's-
like that again.
What, completely empty?
Yeah.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I don't think
that
so.
was insane. Just
Yeah, there's 10 of us. It's
Like-
pretty crazy.
yeah, it's like you see the little short that Toons put up on his channel of me testing the conservation of momentum by standing in the
Right.
middle of the aisle of a plane, and he's like looks out the window and then goes to me, and I'm like, I'm gonna test to see, you know, if I jump up in the air and I'm not connected to the plane, do I land back where I started? So
Yep.
jumping up in the middle of a plane aisle, I don't think I'd get away with that on a regular airline.
Probably not. But no, I mean, you were awesome. I think that was the first time, and I know we'd talked in Punta Arenas, but when I saw you helping Lisbeth on the plane, that was just, you know, you were walking by her and you just happened to say you need some help, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I don't understand the setting." And then you sat down, and that was just, to me, I was like, okay, this guy's not, I mean, he's here helping her. You could have just been like, oh, I don't want to help her, but I think that was the first time I was kind of like, all right. And then the equatorial mount is, you can't get around that. I mean, it's just, it doesn't work on any other shape but a sphere. It's the only way it would work. So I just wish, it's so easy now to see it. Looking back, you're like, would anything have convinced me? And I'm not sure. I mean, I do think that if somebody like Dave Weiss went on the trip and I stayed back and then he got back and flipped to the globe, I would be very interested in everything he had to say. Well, the difference is these guys, they all blocked me. So they didn't watch my Unplugged series where I went through and gave all the reasons and explanations. So they all now just say like, oh, Jaron saw one observation and flipped. It's like, no, it's a collection of everything. Everything turned up on the globe.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the problem. Is the fact that a lot of it comes down to the individual and their willingness to listen, and that's why like people comment all the time on my videos, but why'd you waste your time doing this? And it's like, I don't waste my time because I find them interesting anyway. But also, if you don't put the information out there, the echo chambers will just go, we must be right because they don't have an answer for it. They're not prepared to stand up and argue this.
Right.
You've got to put the information out there for them to take, but it's the statement, you know, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Or as I put it, you can lead a flat earther to knowledge, but you can't make them think.
Very true.
You can give them the knowledge, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to take it on board. But you can't just assume that all of them are going to ignore it.
No.
Some of them will try and are genuinely trying to seek.
Look at Robbie. I mean, Robbie, Patricia, right? I mean, Paul on the plane, Austin Thompson. And if you look at every single one of them, nobody's saying like, oh, it was real. They all now have like opened their eyes and they're like, oh shit, what was I doing? Oh, you're embarrassed. Yeah. You know, we were talking to Austin Thompson and I the other day about how embarrassing it is to look back and say, how was I that stupid? And how are these people still remaining that stupid? We don't have an answer for that. Sadly, it's like a human condition. I think it's responsible for a lot of the religious stuff.
Blocks, but the mental blocks. But you think about it, like it happens all the time.
Yeah.
To some extent, like everyday things. Like you think watch a sporting event or something like that, right? You're sat there in the crowd, you're watching a sporting event, and you see a player do something. You think, how thick do you have to be to do what you've just done?
Right.
Why?
I would have done it this way.
In the moment.
Right.
Their head is just in whatever, and it's only after they get beyond that and they think, oh hang on.
Right. Or that you don't have a 300-pound lineman running at you. You're just like, oh, I would have passed the guy that's wide open in the end zone. It would have been easy.
Exactly. Right. So everyone's kind of for the flat earthers, they're just in that enclosed system. It's a question of are they willing to think or not, and that's why I was saying to.
But some things like religion are different. Like religion is something that is meant to be metaphysical, right? So you don't really have to prove it. With the Earth, the shape of the Earth, it is provable. It is a thing. It is an object, and so we can figure out the shape of it. And sometimes you have to look at a couple things. Because I tell people, if we were just happy with what does the ground look like, it looks flat. What does water do? It lies level. Okay, the Earth is flat. That's fine if you don't want to go beyond that. But the thing is that we can go beyond that. We can go up higher. We can go look further. We can look at the sun and see, does that match our flat Earth belief? And it does not. And I'm actually, I wish you were around back in those days when people would have been very confused about where we live. And as they started to realize, like, wait, so the stars are changing as we go north or south. It just might have been in a crazy time back then for them to start to realize, like, holy shit, we're on a ball. Because as weird as it is for us, it must have been even weirder for them. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah.
It is weird that we're on a ball, but it's true.
Yeah, and it's one of those that is like, yeah, like when you look at things that are fairly in a really local region, yeah, you can just go, you know, you don't really know. Like we did in Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
You think about it, if we just woke up at halfway point one day
Mm-hmm.
and just walked out of that hut as the first thing we ever saw, you would just assume that that is the world.
Right.
That's it. Right. That those mountains are just, we're in this little enclosed area, and the mountains are as far as you can go. And it's only when you go beyond that, or
which
you
is
go
what
up
the
a little bit
depiction of
higher, that you
every.
start to think,
And remember, that's the depiction of every single ancient cosmology. Is what you just described. This is our world with the dome. It's right here. We're very small because that's all they saw. They didn't go very far.
yeah, but there's also no entire map of the world on those depictions either, because they hadn't mapped out the entire world by that point. And it was only when, you know, when they started to explore, like you say, once you start to explore more and see how the sky behaves in that, and you think, okay, well, what can fit all of this? The difference is that when they were doing it back then, they were kind of going in with the open mind of, we're now exploring new territory here.
We don't know what's up. Yeah.
What answer best fits everything. And they weren't afraid to change their mind. They hadn't set their entire basis on the Earth's got to be flat because, you know, my identity,
religious reasons,
is flat.
Yeah, I mean, that's when he said that he connected to, when Sam said he connected to his religion, I mean, just noticing that's the biggest red flag, because what you're asking that person to do is to change their religious belief, which is not easy. And so it's even beyond the idea of changing your global belief or into a flat earther. It's because once they've said, oh, this better matches my belief in God, they've now connected that. Now, in order to pull it back away from there, again, they're saying that anybody that believes in the globe is satanic. So,
but even that you could argue if it is more of a closed-minded way of thinking, because like you said, and I think because I'd said the same thing to Austin, because he'd said to me in a halfway point, he was like, you've only got two options. Either there's a God and he's made this earth and he's created this amazing flat earth, or the earth's a globe and it's just all a cosmic fluke. And I was like,
no, that's not true. Yeah.
There's four possibilities. It could be flat and enclosed, and it's just a fluke that it's just randomly appeared. Or God could have created the heliocentric model, and isn't that a much grander, more, you know, great achievement for us to view? And the thing is, with, I think, and King Nico nailed it after, when I had a discussion with him after we got back. And he laid it out. I can't remember the exact words, but it was to the effect of, I believe the Bible, and to me the Bible says the Earth is flat, and a 24-hour sun does not work on a flat Earth. Therefore, you cannot have seen the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
No.
That was basically it. He couldn't prove, or he had nothing to really prove that his arguments to TFE, like he had any evidence to say that TFE was fake. He'd literally gone the wrong way in the order and gone, this is my conclusion,
right,
and therefore, because my conclusion doesn't fit what you're saying, that must be wrong, rather than going the other way and going, maybe my interpretation of the Bible is wrong. And I mean, I don't read the Bible. I'm not really religious or whatever, but I know obviously there's a lot of people who do. And from my understanding of what I've heard, most of the interpretations, most of the bits of the Bible that they're bringing up can be interpreted either which way. They're kind of fairly vague of you know, oh, it's a circle, but it's like if you view a sphere from above, it's still a circle.
But it has four corners.
In a location and you're looking around you, you see a circle of vision around you. There's different ways you can interpret it.
Right.
So to change your belief of the shape of the Earth isn't changing your religion, it's changing your interpretation of that religion, which, if anything, would, like,
should refine your belief, right?
It's refining your understanding of God's word, shall we say? Which would you then not argue, as someone obviously as religious, I'm not, but pre-TFE, you believed it was made by God flat, and now you believe it's made by God globe.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So surely that now in refining your understanding of the Bible isn't that not?
Well, I don't
bringing
believe
you
in the Bible,
closer
so
to-
that's the difference.
Oh,
between
okay,
me,
but,
yeah.
somebody who
would,
or
yes,
whatever. You know.
Yeah, I mean, if I
Okay,
was
so-
if I
so
was
is it-
attached to the Bible, though, that'd be very scary because I do think that the Bible describes the Earth as being, for the most part, flat. But that's because that's what they thought. So, I mean, it's just for somebody who doesn't believe the Bible's divine, that makes sense to me. It's like that's exactly what you would expect. Is the people who wrote the Bible thought that just like they thought that rain came from windows in the sky, just like they thought that's what they said. They said, God opens up the windows.
Say, in that case, they should probably those people should probably never go to hospitals because I'm pretty sure like ancient or old medical textbooks probably used to think that headaches were caused by demons that you get rid of by drilling holes in your head, and medical textbooks now wouldn't say that at all. So unless you're going to go into a hospital and say, "No, I've got a headache," you need to drill a hole in my head because that's what
The
these
Bible
old
says,
books
right.
used to say.
Right. And they, I mean, they have crazy laws about what you do to raped women, and you have to give their father 50 shekels and then marry them. That's good. Let's adopt that for today. And I mean, again, they can't, see that that's the problem.
Yeah.
Let me get to the rest of these. We've got, who's this person? The great Shamalanga Ding Dong. Nice. First time seeing you live. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. We got Adam Lord says, could you pull up a clip of the stream and ask him to analyze and point out what is fake? Okay, we did that. I think you're talking about that whole thing with Toon was just ridiculous. I mean, that's the point where you will not find a part of me discussing some part of Flat Earth with me when I was a Flat Earther that I'm that stubborn. There's just no way. I'm not going to just ignoring what's right in front of me. It's like, dude, the guy's head never crosses the middle of the sun, and he just couldn't get it.
No. No, the middle of the sun was literally where the main writing was, and Toon's head is below it. But then he's going counter arguing because I'm like,
yeah, he didn't make any sense.
He says, "I need a video." That's a picture, and I'm like, "You've just shown him a video." Oh, that wasn't Antarctica, so I show him a video from Antarctica. Oh, yeah, but that's not Toon's head.
Vlad, quit whining like a baby. Understand? You understand? Thank you very much. Icy Spin, $2. We got Gravity Hits Hard. Says no amount of video evidence or proof will convince you, Sam. Take up McToon's 100K challenge. If you're so confident that the 24-hour sun can't happen and TFE was fake, go see for yourself. It's that simple. Yeah, unfortunately, he has one better than mine. Mine's only 50,000, so I would start with McToon's, then come after me if you want. I can say it in French too, Sam. Tu racontes no importante qui. Qui. No, I don't speak it. No speaker. Sent one Jeranism gift membership. Thank you very much. We got Mr. Present 99 says, I'm sorry for this guy. That is cult. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I didn't expect it to be that bad. We've got Pepe Le Stupid has no evidence. Good one, evil producer. Thank you very much. Mr. President again says, joke for the nerds incoming. This guy is as open as the black book in Nachardak in Solstein. See myself out now. Do you know what that means?
No.
Nachardak in Solstein. All right, we're not. I guess we're not nerds. That's cool. Jaren, look for a Israeli contender of the marathon so he can call him. You know what? There probably is one. I think I saw one. Thank you for doing this. That was a lot of fun. I don't know if I go that far. Thank you very much, Max. We got Dave's Waffle House says top man, big respect, and Dave too. Thank you very much, Dave. Dave number 2. The dumbassery is unbelievable at this point. I'm glad that everybody saw that. I mean, that's what's so funny. He's like, oh, people will be able to see this. I'm like, yeah, we know what flat earthers, they already have come to the conclusion. I get it. Antarctica Treaty was half that long, Sammy boy. That was pretty long what he was reading to me, and I don't think I got anything from it. No map, no model, no point talking to Pepe Le Stupid. I agree. That's where I think everybody went wrong in the globe community, is that when they started adopting or accepting debates with flat earthers, it gave flat earthers the opinion that they were on some sort of equal ground, which they're not. One has a model and a map and explains everything and describes everything, and the other one says, we don't know. So, I mean, okay, well, when you know, come to the table. We'll talk. We'll have debates. But until you know, what are you doing? Flurf Destroyer, what's up? Says, Sam, on flat Earth, sun would speed up and slow down. How? Yeah, and quite a bit, too. It'd have to get around, I think it's like 3 times as fast as at the equator. Not even, it's way more faster than it would be in the north. Would you please travel to the edge? I need a photo with you and your hand on the firmament before I can believe you. I do not think he'll be doing that. Mr. Jingles says, if I was rich, I would buy Sam every flat earther a one-way ticket to Antarctica one way. I've thought that too. I'm like, man, I wish I could just send them. But I have a feeling they would come back and be like, nah, it's something else in the sky. It's a plasma beam, like Dave Weiss says. Dave8483 says, I have no words. These people are insane. Glad that that's showing. Wildly Coyote says, thank you, Jaron, for having the courage to admit you were wrong. Flat earthers never admit they're wrong. It takes a lot to say I was wrong. Yeah, it's surprising. And then we got, thank you very much. Me Official says, Jaron, you helped a lot of people realize it's okay to be proven wrong, and that integrity and honesty is more important than ego and greed. Yes, I agree. I wouldn't change what I did, regardless. I may not have, thinking back, I may not have gone, but it's not like I can say, I wish I would have changed what I said. I just, and it's, I do feel a little bit bad for Austin and the fact that we had these like protections in place for ourselves. But one thing we never expected would be I would come back and flip and he wouldn't. There was no talk of like, what if one of us, because we were like, oh, if we see the sun, it means this. If we see it set, it means this. So there was no talk of like, oh, what if we see the sun set, but then we want to, or we see the sun circle, but we still want to say it's flat. There wasn't even that discussion. So the sad part is like for the documentary, I don't even know if he's going to be in it because he doesn't want to be in it. And he thought he would be protected in the fact that if they were doing a hit piece but the problem is that now if it's a hit piece, I'll have a problem with it and I'll speak up, but it's not. I've already seen enough of it to know what the documentary is. And it's, certainly I don't have a problem with it just because it's true. And so anyway, I just feel bad for it but I think that, I don't know. I can't imagine how you could not see after what we saw from the South Celestial Pole to the stars rotating the opposite direction around it, to knowing what has to be below the South Celestial Pole that's the South Pole, to realizing where I was and how I was only 600 miles from it, to watch the sun set the opposite direction. Like you said, watch the sun have the spots upside down and the sunspots remain the same the whole time, which rules out any kind of reflection. You tested the polarization that rules out any kind of reflected piece off that we're looking at the sun. I burned paper with it in the north and the south. All those things combined, and the fact that the sun does exactly what it was said. Like people keep saying, well, how do you know you went to where they said you went? It's like, you guys don't understand. The globe model has a model, which means when you go somewhere, the model has to match. So when they tell me we're going to 80 degrees south, the sun has to do what the sun does at 80 degrees south. These guys want to pretend like, oh, they could just put an arbitrary place and call it the South Pole. Well, how did they control the sun? How did they make the sun stay at an equal height?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We literally pulled up GPS, like Toon pulled up GPS on his phone at halfway point and showed exactly where his phone was picking up his location at 79 point whatever degrees south. Right. And I remember Flatsoid saying that, they're at Uni Glacier Camp, but it's not in Antarctica. And right. I'm like, okay, well, wherever we are, we flew south from Chile, and right. The sun's circling around us, so where is it?
Right.
And how does it work?
That's what I was trying to show him, that map of the flat Earth, and saying, if you can get to the South Pole from either of these locations, which is a fact, there's no arguing that. If you can do that, then where is the South Pole? Even if it's a ceremonial one, it's impossible on a flat map for you to get to those three places in less than 8 hours each place. So, and again, once you realize that the lines of longitude converge, you're like, oh, that's how it works. It's all at the bottom of a globe. So, and
that's unfortunately the problem, and I think it's what I'm saying. There's two different types of conspiracy theorists in general. There's the ones who obviously they're all convinced they're right. We're all of us, everybody are convinced we're right. The difference is, are you open to the possibility that you're wrong about something?
And even you and Doug, I mean, you and Duffy and Toon all said that if we go down there and see the sunset, there's a problem. The globe is not right. The globe is falsified.
Yeah. So I was like, everything I've seen so far, like up to this point, is leading me down the road of there is going to be a 24-hour sun. Right. The fact that ALE are freaking taking us there and everything else. But I'm like, maybe I can't rule out the possibility that we're going to get there and actually, oh shit, the sun does set and this is some massive psyop.
Right.
I can't rule that out until I've actually gone and seen it myself.
Right.
But everything so far is leading me to this point, which is kind of what I said to you. I remember you were having that sort of,
I think we're on the bus, right?
On the bus on the way back, and you were having that kind of a bit of a crisis about, because you've already come up to us at that point and said it's a sphere, but then you were having that crisis of what are you going to do now? And I said to you, science is not about proving something is like factually this is it. It's what answer best fits the knowledge that you have at the moment.
Correct.
Pre-TFE, all the knowledge that you had and your understanding of that all led you down the road of the Earth is flat. given some new information, you take that on board. Okay, that doesn't fit that. What is now the answer that best fits everything? Okay, it's this.
Right.
Could be 10 years down the line, somebody brings up something new. They bring up some new flat Earth model that does perfectly explain everything else, and you go, okay, well, now the option's back on the table.
Right.
So it's not a kind of a guaranteed. It's like you say, it's the globe fits everything that we currently have. That's how we went from Newtonian gravity to Einsteinian, because
Yeah. Now, I don't think there is a possible, though, that we can ever get to a flat Earth map, because I do recognize that the equator and the tropics are mandatory.
Yeah.
They're not man-made.
Obviously, chances are very slim.
Yes.
But that, if hypothetically down the line
Right.
there was to be some new information, you've already proven you're open-minded enough and honest enough to look at it and go, I'm prepared to admit, I'm prepared to look at this and actually process it, and does it fit my current beliefs better or not?
Yeah.
And that's kind of I see the same thing with the moon landing as well.
Yeah, I mean, you exposed that with me. I mean, it was a matter of, again, I was doing what the Globers do, or what the Flat Earthers do, as far as just saying that the globe is fake, but providing no evidence for their thought. And that's kind of the thing, is that it's very easy to go around. Now I see things completely opposite. I used to think like, oh, it takes balls to say that we didn't land on the moon. No, it doesn't. That's the easiest thing in the world. So easy to just say, nah, it's fake. That takes the least amount of thought. It takes the least amount of research. It takes the least amount of anything to say that the moon landing is fake. If you want to say it's fake and debate it's fake, then provide the evidence of it being fake. And that's what they don't do.
Come up with something that fits everything, that can fit everything, as well as it was on the moon, which is why I said to Sam, forget just saying that we're lying and we didn't. It wasn't a 24-hour sun and the footage was fake. How could we have possibly have faked all that?
Right.
And that's with the moon landings, because obviously you and I had those discussions, and throughout the entire time you basically went in with I think the moon landings are fake, but I'm prepared and open to seeing everything and be prepared to admit I was wrong. I went on to a stream a few weeks back with the Apollo detectives.
Right.
I joined in one of their streams and ended up having a conversation with some of those. And it's quite funny the number of times in that stream, like before I joined in and during as well, where despite them going, they're trying to claim they're open-minded and they're skeptical about these things, that they brandishly went, I know for a fact the moon landings didn't happen. It's like, you cannot be a skeptic and use the word fact. Doesn't work.
Yeah, and they consider open-minded is not believing the mainstream, but that's not what open-minded means. It doesn't mean you're not just I don't believe the mainstream, so I'm open-minded.
Yeah, that's more anti-authoritarian. You just dismiss everything,
which is what I think that the flat Earth is.
It must be a lie.
That's what I'm afraid that, like, flat Earth is really just this bunch of people saying we're tired of science, we're tired of your control, your tyranny, your government, and so we just buck the trend. We're so crazy, we'll say the Earth is flat. If it was that, that's fine. I don't even have a problem with that. But the fact is that they're trying to make it seem like it's for real, like it's actually flat when it can't be.
That's the thing when people say, "Oh, how do you know they're real and they're not just trolling?" I'm like, a troll needs an audience. They need an audience to be trolling for.
Right.
Flat Earthers sit there in their own live streams with 3 or 4 people watching, and just like 5 or 6 of them all arguing discussing the same thing with each other and all agreeing with each other. It's like, that's not trolling unless you're all trolling each other and you've not had the memo that actually you're all taking the piss out of everybody.
Right.
It's like,
I think that this is what you can describe flat Earth as. It is, for the first time in history or something, if you didn't go to school, it's your chance to be like, ha ha, I didn't go to school, and because I didn't, they didn't indoctrinate me as much as they did you. You went to college, you got indoctrinated. So it's the only time that a person that's uneducated can laugh at and point fingers at the educated. That's what flat Earth is. Because there's no flat earther that's like, oh, I graduated college. Who's a flat earther that graduated college? I don't think one exists. But maybe it's a couple do. None.
I don't know if it's the education system in just different parts of the world, because that struck me with something that Austin said very early on in TFE, where he said the education system needs to be reformed, where it needs to stop telling kids what to think and teach kids how to think.
Right.
And I'm sat there and I'm thinking, unless your education system is very different to ours, I vividly remember being in physics classes where they would teach us.
So wait, physics, what grade is that? In high school? Like a
yeah. So I did physics GCSE, so up through kind of compulsory level high school, and then I did A level afterwards.
So it seemed like in the United States, like they taught us about the globe very young, maybe first or second grade, when they kind of give you, they stand in the middle, you're the sun, we go around you, all that. But then it's just kind of not talked about much. And then in high school, I think there is a physics class. Well, I've even said now, I do understand like why they indoctrinate children that way. It's because it's already been figured out. So we don't want children to grow up and get to the age of 7, 8, 9, 10, and then now start looking around and go, oh, what is the world, flat? And then when we tell them, and they're like, what? So you do want to indoctrinate children at a young age if it's the truth.
It's the thing is, and this kind of there is too much knowledge these days.
Yep.
Within the world, everybody watching doesn't know everything.
Correct.
You can't know everything, right? The jobs of parents isn't to teach kids everything. It's to teach them enough for them to grow up and be able to look after themselves. The point of school, you can't teach kids everything. You have to give them the fundamentals and build up. And that's why and kids at young ages can't understand complex topics. No. That's why it's basic and you build up. The notion of the sun, the heliocentric model, basically is obviously you teach it as a kid. It's a fairly basic concept, and they do it as a little cartoon. The reason it's not really drilled in afterwards or brought up afterwards is because it's pretty irrelevant to people's day-to-day lives.
It's absolutely irrelevant. I mean, once I realized that the whole 8 inches per mile squared, I remember saying to people like, why were we never taught this in school? Why were we never taught the curvature of the earth? The answer is because you'll never use it. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. So, I mean, it doesn't matter what you're doing. So
that's the thing. It's about teaching what are you going to need in your day-to-day lives. And
yeah, I mean, for the United States, the schools here do seem to teach, like they do try and indoctrinate you to become basically what I think that they want you to be here, which is, a debt-paying, a tax-paying pleb. That's what it seems like. But I mean, I'm just saying that in the UK, maybe they do teach for knowledge, but I mean, things like we don't learn to balance a checkbook or change oil in your car or anything that you could actually use in real life. It's more like America is, the greatest democracy in the world, and we go around and we bring democracy, and the Pilgrims and the Indians got together and had a good little party, which is not true at all.
So, fun little one for you. I'm sure you're familiar with Sherlock Holmes.
Yes.
So, written by Arthur Conan Doyle in when did he write Sherlock Holmes?
1910. I don't know. I said 1910. I don't know.
I think it was it earlier than that. When did
I used to own a bookstore. I don't think there was any stuff from
1887 to 1927.
Okay,
was when he wrote them. Okay. Did you know that obviously Sherlock Holmes is fictional, but
yes.
Arthur Conan Doyle wrote it that he did not know the Earth went around the sun.
When he wrote it, he didn't know?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Arthur Conan Doyle,
the writer,
wrote the character of Sherlock Holmes, that Sherlock Holmes does not know the Earth goes around the sun.
Oh, I didn't know that. It's written in there.
So, yeah, so I've just checked it. I remember seeing it in the BBC modern version. They made a reference to it, but it is actually from the originals as well.
Really?
In the original story, Sherlock Holmes did not know the Earth revolves around the sun, which he stated was because he considered it useless information that would clutter his mind. Well,
and sometimes I think of that and I'm like, to me, it does, like, for instance, when I'm describing how the sun works and things, people keep like reminding me, like, but the Earth is spinning. I'm like, yes, but it's easier for me to describe the sun moving. It's the same thing. If it's relativity, then it's relative. You can't tell which one's moving, which one's not. But it's just whatever works best for you at a time, which is why we use geocentric coordinates for certain things. It's because that's easier than using the heliocentric coordinates, which require you to be moving. And then it's just easier to just say we're still, and all these things are moving around us. And now we can point to areas in the sky. I'm having a conversation with Alan soon. And have you ever, so they keep coming up with this thing where they think that every star is 3959 away from the Earth. Isn't that just like taking a ball and unfolding it outwards. Like they think it means something that the sun kind of comes back. If you do the measurement of the sun, it kind of comes back at about that height. It's about 3,400 miles, right? So it's like everything comes back to around the radius of Earth.
So for every star to be 39, 59 miles above the surface would be literally like a flat plane for the Earth and a matching flat plane above.
Right.
That it can't dome down. It's got to be perfectly flat.
Correct. That's what they think. And then they think
nothing,
that, well, they think looking in the distance causes it to drop like streetlights would. Well, no, I'm saying, well, you know, you can, I mean, the best way to figure out that the stars are what the heliocentric, or at least the globe model says, is the 69 miles per degree. That's cut and dry, because if you go north, just as long as you stay on that longitude line, every 69 miles, the North Star will move by 1 degree. So do it 360 times, that's 24,800 miles.
Do you know what's quite funny? I was having a bit of an exchange with Phuket Word on Twitter the other day. And he started arguing that level lines aren't curved. It's so on. Even though they are, I've got the surveying textbook explains that level lines are curved. But,
right.
He's going, level lines aren't curved, and no surveyor ever does it. And I'm explaining to him the principle of how surveyors can know and how they measure it. And I'm pointing out to him, I said, if you set up a theodolite that is perfectly level, so set plumb, perfectly level, so it's now perpendicular and horizontal. I said, if that is 6 feet off the ground, and you set a target that is 6 feet, and you move it away, if the Earth is flat, the target will always remain in the center line of the theodolite. If the Earth is curving down, if it's a globe, it will drop down.
Fall off the reticule, yeah.
Yeah, anything that's above 6 feet, it will appear to drop down. Anything that's below 6 feet will come up, but anything that is the exact same height will always remain level. And that's not what surveyors see. And then he tried arguing that it's perspective, and they said, okay, how would you test for curvature? Give me something that you would test for curvature.
Right.
And he linked videos that he's done where he said exactly the same thing, but using a camera and a drone, and said if you set the drone to the same height as the camera and you fly it out over the ocean, the drone should stay in the center of the frame, and if it's a globe, it would drop down, or he's got it that the elevation would have to change. So it's like, right, so you've just gave the exact same experiment as what surveyors do and measure, but you're using less accurate equipment because you can't actually then determine if it's exactly level and how much of a movement has been made using a camera versus a theodolite. And then I posed him the same question that I posed to Sam about if I took a measurement for altitude and then just added an arbitrary amount onto it, is that measurement now right or wrong? Except Phuket Word ran away and I haven't heard from him since.
Imagine that. Yeah, I think that, it's the same thing as, like, I think it was Steve Falconer did a video where he's showing a canal, a side view of a canal, and he's like, well, this is over 10 miles, so there should be 66 feet of drop or whatever. It might have been 100 miles, and it was 600 feet of drop. But then he says, but this says here that the water is 1 foot lower than this one. He's like, you can't have both. You can't be 1 foot lower and also 600 feet lower. And you're like, no, you can. Just understand what's being said is that the level water, one side of that canal is 1 foot lower. So we know the water goes in that direction. And then the entire thing is part of the globe Earth and it's level. And therefore it's above sea level 0. But if you're taking a tangent line, how far does it drop off? It drops 600 feet. Yeah. You can do both.
Elevation is the distance off the surface. So you go, okay, how high is my finger off the surface? Or it's a millimeter. Okay. How high is my finger off the surface? It's still a millimeter. The elevation hasn't changed.
But you dropped to 4 inches. You can't do both.
Apparently so.
Oh, boy. All right. Well, that's all the super chats. I did expect it to go a little better. I didn't know that he was just going to be kind of, I should expect that because, like you said, it's already been obvious that anything that you provide them, and then even things that you provide them, they'll keep bringing up because they know that it gets a reaction from their audience. And so it's just like...
Yeah, I tweaked him pretty quickly, like I said.
I could tell you did it, and it took me a little while.
That's the litmus test, is you put the line in the sand for them and you give them the answers and you see how they react.
Right.
Do they try and find the answer, which is what you did? It's what Ranty did with the Blackpool photo. He realized it couldn't work and then changed.
Yeah.
Or do you deviate off onto something else, which is what
They all do.
what most flat earthers do, what Sam does, what Austin has done since TFE. He's laid out all of the thing of for what he would accept for the globe, and then has run away from it. But he's gone very quiet, full stop. Dearth, by comparison, has laid out all these things in the past of what would prove a globe, what would prove flat Earth. 24-hour sun in Antarctica being one of them. Flight from Santiago to Sydney being the other one. And then post TFE, but I'm not going to accept any of that. But I'm not prepared to accept that I might be wrong either, mainly because his app would then be pointless.
Right. I heard him say today I was listening right before the show. He was on an interview with some girl. She didn't speak very good English, but he actually says in that interview, he says, "Did you know that Sirius is I'm trying to remember the other. Was it Orion?" He said Orion or Sirius is 52 million times further than the other one. I'm like, oh God. I'm like, Dave, I don't think that's right. I got to look into that. I don't think you're doing your math right, Dave. So it's guys, he just says whatever, and he keeps saying the same things that have already been debunked, and he keeps saying that once you go globe, you never globe back. It's like, I mean, once you go flat, you never globe back, and it's like, wait, he knows that I did. So what are you saying?
Yeah.
So you're just
I've
denying
heard that. It's like,
reality?
no flat earther ever goes on like Jaren, Ranty, STSD, Ranty, Amarel, Robbie on the plane.
Right, there's a
Paul
ton.
on the plane, Robbie Davidson.
And it's just a matter of time. I mean, it's just because eventually they're going to realize that what Flat Earth no longer does is provide anything. We used to at least say, oh, maybe this, maybe that. You have a bunch of, but now it's just quiet. It's just arguing about TFE. But there really is no, it's like a belief system that's just like they want to just accept it as being true, even though it doesn't match reality at all. And maybe we just let them.
That's Nathan Oakley's entire mantra now. Like, he used to in the past.
Yeah, it
when
used to
asked
seem like
the
he cared.
question About, no, yeah. It's like when asked the question about how does something work on a flat Earth, he'd try and offer some sort of an explanation for it.
Not anymore.
Nowadays, it's
measured
just,
flat. Everything's measured flat.
I don't care because it's measured flat. None of it actually is, but yeah, that's all he says.
And it's so easy. Like you can tell his whole entire panel must just hear that and know inside. Like, oh, well, I mean, it does make sense that you could measure from go grab a basketball in your garage and then get an angle to Polaris tonight from the basketball. Can you do that? You can. You can do it. You just get a tangent.
I did that. So I did a video response to him where he's obviously he's saying all these things of you can't get angle measurements from curved surfaces, and I literally got that globe and showed how you can do angle measurements. And I know he said in the past that that's an orthographic view. You can't do it orthographic. It's got to be first person. So I took my Insta360 and I shoved it in the hole in the globe so that it was like a first person view at the same time. And he did a reaction to that where basically he's going, oh yeah, well you can do that and you can do that and you can do that. We're not denying all of this. Oh, but you can't measure the Earth as a globe either. Or,
makes no sense.
I don't know. His entire panel's falling apart anyway. Have you heard the commotion from that one?
I think, was it you who showed that Brian said, or no, I don't remember what his name is. Somebody said something and he got pissed because he's like, can you get off this? Because he was like talking about your looks over and over and over again. Like, you're so ugly, you're so ugly,
no,
so ugly.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, there was that one where he was talking about gyros. And so, he's meant to be writing this book.
Right. So I've heard that for a long time, yeah.
Nathan's writing some book.
Well, other people are writing it for him, I think. But
yeah, so that's the thing. So he's writing this book, and he's got these ideas of grandeur that when he publishes this book, it's going to be a revelation to the world.
Yeah.
And he's going to be going on all these podcasts to thousands of people.
Joe Rogan, I'm sure, yeah.
And Brian was pissed because he's like, okay, but you're going to be going then onto these podcasts.
Oh, I did hear it. And you don't know some of the things. You don't know some answers.
You're going to be coming across people who know all these topics, who are going to be bringing up these topics like self-correcting gyros, and
Correct.
You don't understand how they work. And I don't want you representing me as flat Earth, not knowing all of this. And Nathan was getting pissed. Even though Brian, to be fair, Brian wasn't saying that Nathan was stupid. He was saying you're going to be coming up against
people who know these things, right?
Yeah, your audience. Yeah, the audience are going to be assuming that you're stupid, because you don't know the answer. And Nathan's like, well, thanks for calling me stupid. It's like, Brian's not calling you stupid. But then this whole commotion's kicked off because he's been saying he's writing this book, and then it's been off with these proofreaders. Turns out the proofreaders are Quantum Eraser and Adam Meakin.
I figured that.
But to hit in Nathan's mindset, he's wrote the book, sent it to them, they're polishing it up.
Okay.
Now it turns out they have the only copy. Nathan doesn't have the copy, and they are demanding co-ownership and a share of the.
Oh, I did not hear this.
revenue
This is
from it
great.
for helping them for co-writing the book. So,
Well, how is Nathan going to feed his daughters though? He's gonna be able to feed his daughters.
so this is the thing. So they're basically saying, we've basically wrote this book for you and done all the work for it, so we want a share of the revenue for it. Nathan's like, that was never part of the agreement. You're only supposed to be helping me. I've wrote the book. You're just helping me.
Right.
But then he said, they're holding the Word document. And I'm like,
Wait, what?
how have they got the Word document?
You don't have a copy?
Don't, if you're the one that's wrote it. If
Right.
you wrote it, it's on your computer. You'd have emailed it to them.
Right, it's in your
the
email.
fact that they have the only one means
Well,
they
wrote
typed
it.
out.
Yeah, they wrote it then. Yeah, you're right. They wrote the whole thing, and Nathan thinks he's going to get credit for it. That's funny.
I think he's basically I think his argument is basically because he's hosted these
Yes. For
echo
all these
chamber
years.
discussions where they just ramble bollocks, and then QE whoever has typed it all out, that he thinks he's wrote the book because he's rambled shite.
Right. Yeah, it should just be every page should just say the same thing. Just we measure Earth flat. What? We measure Earth flat. We measure Earth flat. Okay.
I was going to say, listen to 30 seconds of one of his streams. You've basically got.
Oh,
the
I tell
entire
people all the
context
time.
of his
I
book
think his
anyway.
show is just on repeat for the last 4 years. I'm pretty sure it's like nothing new. Nothing new has happened. Maybe a new yell, or maybe the one he did about you was a classic meltdown.
Oh, that was.
He looks like Uncle Fester
Now-
just telling us how attracted women are to him. Like, yeah, boy.
And he keeps saying that I measured the Earth flat in Antarctica by measuring elevation angles when I was taking photos of the sun. To which I had to point out I never actually measured any elevation angle. An EQ
Right.
an EQ mount can't measure an elevation angle.
No, it
but
gives
I
you
didn't
close,
have a
huh?
tool to measure it.
Right.
And even then, the EQ mount wasn't tracking correctly anyway because it was slightly off.
Right.
I don't know what angle it was at, but it was slightly off. So now he's like, oh, well, Dave would have measured the Earth flat if he could set up an EQ mount properly.
Oh boy. Yeah, he could have done it. Should have had him do it. Oh,
yeah.
man.
He,
Classic those guys. I've called it out for 4 years at this point that as soon as I saw that there was things that Nathan was saying that he would never go back on, that's when I realized I just started calling him a scammer, because I said, if this guy, he wants to build an audience at his place, and so what he would do is just, if he ever got low in video count or in views, he would just go after flat earthers to build his count back up. I was like, oh, this guy's just scamming. He doesn't care about the earth, or he doesn't care about the truth. And if you give him information, like I told him, I said, what would be different about my front yard if it was curved earth or flat earth? So let's pretend it's a flat earth. So what would be different if it was a curved earth of 24,901? What would be different about my front yard? He's like, nothing. I said, okay, good. I said, so now can I go get an angle to Polaris tonight? Because that just defeats, it's just garbage. And then you're saying that I could get it from, that's all they're doing. They think that there's all kinds of circles involved and triangles, and there really isn't.
No.
But
no,
it's just an angle.
if you need a flat surface to get an elevation angle, that means nobody could ever use a sextant on a hill.
Right. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, I appreciate it. Hopefully we don't have to do that again. I thought we could help that guy out because he's on that side over there where those guys have gone on for 10 months about it. And it's just, they've completely destroyed, at least, I mean, again, they don't care about me. But when he's talking to us and we've been there, and he's acting like, oh, I know the difference between real footage. No, you don't. You clearly don't. I know when things are fake. No, you don't.
We've got all the footage. We can bring all the footage up. And he's like, oh, yeah, but it was faked.
Right.
70 or 80 anomalies. As soon as he said that, 70 or 80 anomalies.
That was a funny
I'm like,
one.
Name me 3.
Yeah.
Off the top of your head now, name me 3.
And I can remember some of them, and they're all the ones that were like Edward Hendry would say when he said, like, oh, Jaron couldn't have smoked a joint. That's fake because he would have gotten in trouble by the immigration or whatever. It's like, no, I was smart enough to know that they weren't there. But it's just all the things that he was like, he would just bring up these things, they'd be completely off, and they just keep saying them. Like Edward Hendry said that cloud goes behind the. In fact, did you see that girl yesterday on Toon Show brought that up?
I haven't had a chance to watch.
Oh, it's miserable.
Her. The only thing I saw of her was when she started bringing up the photos of
Oh, the
us
before.
in Antarctica versus before and after, and how we've apparently aged.
Yeah,
so
she was like
much.
looking at your bald spot, like saying, like, "Oh, it's this. This is before this. He has more hair here." It's like, oh my god. She thinks that she found on Toon a mole that wasn't there before, but was. That's her whole proof that the whole entire trip. Think of all the evidence we brought back, and a mole on Toon's face is the best evidence
That's
she had.
the thing. When
She
they're going
kept it
an
to the end.
anomaly like that, you know, they're not.
You're done. You're done. I never. You'll never see me on a. Look at this mole on Neil Armstrong's face. I never did that. It's like I had
That's
better
fine.
evidence
Do
than
you
that.
know what I said to Sam when he emailed me, because he emailed me initially about the Weiss file video
Right.
that he's put out,
Right.
and he's saying it's suspicious that Dirth's you know, trying to offer all these explanations, and I think that's the thing that's got them, is the fact that because Dave hasn't just gone
Full bore.
yeah,
Right.
it's all fake, it's a lie, and you know, Shadowgate, Vategate, green screen, and whatever.
Right.
He's not just going, yeah, that's all proof that it's crap. He's had to come out and go, well, actually, no, this is, you know, there are valid explanations for this. You know, the green screen, there would have been
The
whole
shadows.
background would have gone TFE rather than just Jonathan's top. That to them, because he's not gone instant dismissal, he's actually done what science would do. That's suspicious to them.
Right.
And
By
so they
actually
think he's a
challenging
shill.
what
And
was
I had to-
said by flat earthers. You challenge flat earthers, then
and
you're
I
a
had
shill.
to point out and kind of it will set up for how we managed to end up doing it, like in terms of bringing everyone together, and the fact that he worked through all of the hurdles to get you and Austin there was an absolute nightmare for Dirth, because you and Austin being there, having sung your praises so much leading up to TFE, he then couldn't turn around and go, it's all fake, it's all lies, because then he'd be calling you and Austin liars.
Right. So now it's that we were fooled. Yeah.
And I think had both you and Austin flipped, Dirth could have then gone, they were both shills.
Yeah, I think so.
I think he would have tossed Whitsitt to the curb as quickly as he did.
Oh,
with
for
you,
sure. 100%.
Because then he would have just had to get out of, oh yeah, they were paid, I was wrong about them, get
Right.
rid of them, we're all still on. The fact that Austin actually stuck with it has really put the stick up Dirt's arse.
I didn't think about that. You're
Because
right,
then he's
though.
now like, I can't say it's fake, because then I'll be going against Whitsitt.
Yeah, it's just that we have to be fooled somehow. We did see what we said we saw, but it just wasn't what we thought we saw. Because a bucket
Yeah.
of Kentucky Fried Chicken is a better model than the globe. If you didn't know that.
Yeah,
So
but
it's simple.
won't explain the sunspots.
No, but they're not going to explain a lot. To be honest with you.
Well, that's the thing. They'll look at it and go, "Oh yeah, the footage was fake and it wasn't the sun." And Dirth will say, "Oh yeah, it was a laser being projected," but he won't address the fact that I photographed the sunspots for 24 hours,
No,
and
or that we have
everyone
the-
else all around the
Or
world
we have the
was
footage
doing
from the
same thing.
plane, it was daytime when we left Punta Arenas, and we get there and it's daytime. So, and then I heard him say at one point that they changed the sun out when it was behind us. Now, who's they and how you change the sun out? I don't know, and why we didn't see both suns, I don't know. Nobody knows
Yeah.
those answers.
And you can see the reflection of the sun
In the
off
fl-
the
yeah,
plane, like on
the
the
wing.
engine and stuff throughout the entire flight.
Yeah, I mean, again, it just becomes. And the sad thing is that I expected when these guys started making no sense for a lot of people to see that and then defect, but it's like they just repeat it. I've heard people just say the same things. It's like they just, and it's. I think I now think that conspiracy theorists are kind of lazy. I used to think they weren't. They were looking into things. And now I realize, oh, it's just very easy to say, right? That's what they're mad at Dave at. It's just easy to say it's fake. Just say it's fake. Everybody says it's fake. We're all good. We move on. We're still flat earthers. But when Dave starts trying to point out why it's fake and telling them why this, or not point out why what they're saying is wrong, they don't like that, because you can't question. As a flat earther, you don't question flat earthers. You're just not supposed to.
No.
You're gonna get the shaft if you do. So.
No, but that was the situation. Like, you know, they're bringing up like the green screen. The moment that green screen thing hit on the midnight stream, they were all over that.
Yeah.
It was fake.
Right.
But obviously, at that point, Dirth's in a situation where the fact that he's got you and Austin basically on speed dial of what the hell's going on with this,
Right.
and both of you can go, we were stood there literally 6 feet away from Jonathan. There was no green screen behind them.
Right.
Dirth's then got to go, and obviously by that point you hadn't exactly flipped your position.
Right. I just had said that it happens.
Yeah, he's then got to go, well, this is what they've said, and actually this all fits, so yeah, we can't really call this a conspiracy. It's just, an honest cock-up, shall we say.
I just hope people look at it, all these flat earthers, I hope they look and see what I'm doing and then think to themselves, what would Jaron do if what he's doing is telling the truth? So if he did go down there and he did see the sunset, or did see the sun circle, then what would he be saying now? And they should recognize, like, oh shit, he's doing exactly what he's doing. And that makes more sense than...
That's why I got to the point with Sam just then where I was just like, because he was just...
I gave up halfway through. Yeah. I was like,
I knew...
When I started cursing, it's over.
Yeah. When he was like, oh, would you swear? And I'm like, I've had people ask me this before. I've said, would you sign it? Somebody on my live stream asked, would I sign an affidavit to say that I'd seen the 24-hour sun? I think I sarcastically joked at the time because I'm like, I'm standing here in the middle of fucking Antarctica on a live stream where we've been for the past 48 hours and the sun hasn't set, and you want me to sign an affidavit to say this is happening.
It's crazy. Because again, like, I was...
So when he was then like having spent 2 hours of basically just dismissing every piece of video footage and everything that you can pull together and go
completely ignoring it,
and you can't explain that, and he's like, okay, well, would you swear? I'm like, what fucking difference is that going to make?
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference.
Are you actually going to turn? That's why I thought I'll put the ball in your court, and I'll say I'll swear if you swear that me swearing will change your mind, because we both know it won't.
No, right. That's the thing. It's just like words. It's just they want more evidence. So if you did swear, then they would use that as evidence against you, and if you don't, then they'll use that as evidence against you. So you can't win. Yeah, you can't win on those ones. So you're just like, whatever. I mean, I think that now I've kind of been happy with where I'm at as far as I used to feel like I had all this moral responsibility to inform people, but it's been long now. It's been 10 months. If people are still in the flat earth, it's either on their own, meaning that they haven't wanted to look at my videos or where I explain it, or they don't want to believe me. And in which case, either way, that's on them. So I do feel like, with my new channel, I'm going to try and, get off this subject because it does no good. The people that are still flat earthers now, I don't think that you really are going to you have to reach the conclusion on your own somehow. And I've always known that, right? You can't really convince anybody in a conversation how wrong they are, that usually months down the road, they'll kind of, it'll hit them. So that's my hope, is that people just see that, that really, truly nothing matches the flat earth. It just doesn't. Other than if you say, I look around and it looks flat and water lies flat, that's really the bulk of their evidence. Now they think those are proofs. They're not proof. That's evidence of the shape of the earth. So now you've got 2 pieces of evidence for the flat earth, but then everything else matches the globe. So, and the globe says we will see the earth is flat and the water will lie level and flat. So,
but that's the thing though, the water doesn't actually lie flat. It's just you can't distinguish.
Correct.
So that's why it gets me when people say the horizon rises to eye level. Yeah. It's like, it doesn't.
You want to hear what Durst said today in that interview? Hold on. He said that the horizon rises above your eye level. So he said today in that interview. So it's going all over the place. This is
the thing. Like I think they overestimate how good your eyes actually are. I remember Austin in Antarctica, and I heard him on Discord, and he's walking around outside the camp, outside halfway point on Discord on loudspeaker. I'm doing something on the camera, main camp I think it was actually. And he's on Discord, and he goes, "Well, the globe model says the sun should be about 30 degrees or 34 degrees. And
it's too
way
high.
Higher than that." And I'm like, "How have you just measured that with your eyeballs?"
You don't understand the intelligence.
I was like, "You've got your theodolite app, haven't you? Our eyes, the sun is like 29 or whatever it was." I'm like, so not higher than 34. That Austin's just measured with his freaking eyes by looking at it.
And then the thing is that everybody who hears that on Discord will then put that in as a fact. Right. So now it's a fact that the sun wasn't at the right height. It was too high. And they all go around saying that. And then you start hearing it. And you're like, oh, man, you guys just believe anything. If a truther says it, they believe it. The same thing happened with this Charlie Kirk thing, man. Everything that came out of anybody's mouth was just something they heard from somebody else who was wrong.
Yeah. It's all hearsay. But that's the thing when they say like Earth, the horizon rises to eye level. It's like your eyes don't have a kind of a built-in level to them.
Right.
They don't know where level truly is. if you were to put yourself into a completely blackened room, remove all your other senses and go only with your eyes, you wouldn't know which way was up or down. If you had no frames of reference at all, you wouldn't be able to distinguish which way was up, down, left, right, or where eye level would truly be.
Right.
Your eyes can't work that out. Or a white room, or whatever. If there was no reference markers, you wouldn't know where eye level is. So when you go outside and you stand on the beach and you look at the horizon, you're not really knowing where a horizontal truly is for eye level, because your only reference is the horizon.
Right. And wherever that is, you're going to assume that that's eye level. But what can be seen
in my eye level's kind of there on the horizon, but you don't really know where it is until you get a theodolite and set it up at a
and then when you do,
go, oh no,
every inch you go up, the horizon drops.
Yeah.
So, which is exactly what you should expect. But it's to say go around saying it rises to eye level. It's like, no, it doesn't. Go look at any plane shot. In fact, I don't even know why this isn't brought up more. Well, two things. Number one, when you look out a plane window and the sun is below the plane window, what the hell's going on in a flat Earth? How do they explain that? Is the plane higher than the sun? I don't really know.
Well, that's why my big thing for me, like when I did that VIP and someone you and one of your audience asked what's your best proof for sort of Joe Blogs on the street,
right?
And I said the fact that you can watch a plane go overhead just before sunrise or just after sunset, and you'll see the bottom of it illuminated, glowing, like literally reflecting the sun.
Yeah.
And I was like, the sun has to be below the horizontal of the plane for that to occur, and it cannot work on a flat Earth. And because I've had loads of people then go, like bringing up clouds and the arguments of clouds. I'm like, yeah, well, this is how clouds are lit from the underside. I'm like, that's why I picked planes and not clouds, because
they're see-through.
The clouds are being illuminated from the light shining through it in your mind. You can't argue that with a plane.
Nope, because it's not going through the plane. And the other thing is, how about this one? So if the flat Earth were true and the sun is going away from you, then we wouldn't be able to tell you what time sunrise and sunset is, because it would be atmospherically dependent. But on a globe Earth, that's not the case. So we actually can time and give you the exact minute of a sunrise sunset. But on a flat Earth, it should depend on what the atmosphere is like. If it's a really bad day, then the sunset would be way earlier. And if it's a really clear day, then the sunset would be much, much, much later, because you'd be able to see it further. The fact that that's not the case.
If it's a hazy day and the sun's just going away too far away to see, then sunset would occur sooner when it was more misty than when it was a clear day.
If it was super clear and it's cold and maybe in the Arctic or something, then you should be able to see the sun much further, and people would be having like 2 or 3 hour extended sun times, which nobody has. Nobody has that happen.
No.
So.
And you think how much more atmosphere there is if you're looking across at sea level,
right, versus where we were
standing at the top of Mount Everest.
Right, there's no air there.
The air's a third of the density at the top of Everest or something like that. That means your day should be 3 times longer.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a big one that I just have kind of realized lately. And now there's just so easy. The things that are the sun setting the different directions, I call it a paradox, because really on a flat Earth, you'd have to explain why somebody in the north and the south could be watching the same sunset, and the person in the north sees it goes left to right as they're looking west, and the people in the south see it go right to left. So that is a paradox, because you can't have 2 people looking the same direction, see the same item that's going in one direction, but both people see it in different directions. But if you bend that around a ball, all of a sudden now you see exactly what we see. And those kind of things are the things where that's a prediction that the model makes, that you go look at reality and it matches. And so you don't need too many of those until you realize that it's right. That's all it comes down to. So the globe isn't even a question anymore. I tell people all the time when they're trying to talk to me about ways that they still think it's flat, I just tell them, I hate to tell you, I mean, I'm open for evidence, but it's just not flat. It can't be. And the globe matches all the predictions. And how could something do that? How could something match observations? Like, I don't think we can be lied to anymore about the shape of the Earth. I think you have to want to be lied to, because otherwise people have eyes and they can observe. And if you can observe, you can't lie to somebody about where they live, because they can observe and see if it matches what you say. So if we did live on a flat Earth and they're lying about the globe, then there'd be no way that everybody's observations would match the globe. That's literally impossible. And yet that's what happens. And they just dismiss it, I guess. They just go, yeah, well, so, it could still be lying to us. No, but everywhere on the Earth, everybody that lives here can go look outside and it matches the spherical model with their location mapped on a sphere. So now you need to show me Show me on a flat Earth how that could ever be the case, where you'd have a flat Earth. Now you're going to project it onto a sphere, and that sphere is going to match the observations that the flat Earth would have. That doesn't make any sense. Can't do that. So Earth's a sphere. What are you going to do? You know, is it weird? I'm the first one to admit it is weird. It's weird to be on a sphere in space, but on the other hand, it's like, well, it's weird when I was told that there's bugs in my stomach, and it's weird that, you know, all the things that we learn about are weird, and you know, so there's a lot of things about life that are weird. What are we doing here?
You do
Nobody
that,
fucking knows.
and I do the same thing. Even now, like, I have to sometimes remind myself where I'm like stood there watching the sunset, and you're like, oh, the sun's setting, and you're like, well, actually, no, it's not. We are kind of just
Right.
rotating away from it.
That's why I think flat earthers think like that. Globe earthers actually think in globe terms, and they really don't. Nobody's watching the sunset thinking like I'm spinning backwards, and nobody's going outside and like, I'm spinning around right now. And I used to think, like, I used to be the one saying 1,000 miles per hour, there's no way we're spinning that fast. And then I don't remember who told me, but they're like, take an item, now turn it once in 24 hours. You're like, oh shit, that's the slowest turning thing I've ever seen in my life. So,
Yeah.
and if you go to like a
You've
picture of
watched
space,
the clock going, haven't you? You know, you watch the hour hand of
Right.
the clock. That's going twice as fast as
yeah, the
clock.
hour hand is going twice as fast. Yeah. So it's just like, once you start realizing that, and then you start realizing that, you know, just how small we are and how we don't, like you said, it does curve. The water curves 1/8 inch in 660 feet. We'll never see that. In fact, I was telling somebody, like, there's nothing that we build that has a 660 feet piece of anything. And even if there was, let's say there's a 660 foot piece of iron, it would bend to the curvature of the earth. So we wouldn't even, if that's what would happen naturally. So it's like pretty incredible. And I do think it's God created. And I do think that it's amazing that you basically go one direction, you'll always come back. Because here's another thing. Think about this on a flat earth versus a globe. Literally, if you stand where you're at now and you look in every direction, let's say you look in 360 degrees around you, any direction that you went and just walk straight, you would come back to where you started. So that's crazy. That's like, no matter which direction you're looking, just walk in that. Now, again, it'd be hard to stay straight. I'm saying theoretically, but on a flat earth, the world needs to be getting bigger as you go out. So it'd be nothing like that. It would be, you're getting further and further away from everything. Whereas actually, if you kept going, you're going to get closer and closer. Pretty credible. Pretty incredible. All right, I'm going to shut it down. Any final words? You have anything coming up? Anything exciting?
Well, I mean, there's always topics to talk about.
Yeah, you always do a good job of every one of your videos is good. If people aren't watching you, they should, because he explains it in a way that you walk away and you feel like you've learned something. So that's good. Better than I can say for a lot of other channels.
I'm currently working on. Funnily enough, I'm putting together one video, kind of in the planning phase of talking about the misunderstandings of level and what it all means and the likes of kind of the stuff that we've covered now. And I'm putting together another one. You know, Justin Harvey.
Yeah, he's the guy who spoke about NASA at the city council meeting, I think.
Yeah. So he did one about the Challenger, and he's been back again recently, talking about Gus Grissom. So I'm doing a video about that. But I do like there is one particular irony with this that I like, and he's argued that the January 27th, I think it was, the
1986, yeah.
Grissom's death.
Oh, Grissom. Sorry, I thought we were talking about
No.
Challenger.
No, Gus Grissom. He's been at the Brevard, was it Brevard?
Brevard County
Commission.
Mm-hmm.
Asking that January 27th or 29th or whenever it is should be Gus Grissom Memorial Day, and then proceeds to go on and talk about the conspiracy that he was murdered.
Does he know he went to space?
You what?
I don't know if they know.
That guy. Yeah, the astronaut that's been to space.
Yeah, he went to space as Gemini.
Yeah, Justin Harvey wants a commemorative day to remember him. And flat earthers have argued that Gus Grissom being murdered, he was murdered because before he knew he was part of a fake space program, because it would prove that there's a firmament. And I'm like, that'd be Gus Grissom that went into space twice already. And Ed White, who went to space as well prior to that. They were killed to hide the fact that they went to space.
Is his main point that his wife thinks that? I mean, his wife thinks he was killed. I think that's what he might be.
So there's been arguments, yeah. Although from what I've seen, it seems to be more that his son.
Oh, the son.
His son has put that argument forward, and I think his wife then kind of.
Yeah, because I think I heard that they came by his house or something and grabbed some stuff or something, but I don't know what that means. Again,
there's been claims about that, but it's all hearsay.
Yeah.
Like, there's been suggestions that the CIA turned up and took a load of documents before the accident, and I'm like, but obviously all of that's not stuff you could then claim. But
right,
like even what I've put together so far, there's contradictions. Like he opens up by saying that Grissom received death threats and the CIA put him in a safe house. There's no record I can find of
I never heard that.
the CIA putting him in a safe house. But then they're like, so you're saying the CIA put him in a safe house because of death threats, but then the CIA killed him.
Right. Doesn't make a lot. All of it doesn't jive together. It's like if you just take one piece at a time, you can kind of fall for it. But once you look at the whole plate, it no longer makes any sense. And like if NASA was so gung ho about going and faking all this stuff, the last thing they would do is let's just kill everybody in a we'll just put too much atmosphere in there, put too much oxygen, and just burn them all alive, and we'll be fine. We'll get back from it. I mean, they almost lost the program because of that.
Well, that's the thing. So, like from a flat Earth perspective, the argument doesn't make sense. Full stop. Because their only reason would be to stop people going to space. But people had already been to space by that point, and they continue to go to space after that. So, from a flat Earth perspective, it's a null argument from the start. But then for the moon landing argument, they say that it's because Grissom was saying that they're not going to get to the moon.
Because of the lemon.
So they silent. Yeah, so even though all of that, like I think we covered it, all of that is irrelevant anyway. He wasn't talking about the rocket. He was talking about the
communication system, right, where they couldn't communicate.
Yeah, there was the issue with the communication system, which was when I think the training, the test setup that they had the fire on.
Right.
But the lemon was weeks beforehand and was the simulator because they weren't keeping it up to date. But so he was like supposedly vocal about all these things about how the program's badly run or whatever. So they're saying they killed him for that. Like, well, killing him in the rocket is the worst idea possible because
for your space program,
one, you're then taking out two other astronauts who've done nothing wrong, and you've then put the whole program on pause and done a big long investigation where you've highlighted then all the problems with the rocket that you're trying to go to the moon. There's numerous other ways that you could have killed him if you were going to do it.
Right, that wouldn't have affected your mission. It wouldn't have affected your goal. Right.
Well, they used to fly because they were all pilots.
Yeah, many astronauts have died in flights. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a couple of two of the Gemini crew died in one of the plane crashes. Like you could have rigged one of the planes, his plane, to have a problem and go down. And have nothing to do with the program. It's like, oh well, there's been this tragedy, but we're going to press on in his honor. No, let's instead like stab a knife in our own back.
Right, handicap ourselves, cut our leg off, and see how we do.
Yeah,
I definitely feel because I did do an interview with I can't remember his name, but he was talking about the Thomas Ronald Barron situation, and that is interesting, but I don't know if there's something there. Again, most of the things that you're getting from that guy that was a main reporter in those days are from the daughter that lived, and because I think that it probably went down as a suicide, which seems crazy, but it could have just been an accident. Who knows? But that's one that I used to think for sure that that Gus Grissom's whole thing, because that's the guy that filled out the 500-page report that's since gone missing, and he was killed by a NASA train that left a NASA switchyard. And he was the one who wrote that report. It was just like a week later. So again, do I now chalk that up to a coincidence? Well, again, I wouldn't argue on behalf of we went to the moon because I don't know enough of the arguments against or for it. But I certainly would never argue that we didn't because I don't think there's evidence that we didn't. And there's certainly the evidence that we went outweighs the evidence that we didn't, which is mostly, well, of course we didn't go. It's the same thing I hear. This is the problem, is that flat earthers don't realize that they kind of expose themselves. Like, I don't think they realize that if we went, let's say we went, then they should realize that now you guys have no respect for any of them. Like, they've proven themselves to be horrendous. Like, there's either one of the option or the other. Either we went or we're lying about it. If we're lying about it, well, then we're pretty impressed with these guys. They figured us out. If we went, then they are the least impressive people ever. They just keep going on and on about something they're completely wrong about. We went. We've shown enough evidence to prove that. So I think that's how can they expect MC Tune to ever respect them, or you, or Critical Think. I'm like, these guys now know you're all frauds. So way to go.
Did you? Sorry,
Yeah.
Jared. Did you see that Apollo 3D video that
I saw some of it. So you're talking about the one where you took the pictures and we're doing like a blink test?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you have a look through them?
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I mean, I've always said that those pictures are the best evidence that there is. The Flickr account where you can go there, it's in order. And I mean, I went, and again, this is even me trying to prove the moon landing's fake, right? So I'm going in there looking for mistakes, looking for incongruities. And I remember one thing I found was they're driving far away and they get kind of closer and I'm like, oh, there's the LEM. And I was like, wait a second. I saw them driving way back behind there. They didn't see the LEM. So I went back as far as I could and you could see it so tiny in the back. And as they get closer and closer and closer and closer and closer, the LEM just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I'm like, oh man, this is like crazy. Will you show me?
Yeah. So I've put a screen share up quickly just for one, because this is one I didn't put in the video, but I think it speaks volumes for the scale of the location that they're in.
Oh wait, it's confusing because don't look over. Let me move this out of the way. It's confusing because there's our video there showing it twice. Let me get rid of this. That's confusing me. Okay, now we'll look. Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, so if you can, you get this full screen and go kind of cross-eyed on it if you're able to. It's a difficult one to get, but if you can get the cross-eye lock on it, the distance to the background is just ridiculous.
Yeah, you can totally see it.
Yeah, it's like, I think seeing in that 3D element,
it really helps. I mean, you can look what's in front of the flag, like that divot.
Yeah,
and look at the difference between the divot in the far. And again, anybody who, I mean, again, conspiracy theorists have already decided that the moon landing didn't happen. So to them, none of this, they don't even care because they've already made that determination and they don't want to go back to a world where that did happen. Whereas, I was kind of forced to, and I figured looking at this stuff, you would be able to find, there's no way you could fake something perfectly, which is what you have to essentially say they did. That everything matches. And then you got flat earthers saying, that, oh, well, you wouldn't be able to withstand this temperature. So now they're using all NASA's facts of what the temperature is on the moon and what the low and high, those things come from space agencies. They come from, astronomers. So if that's the case, then if you're saying it's all fake, how can you use their data? Right? Oh, well, wouldn't this be too hot? Wouldn't this be too cold? It's like, well, if they're going to fake it, wouldn't they give you the temperatures that would work out? Why would they tell you it's 250 degrees above zero and 250 negative?
Yeah, they would be the ones, and they would fabric. That you'd think they wouldn't go telling you, oh yeah, it's ridiculous and it's really hard to get to.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's other ways around it as well. So when I was having the conversation with the Apollo detectives, and I said, like they were saying about the Van Allen belts, and I said, okay, but they're belts, right? They're only around the equator.
Right, it's not a shell.
Right? So you can go, it's not all the way around the Earth. So obviously, if you go at a higher kind of flight path, you can avoid the belts entirely. So it's like you could launch polar. You could launch into a polar orbit and avoid the belts. And
isn't that what they did?
You what?
Isn't that what they did?
No. So launching polar would be
no, but didn't they go out the top of the belts so they didn't go right through them?
So they flew rather than fly. I've got a tiny globe I can show you here. So rather than launch at the equator and fly around the equator,
right,
which would have then put them through the middle of the belts going to the moon,
right,
they flew a more curved path,
right,
around. So when they then flew to the moon, they were basically going like
right through
above the belts and over it. But they could have gone completely polar and just gone right up and over the belts and avoided it entirely. Like as a hypothetical, they could have done it. It's not the most effective way to do it because you then lose the benefit of Earth's rotation. So like going perfectly equatorial is the most efficient way. But then that means launching at the equator, which they didn't have a site for. But you can launch polar from anywhere on Earth,
right?
In principle. But then Jara was like, oh yeah, but they weren't allowed to launch polar from Florida because they then immediately go over.
But Jared doesn't believe in the moon landing, right?
No. He doesn't believe the moon landings.
Okay.
But I'd said to him in the conversation, it was like, they could have gone polar and avoided the belts. And he said, yeah, they could have done. No, they could fly polar and avoid the belts, but they couldn't launch polar from Florida because you then have to immediately, you go either north or south, you're flying straight over populated areas, which they weren't allowed to do.
Right.
He said, so all the polar flights have to go from Vandenberg.
Yeah, because then they can fly south. Yeah.
They go south and straight over the ocean. I said, okay, so Apollo could have, if the belts were that much of a problem, they could have launched from Vandenberg. And he said, but yeah, well, they looked at that, they considered it, but getting the Saturn V there was more difficult.
Could see that,
right, but not impossible.
No, they could have gone on a boat or something.
NASA's on the option here of, okay, well, if they go, okay, well, the belts are impossible to get around, to get through, but we could go around them, but it means moving this big ass rocket to the other side of the country. They would have done it. Yeah, versus, or we start this mass propaganda deception thing to fake it all instead.
Yeah, and again, to me, the going 6 times, really more than that if you count 13, is just, that is never what you would do if you faked it. If you faked it, you would go, I could even see you going 2 or 3 times, so people couldn't say you went once, but you certainly wouldn't be like, we're just going to keep faking it 6, 7 times, and and then we have to fake this accident that happens. Yeah, I don't buy it anymore. There's just not enough there. And then I hear all these same, when I hear conspiracy theorists talk about it, they say the dumbest things like, oh, and they just called him from a landline. Nixon just called him from a landline. It's like, no, that's nobody believes that. Nobody thinks that there's a landline to the moon. Can you talk to a person on an airplane by having that call be patched through? That's all it was. They called NASA on the phone and they patched them through to the comms, to the auxiliary comms.
I just say to him, I said, whenever anybody says that, I say, have you ever been sat in your car listening to the radio when you've heard somebody call into the radio station on a landline? How the fuck did you hear them?
Yeah, you were on a car and they landlined to your car. Oh yeah, right. It's like, no, it's not the way it works. They're on a radio. So it's like those kind of things that are just repeated ad nauseum, and they're, again, when I hear crisscrossing shadows or when you have shadows that aren't parallel, it's like, yeah. And I was in Antarctica and I saw that if there's any kind of undulation in the ground, it significantly alters the shadow. And so you're going to see, if you're just looking at a 2D picture, you don't get a 3D view of the ground. You're going to see things that look like they're shadows that wouldn't work. But if you were there, so that's why now I look at the responses from Buzz and Neil, and they're just like, I don't give a shit, man. I mean, there's like Mitchell, they're asking Mitchell about not going. He's like, I don't give a shit, because that's what I get to the point where I'm like, you can say I didn't go to Antarctica. I don't give a shit. I was there.
Yeah,
get over it.
Yeah, they're just.
So
you're gonna accuse me of lying one way or the other. Like they bring up why didn't Neil Armstrong swear on the Bible?
Right.
I'm like, yeah, Bart Cybrell asked a load of astronauts, and a couple of them said no. A couple of them said yes. So are you going to take the ones that said yes and say they landed on the moon?
Right, exactly. No. So you're just taking whatever the evidence is.
Why Sam was like,
and they ignore it.
Sam said, "Do you swear on it?" It's like, what fucking difference is it going to make? It's not going to make a damn difference what I tell you.
No, that became obvious too, because I could just see that. Well, once he wouldn't concede, he should have just conceded on the light above freaking Toon's head. And he's like trying to say, "Oh, it's on the R on this." Like, what are you talking about?
For me, it was even before that. As soon as he brought up that's the square strip bit in the sky, and I was like,
oh, man,
okay, because I stumbled upon this the other day. I found out that YouTube uses this.
Oh, I didn't know that. In fact, I thought it was because of I thought Austin did a bad job editing it.
No, it shows up in my one as well. It's because the full video that gets projected, the full video that gets rendered,
right,
is obviously just this big. Long
I've seen it. It's
rectangle.
like a weird looking thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that they've got to distort and warp, and you can do it. Like Google Maps uses a spherical one as well, I think, but it can be a pain in the ass sometimes. And so it's something to do with, I think, to try and get a better overall video quality. YouTube uses this cube rendering, but it produces obviously this faint lines of a cube, which doesn't bother most people because most people
aren't looking at that close,
3D 360 videos trying to look if they're fake or
right. Yeah, because those videos again, like the GoPro, even when I do move the camera, things warp. Just the GoPro warps things, and it's like once you see that, that's why I told Sam, just go out with a camera. Like none of these guys have just gone out with a camera and filmed for 10 minutes. Just film things around your block, just kind of, and then go in and look and try to.
I don't think they think. Anyway, when they say, "Oh, the sun's changing shape," so therefore it must be CGI. I'm like, why the fuck would we CGI a sun that distorts?
Hey, can you bring us that
shape?
football size gun? This football size sun, please. We ought to put that in there. But don't you think we should use a round one? Nah, use a football. Okay.
Yeah. We'll mix and match up. I'm sure they won't notice.
Half the time we'll do this, half the time we'll do that. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Anyway, it's just funny. Yeah, what are you gonna do? I would hope they've opened their eyes, but as long as they have the group of them, that's the problem, right? It's the group mentality that's a problem because none of the one wants to be the one to step out and say, I think there's a problem here. They don't want to be that guy. I got to be that guy. Lucky me. All right, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. I'm glad to see there's still almost 500 people watching, which is
nice. That's better for
great.
my numbers. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, I did. I thought.
Well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have. I think it definitely helped. And if people want to catch me, the new show is on Friday at 3 on my other channel. I'll put it in the chat. Oh, I already closed the chat. Never mind. It is
So I was going to say
youtube.com/interesting.
For any of my regulars who are still watching, Jaren has a new has taken a new approach to life in the questioning things, which I completely get behind. So you're now going over a lot of new stuff, aren't you, Jaren?
Yeah, I'm going to stick to some. Yep, I did an episode on the Charlie Kirk thing, just some other things that I've thought in the past, and either I've changed or I haven't changed, and we'll just kind of go through those. But I'm also leaving it open by saying to people that if I'm wrong, if I'm saying something that's wrong, then just bring it to my attention. Let's discuss it and let's get to the bottom of it, rather than before where I would have just done videos about flat Earth and then would have avoided people who wanted to tell me I was wrong, right? Because I would just assume, oh, this person's on the Globe team, and they're lying to me. So I would just really close my mind off to any information other than what I was spitting, which is a terrible way to get to the truth. So with this way, I want to study a subject, give my opinion of it, and then be open to people saying, here's where you're wrong about this, or here's where you're wrong about that. And then, I look at it as a team effort. If everybody kind of watches the show and we all do it together, we should be able to get to some truths, get to some things that we can feel sure about. So we'll see how it goes, but would appreciate anybody watching it. And you get that at interestingism would be the code there. So thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. I don't think we need to do any more of these. I do appreciate you doing this one. I know he was on with Toon already, and I think that's enough. John and Mark have their lives going on, so I figured we'd ask you. Thank you for doing it. Do appreciate it. All right.
My pleasure.
We'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'll take care, everyone.
Peace, guys. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Peace. We love you. And we'll see you tomorrow for Fact Down if you want to watch the quiz show. That starts at 3 on this channel, and then Friday at 3 on the other channel. See you over there. Till then, this has been Jeranism. Peace.
Welcome to Interesting. So interesting. It's the moment in the dark when a match gets lit. Your brain starts thinking and it just won't quit. It's not loud, it's a whisper that chills the spine. Where truth hides deep, hidden by design. Welcome to Interesting. Interesting. Not facts, not fiction, it's the realm in between. Where answers are still questions and interesting. It's the glitch in the code, the flicker in the stream, the ghost in the machine, the wet to this dream. You feel it in your gut when the silence speaks. In the crack of the mask when the real one piece. It's the question that lingers, the itch in the brain that says, nah, that ain't right when they try to explain. Welcome to the Interesting.
Yeah, they could be saying it, now I'm famous. Sold a movie to Netflix trying to shame us. They took the money while I put you before everything. The worst thing you could say about me is
Interesting.
I tasted both cold and cosmos, both north and south. Saw the sun circle while excuses ran out. Always honest and sometimes right, what a sight. I flew to the south and proved it wasn't a night. Flat Earth shook, yeah, I watched them cry. Call me a shield cause I watched the sky. Vape gate, drone gate, no shoe print lies. Got the globe proof worth 3 bitcoins, right? I'm a truther who went on a trip right back to facts. But it wasn't what the truthers wanted, so they attacked. From space to scams, from cults to kings. When you put a ripple in the comments cause you're interesting.
Welcome to Interesting. It ain't about clout or the loudest claim. It's the fire that burns when they forget your name. It's the glimmer in the static, the pulse in the void. The looking in places you're told to avoid. It's the sobbing for thunder, the hush before proof. We almost stumble cause that's the path to the truth. It's a lighthouse begging from a coastline. And maybe a distress signal, but only the truth can save me. Welcome to Interesting. Welcome to interesting. Interesting. Interesting, 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 interesting. Oh, so interesting. That's so interesting. Interesting. This is interesting. Welcome to interesting. Interesting.